Soldiers, sailors, airmen, and women enlist in the armed forces for many reasons, including a sense of duty, patriotism, the adventure, travel, and adrenaline. When service members are injured or wounded and can no longer perform their military duties, they quickly find themselves removed from their team, no longer serving the purpose for which they trained.
I came back from Afghanistan in 2013, and it was kind of a trial and error of finding out, after the military, what's next in life.
Motorsports offers an opportunity to regain that sense of identity within a safe, fast-paced team environment, providing a renewed sense of purpose. Like in the military, in motorsports, the goal is in accomplishing the mission, winning as a team, collectively celebrating the successes and supporting teammates through the losses. Operation Motorsport also offers virtual engagements and recovery opportunities through an iRacing league, engaging beneficiaries in a safe, competitive environment from the comfort and safety of their home. Operation Motorsport believes in the power of team, identity, and purpose.
Good afternoon, race fans, and welcome to Podium Esports coverage of the Operation Motorsport Benefit 4 Hours of the Glen, presented by Mad Sim Racing. Live from iRacing's virtual Watkins Glen International in beautiful Watkins Glen, New York, I am your host, Taylor Burris, joined by my colleagues in the booth, Rachel Whiteford, Jacob Hitz will be down on pit road, and Terry Radford will be joining us here today in the booth. Our producer, of course, is none other than the wonderful Ryan Bauer. Ryan is using cameras created by the great Dougie Beard. We are here to celebrate as well as to bring honor and recognition to a great cause, first and foremost. Operation Motorsport, a wonderful organization, but also this weekend we're also memorizing a somber note. This weekend's Operation Motorsport's Benefit 4 Hours of the Glen is, of course, to recognize first responders and military 20 years after 9/11/2001. And, of course, to recognize also all Operation Motorsport's beneficiaries and provide a virtual team environment for them. And, of course, we're here to raise awareness about Operation Motorsports and its purpose. We'll be talking about that all throughout the race today. And we're having a set goal of trying to raise $10,000 in order to help aid Operation Motorsports. Terry, I would like to come over to you right quick, and you as well being a veteran, your thoughts on this amazing race that we have here today in Watkins Glen, New York.
Well, it's an awesome event to be put on, especially to help veterans get in a team organization. When I got out and talking to many other veterans who had gotten out of the service, it's very hard to find yourself in a team setting that you're so accustomed to doing. You're not accustomed to going out and just being on your own and having to look for things on your own. You're used to having your brothers and sisters. And I love what they're doing. $10,000 goal. Hope we reach it. And I will do anything I can to help it out.
Yes, indeed, and a lot of excitement here. We have two different classes of racing here today. We have our Pro-Am class, of course, which is involving the GT3s, which the cars that we're using for today's race, of course, is none other than the Porsche 911 GT3, the BMW M4, the Lamborghini Huracan, the Mercedes AMG, and new to iRacing after its most recent build, the Ferrari 488 GT3 Evo kit from 2020. And then we have our amateur class, which involves the GT4s, the BMW M4, the McLaren 570S, and then the Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 cars. So a mixed variety, Jake, and as I come to you, as you're going to be down on pit road, it's going to be interesting to see which classes of cars and which cars to choose to come down pit road over this 4-hour race.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot to think about, whether you decide to take tires on one pit stop versus another, when you decide to hand the wheel over to the next person. It's the iRacing fair share rules, so really you're looking at, if it's a 4-driver team, you're looking at an hour per driver. Anything less than that, obviously that'll change things around. But it's going to be interesting to see how these guys play off the strategy and play off who comes in, who comes out, whether they start with their fastest driver, whether they end with their fastest driver. It's going to be a lot of fun for us to watch.
It certainly is, Jake. We'll be watching all the action down on pit road. And one thing also to keep in mind is iRacing recently with the new update. Of course, we see the new Ferrari 488 GT3 Evo out on the track today. But all the GT3 cars that you see out here on the service went through a recent update in growing their tire models. And Rachel, as we come up to you, this is a big, major, interesting opportunity for the new tire model and updates that all the GT3 cars got.
It's one of those good starts when you start the broadcast with your microphone muted, but we'll talk about a lot of those cars later. So huge updates for them, and we'll cover those over the broadcast. But what I actually want to bring up here is the track we're at. This place is storied. Watkins Glen, or the Glen as a lot of us all know it, is just in the town of Dix, southeast of the village of Watkins Glen, New York. It's the southern tip of Seneca Lake, and this place has hosted Formula One, Trans Am, Can-Am, NASCAR, IMSA, IndyCar, World Sports Cars, everything. Now, of course, it's the home to the 6 Hours of the Glen, one of the biggest endurance races on the calendar. But this track has had a lot of stories, including with NASCAR most prominently. A beautiful circuit it is, of course, in our full layout we're using today, 12 corners long, so that is quite the length of track for us with this one. In fact, the whole loop, as it were, including the boot, is just about 3.4 miles in length. So a very tricky court track with fast sections, incredibly fast sections, twisty S-bends, and some very tricky elevation changes that will really throw these drivers off. So we'll have to see how it goes.
It certainly will. And there you see one of our onboard cameras that's currently driven by none other than Jordan Spoons from the McConey Setup Shop Racing Team in his McLaren GT4. He's going to be our in-race reporter throughout the day today, but we'll give him a little bit of time to get him set up for qualifying and then talk to him later on during today's race. But a great opportunity to see some of these drivers, a mixed field of drivers from all around the world, of course. You have drivers competing from the international regions all across the United States and Canada, even Europe. So it's going to be a very interesting thing to see so many people gathered here together in order to raise awareness, raise money for Operation Motorsports, and also to show remembrance for those who we lost on 9/11. Field is working their way through the last few moments of qualifying. Give you a quick update on the GT3 class. Your pole sitter right now is being held by the 013 ZP Racing BMW, currently driven by none other than Olivier Bellinger. And then in the GT4 class, it is, of course, the McConey Setup Shop Racing of Jordan Spoon in his McLaren GT4. So a great opportunity for these drivers here. There you see the ZP Motorsports of Olivier, who is currently in his BMW at the top of the leaderboard with a 145.7, the only GT3 car currently to have broken into the 145 marks. As we watch ahead, Rachel, some of the things we need to keep an eye on is two different classes of cars, the GT3 and GT4, which we were used to seeing similar situations happening in the Operation Motorsports weekly series with GTE and GT3 cars. But it's going to be a little bit different to see how the cars mingle amongst each other, because there's drivers in here who have really yet to race against each other compared to what we're used to seeing on our weekly Operation Motorsport Sim Racing series.
Yeah, there'll be some variety amongst the drivers. Teams that aren't used to running against each other, teams that run different disciplines. The cars' speed difference will be different, yes, but not as significant as if we had a prototype class. That is something to consider. We'll see a lot. Passing will be more difficult between the GT4s and GT3s because neither car has a significant top-end advantage, so it won't all be taking place in the straights. This will be in corners, which will make things quite challenging, and it certainly is already for qualifying, as we have quite a congested track out there, as you see Cody Richardson on board there, coming down out of the carousel, dropping into the boot. One of those fast sections you'll just have to get right during the race, of course, but one of the ones I want to talk about first, while we're still on board with Cody here, actually, Taylor, is coming to a toe, nice easy climb, coming along now the sole of the boot here. You'll come climbing up this hill, and we'll have a right-hander here, which can be a passing opportunity if used right. However, it is the corner that follows this one that will be our significant one today, and it always is, especially with these cars. Both classes not really excessive in the downforce aspect, so we end up with a situation where here, you're cresting, off camber, left-hand turn. We'll see people spin out here, and it'll be in traffic.
We certainly will. That's going to be very interesting to see how drivers are going to be able to negotiate that transition. It's uphill, off camber, like Rachel pointed out, so very important. As you see Cody Richardson get a little bit loose coming out of turn number 11. But, of course, we are wanting everyone here today to donate for the Operation Motorsport benefit. Currently, right now, we're sitting at $2,400. If you want to donate, just make sure to either visit the website that you see at the top of the screen, or if you're watching on our Twitch channel at Podium 2, just do exclamation mark, and then pledge the amount you would like to give. We want to try to reach a goal of $10,000. Terry, this is important. It's for a great cause. We have a lot of great opportunities here, a lot of wonderful drivers competing. It's going to be exciting.
It's very exciting, and I love to see the amount of people that came out tonight, like you talked about, from all different walks of life, from all different parts of the country and of the world. And for all of us to come together just out of remembrance for 9/11 and to help veterans who served this country honorably, I think that's the biggest patriot thing we could do, is to go out, make sure we take care of our veterans, and understand that they sacrificed enough when they were overseas and during their time in service. And it's time for us to sacrifice a little bit. Sacrifice just a little bit, whatever you can, to make this pledge work great. And I hope we reach our 10,000 by the end of this one, or if not, by the end of this week.
Certainly do agree. We hope everyone can pitch in just a little bit here for this wonderful organization. Operation Motorsport is a phenomenal organization. We will talk more about them. We're actually going to be speaking with some of their founding members and volunteers throughout today's broadcast. Of course, Diesel Lauder, the founder and owner of him, will be joining us actually from WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. He's out over there this weekend to enjoy the racing action going on. And then also volunteer Jason Leach will be talking with us later on during today's broadcast. A lot of things going on. Jake, I want to come to you a little bit. A lot of interesting things going on. We touched briefly on the new tire models that have just been released for the GT3 cars. Going into a race like this with some unknowns with an update like that, how do you think these drivers are going to want to take this race in the opening stages?
Well, in the opening stages, I think they're going to take it pretty easy. They've had a lot of practice. They were working on stuff Friday. The track was closed off yesterday in honor and remembrance of 9/11. Had a 2-hour session this morning before qualifying, and these guys still pretty much seem like they are out of control here in qualifying, and I think that's because they're trying to give it everything they've got so they can have a good starting spot. I don't think you're going to see this out of the gate, though, today. I think you're going to see guys take it easy. They don't want to push the cars too much, because if you put yourself in a hole early, you're going to be out of a shot to run well. There are no fast repairs. You do not have a safety net. You make a mistake, and your day is likely done. So they've got to be careful in the opening laps, in the opening minutes. It's a 4-hour race. They can't push the envelope too much.
They certainly cannot, as we're now approaching just shy of 2 minutes left to go in today's qualifying. There you see a couple of the GT3 cars working their way through. Dennis Fisher in the Switch It Emerald BMW. A lot of great teams coming out here today, Rachel. Who are some of the drivers that you see right now who are out there competing that you'll be keeping an eye on throughout today's race?
I think that's going to depend, honestly, because there's quite a few cars in this series and teams that are going to be really, really important to keep an eye on. It's going to be down to a lot of so Fisher is a very fast driver. He is incredibly quick with how he's been handling things so far. The Imperial Motorsports guys, those are always one to watch. Imperial Motorsports we know are incredibly fast as a team, and that's more than just individual drivers. They're always one to watch there, of course. The Madsim guys, always incredibly quick as well. Hey, the Flying Sloths team, they're doing really, really well right now. Looking forward to see what they can actually pull off with this too. It's going to depend, because you can't really say this is down to an individual driver. This is down to the teams, and it's down to what happens to the track, because after 4 hours, our predictions don't mean anything.
They certainly do not, indeed. Everything's constantly changing in the world of motorsports, especially when it comes to endurance racing. There you see one of the Ferraris, the new Ferrari 488 GT3 Evos, that currently driven by Kevin Mori from the NK Racing team. There's Bradley Beamon from the Mad Sim Racing, the team into the Apex podcast team. Of course, the Beamon brothers, always a well-respected group of drivers when they compete in the weekly Operation Motorsports iRacing Summer League, and how they came together with Operation Motorsports to do this special benefit race. We'll talk more about them later on. As you see, the Thin Line Racing McLaren of Richard Clements have a little bit of an off during qualifying. He will try to get back underway, but for this team here of the team into the Apex, of course, Bradley Beamon, looking at timing and scoring right now to see where they're at. They really haven't set a good qualifying time yet, and with 3 seconds left to go, they need to make sure they get this qualifying underway, because they're currently sitting dead last outside of those who have took times in the GT3 class, Terry.
Yeah, they've been kind of struggling here. I've watched them go through the boot, and it's much different for me. I'm not used to calling the boot, so this is the first time I've actually got to call not the NASCAR side of this track. We're going into the infield here, and they've been kind of off. They're getting on the gas just a little too quick, and these BMWs are very much known for being hard on the power, and they're going around this course kind of going offline, and I think that's what's really slowing them up right here.
Certainly is. We'll see what they can do here as they come to the final set of corners. One of the Porsche is going to try to overtake them under qualifying here. Of course, the BMW M4 GT3 is a new BMW GT3 car that will be joining all across the world in GT3 competition in 2022. It just made its debut race actually recently at the Nürburgring over the weekend, and from what the people over at BMW said, they were pretty well impressed and happy with the results that BMW M4 is going to be. So it's going to be great to see them, what they can accomplish in 2022 as they come out of the final corner. Let's see if they're able to improve their time. It looks like it's going to be a lot better by about 10 seconds, a 1:48.222, and that moves him up to P18. So not in amongst dead last in the 10th, 20th position, as we see Patrick Stein from the MSR Upmo team coming through. Here comes Brian Winker from the Resilience Racing Esports. He is going to take it behind the pit wall. He is not going to continue with qualifying. But with that, we are going to be giving you the full field rundown of today's starting lineup. It is none other than Olivier Langer, who from ZP Motorsports takes the pole, followed by the ADC 882 team in second place. Third position will be the Switch It Emerald team of Dennis Fisher in third. Then the NK Ferrari of Kevin Moyer will be starting in the fourth position. Fifth position will be the Medic Anila Inferior team, followed by the Black Dove Racing in sixth position. Seventh position will be the team of Bolivian Racing, followed by the Full Send Racing in eighth position. Ninth position will be the Les Galactus Motorsports team in ninth. And rounding out your top 10 is Imperial Motorsports, the Magic Man team in 10th position.
11th place tonight is going to be Max Gym Studio alongside Really Slow Motion Racing. 13th place is going to be Minaj Racing, the 39 car there, with Switchit Amherst in 14th. 15th is Moving Chicane Motorsports with 16th place, A Racing into the Apex Podcast. Or Madsen Racing into Apex Podcast, I should say. Got it off there. Moving on, we also have now coming up behind them Resilience Racing Esports and MSR Opmo Mercedes Team 1 in 20th.
Got Moose Motorsports down there in row 11. ZPM Flying Sloss up there in row 11 as well. McConey Setup Shop Racing and MSR Factory McLaren. You got Thunder Racing Underdogs, YS Motorsports in the GT4, Sloth Racing, Doug McKenzie Racing. Down there in row 15 is going to be Lee Well GT4 and then Thin Line Auxiliary.
As we move on through the rest of your top 30 and 31st will be the Huddle Esports team in the number 35, followed by Thin Line Racing of Richard Clements in 32nd. The Resilient Racing Esports number 2 of Brian Winker is in 33rd, followed by Operation Motorsports with Jay Gleason and Jason Leach in 34th position overall. The Garage Thoughts and Motorsports of Matt Ackerman will be starting in 35th overall with spine problems in 36th. 37th overall will be the Racing Team Turkey TR, 38th Racing Team Turkey number 1, and then rounding out your 39 car field, the Race On team of Tyler Reed. He did not take time along with several other GT3 cars. Currently right now it's 83 degrees with winds 9 miles an hour. Track temp is a little bit of a stifling 98 degrees. Track temperature will continue to fluctuate all throughout the race today. It is going to be very interesting. It's going to be exciting as we race in remembrance of 9/11. Rachel, field is getting ready to take the one pace lap around here. It's going to be exciting. What do you think the mentality of these drivers are going to be here as they make the pace lap?
The mentality has to be complete the first lap. If you don't, you can't win an endurance race. It's tempting to always go hard for the first lap, but it's a tricky first part of the lap here, especially in heavy traffic. So the mentality has to be stay safe and be there to compete in the race, because you'll see some people make mistakes regardless. Space is limited.
Space is limited indeed, as the pace car will work to the 90, turn number 1. Terry, that's where a lot of action can happen, especially on the opening laps here. Drivers are going to have to be careful, mind their P's and Q's heading through the 90. What's some ways that some drivers can be a little bit heads up when heading into there?
Well, they're going to have to know that once you get back on the gas, that you're either going to slide off the exit of the corner, or you're just going to be in no man's land. I mean, these guys right here, most of these cars with 2 different classes on here, some are going to be really good in the braking zone. Some is going to have more power, and it's all going to be up to them on how they negotiate this racetrack, especially turn 1, with the fact that it's a tight entry and a really fast exit.
Certainly is indeed, and as the field comes out of the S's, working their way down the back straightaway towards the inner loop. Jake, you said there was a couple of cars who don't even have a driver registered for their cars yet?
It's both Racing Team Turkey teams that, well, there's nobody here. The 3 in the Pro class, in the GT3s, they're not here. And Racing Team Turkey TR in the Pro-Am GT4 class. Neither of those teams set a lap. Neither of those teams have any drivers in the session right now, so they will not start with everybody else. We'll see if anybody pops in over the next 4 hours.
Very interesting indeed. We'll keep you posted. Of course, our very own Jacob Hitz will be keeping an eye on the action down on pit road, but now the field enters into the boot. And as this section of the course can provide a lot of great passing opportunities as they work their way up towards the top of the hill here, entering the heel of the boot. And as they enter this section and then approach towards the back half of the course, right here, Rachel, the transition that we talked about is going to be critical. We've seen a lot of mistakes happening here in this section. Drivers are going to be having to focus, making sure that they hit their marks into these final few braking zones.
It's going to be most critical. It will be where we'll see a lot of upsets happen, especially people are being pushy, and we've got 2x2 racing. We'll see mistakes happen, and it will include more than one person when it does. But get ready to go green flag racing for this thing. Going to be exciting. 4 hours here at the Glen, a track that really does evolve a lot. It's a short lap, which means we'll see a lot of track evolution as we go on. The bus stop will definitely be one to keep an eye on. The dirt there can get really messy with people clipping that corner constantly. So watch out for this to really bed in. As the new driver gets in as well, it'll be a whole different track to what they practiced in. It'll be really rub it in.
It certainly is. We hope all of you here watching on all of the streaming services, of course on Operation Motorsport's YouTube channel, all across Podium Esports Facebook and Twitch channels, make sure you pledge and make sure that you donate for this wonderful event benefiting Operation Motorsports as we race in remembrance of those in 9/11. Pace car makes the hard left turn off of the track. Green flag is out, and as we see, the ZP Motorsports car will lead them to the green. Cars already getting a little bit agitated as they get a little bit of a slow start as they work their way down the front straightaway. It is currently Olivier Belanger who will lead them down towards the 90. Side-by-side action for second as Alexis Cote goes a little wide, and the battle for second as Dennis Fisher will take over the second spot. They're now approaching, climbing up to the top of the hill of the S's. They now see the GT4s now coming out of the 90. Rachel?
GT4s had a really sedate start compared to GT3s. They were spread out there, single file almost into turn one, making it through with no real trouble whatsoever. It's still going to be Screeching Moose out front. That's an amazing team name. A lot of 2x2 in the GT3s, though. They are all over each other.
They certainly are, as we'll keep an eye on this quick battle here. Your top three have separated themselves in the GT3 as here comes Richard Dial in the ZPM Flying Sloths, takes a peek through the bus stop chicane. He'll take a peek and try and cross over on the outside. Can't quite make it work. That opens the door for Jordan Spoon to take over the second spot for the Maconi Setup Shop Racing McLaren, Terry.
Yeah, they're still back here side by side. Jordan Spoons looked really good as we go on board with him. That's the end race reporter. So you see how technical he is going through these corners. Swapped up. I don't think he has the gear shifter, but he uses the power to make it so much easier on him as he goes to turn. He can shift. He can downshift the best way he can. As he goes a little wide right here, he's going to get past.
Get past, he will drop a position, still holding on to third. Meanwhile, back up to the race lead. They're coming out of the final few corners. It is still going to be the ZP Motorsports BMW working his way. He currently has about a 7/10 of a second lead over the Switch It Emerald BMW of Dennis Fisher through the final corner for the first time here. And lap number one has been completed here. And Jake, you noticed that one of the GT4 cars, the Leewell GT4, went off course and had an issue. Tell us a little bit more about that.
Yeah, as the entire field sent it down into turn number one, it happened to see in the background there that it was the Leewell GT4 machine. Ben Carswell driving that thing. He just got sideways in the back of the field. Not sure, it didn't look like he got any assistance going back and taking another look, because actually we had a big crash over in the boot. Multiple cars involved in the back of the field. Ryan Hoover with spine problems. He's involved in this. Carswell in it. Brian Winkler from Resilience Racing is involved in this. Richard Clement from Thin Line Racing. We had a big crash in the boot.
Tough break for some of those drivers here, but we gotta go back up to our GT3 class to about 6 on back, as you have about several different drivers battling for that 6th spot. It's the ADC 882 of Alex Cote, Christopher Pye in the Imperial Motorsports, Kevin Morey from NK, and then the really slow motion of Peter Balassa as they will battle up through the boot. And as we see that, Christopher Pies takes over that 6th position from the ADC Porsche as they make the run down. Rachel, it's getting very exciting in that GT3 car class.
Yeah, it really will. And the GT3 class is probably one of our most competitive so far. We've seen those issues a little bit further back in the GT4s, but the GT3, as much as it's been a lot more dense racing with cars all over each other, it's been a lot cleaner, I think, so far. And we've seen a lot of respectful racing here. Pies will definitely want to watch. Imperial Motorsports, they are my tip for the race. We'll see how that actually plays out, but we know they've got a lot of endurance boots with them going. That incident a little bit further back, though, that was typical kind of arch to boot crash coming down from the bus stop. It happens quite regularly there. Someone loses it and everyone else piles in. Just no one's real fault, just a track that got congested in a difficult place.
Certainly is a tough break indeed as we watch the battle for the 8th position between the Peter Balsa in the really slow motion racing and Kevin Morey from the NK Racing Ferrari. It's Porsche versus Ferrari, throwing the BMW of the Medical Analog Inferior team. And as they work their way up to the top of the S's, NK tries to put the squeeze on the driver of Peter Balassa. He will complete the pass before they enter into the interloop. Hard braking for Peter as they work through there. Here comes a big send by the BMW of the MAI team as they work through the carousel. A little bit of a close call right there for the NK Racing of Kevin Morey right there, Terry, as he gets a little loose coming out of there.
Yeah, people got to watch out for is going into the interloop here, going off the exit as well, is when you go to make a pass on the entry of that loop, you gotta slow down a whole lot faster because I'm so accustomed to the NASCAR side of it. These brakes are much better than the stock cars that they have. So roll into the brake, get through the interloop, and then when you come off the exit, you can't put the power down if you're side by side with somebody. You got to set them up to another one as there is 3 wide right here coming out the corner. They're wrecking.
Wrecking indeed, and close call as that was exciting. 3 wide. You don't do that really at Watkins Glen going into that corner, as we'll watch if they get themselves sorted back out. But I got to say, the NK Racing of Kevin Morey has been beaten up pretty badly for the most part. That Ferrari has sustained some damage along with a couple of other drivers out on the track as they come out of turn 11 through turn 12. Side-by-side action all across. You have to keep your head on a swivel in these GT3 cars as he comes down pit road. Jake, we'll go over to you and see what the situation is for that Ferrari.
Yeah, not entirely sure. Kind of surprised to see him come onto pit road. We do have a few that are sitting on pit road. Lee Whale GT4 Racing, Hodel Esports, they are both sitting on pit road. I believe they were involved in that lap 1 crash over in the boot. So right now as the GT4s come launching out of the final corner, the 4 machine, Kevin Morey behind the wheel, still sitting on pit road. Looks like, well, we'll see how long he stays in the box. I wouldn't think too long, but it's awfully early to be making a pit stop. Clearly not making a driver change, so unless there's damage to that race car that he feels he needs to fix, maybe got a meatball flag, certainly a rough start to the night for NK Racing.
It certainly is. As we go back up to our GT4 class lead, it's currently Lucas Santos from the Screeching Moose Motorsports GT4 team in their Porsche, leading the way in that number 26. As your pole sitters, they started off not too far behind is Richard Dayal from the ZPM Flying Sloths team. They're about 1.3 seconds back, as these two will try to be the ones to watch in the GT4. McConey Setup Shop Racing, Short and Spoon is in third, so it's 2 Porsches and then a McLaren, your top 3. As there you see Jordan coming into the boot. As you see on board, the focus, the intention, trying to see if he can catch up to the 2 Porsches and give the fight to them in the McConey Setup Racing McLaren. Rachel, as we keep an eye on watching this here battle in the GT4 class, we still have some other great battles happening in the GT3. There was a pass for position, actually an issue for Taylor Parson.
Yeah, I just caught that there. Parsons coming out the final corner had a bit of an incident, and it was a typical kind of single car issue we'll see a lot at Watkins. He got his wheels on the grass on the turn-in for the final corner, and that just got his car loose. Round he went, and back end slapped into the tyre barriers there. Not great, but at least he's close to pit entrance.
He certainly is. He's going to make his way down to pit road, and we'll keep an eye on him, see if he'll be able to rejoin the track. But there is your race leader. ZP Motorsports BMW of Olivier Belanger still leads the way here. He currently has a 2.5 second lead over Dennis Fisher in the Switch It Emerald BMW. Rounding out your top 3 is another BMW, the Black Dove Racing of Stephen Maxwell. So 3 BMWs lead the way here today at this special benefit race. Of course, right now we have hit $2,500. Don't forget to make sure when you're watching on all of the streams here, if you're watching on YouTube, go to that website you see at the top of the timing and scoring. And if you're watching on Twitch, make sure to hit !pledge to pledge the certain amount that you want to do in order to help with Operation Motorsports. A great benefit, a great cause indeed. And Rachel, it's something that both me and you have had the privilege of working with them for their iRacing Summer League, and to be here calling this race for them as well with Mad Sim Racing is truly an honor. And there's, in fact, one of the Operation Motorsports BMWs out on the track, Jay Gleason.
Yeah, an honor and a privilege. It's been amazing to work with the Opmo guys this season for their Summer League, and I've truly enjoyed being part of that, from our little unofficial inter-service rivalry championship we've had for the beneficiaries, and dabbing on the Space Force every week, which, believe me, I will do at several points during this broadcast because it still has to happen. It's been really, really awesome to see the benefit it's had for veterans of the service, and the longer people have been in the military, the longer or the more this will impact them. That lack of that team structure really hits people hard, and it's hard to explain, but military life is a culture unlike any other in the world. There is nothing like it. It is a brotherhood, a sisterhood, it is a family, and it's a way of existing that you just can't shake once you've had it. And it becomes something that groups like Operation Motorsport, they help people who've been part of this highly fit, highly active, highly motivated team dynamic where everyone relies on each other when people have been hurt or injured. And even if it's something that's happened to them after their military service, they feel useless. They feel like they can no longer contribute, like they're no longer able to do their part. Whilst in Civvy Street, you'll see a lot of people who don't really worry about, doing their part for their friends and their family. To military personnel, that's a different story. It's your responsibility. And when people feel like they can't because they're hurt, giving them a new purpose, giving them a new drive, showing them they can and are able to actually be useful and to be part of that team and to make that team work, it's everything.
It certainly is, and it's a great honor that we're here to bring you all the action, all the storylines, all the great drivers that we'll be seeing out throughout the race today. Of course, several of the drivers that you see out on the track compete in the Operation Motorsport iRacing Summer League. Of course, some of them right now are on the track, including Christopher Pies, who runs in the Pro Class with the GTE cars, Dustin Burkhalter as well in the Rocket Surgeon Racing team. And there you see him in the Porsche. And then, of course, we mentioned about them, the Mad Sim Racing Bradley Beamon in the BMW right there as you see him coming out of the 90. We'll have more information about Mad Sim Racing later on in today's broadcast, but a lot of great different drivers. Of course, we'll have later on in the race today our points leader in the beneficiary class, John May, who's out there running in the GT4 class, and there is his team, driven by Chris Wool, the Crayon Cowboys. I gotta say, that kind of goes fittingly for the disgruntled Marine of John May as well. Rachel quickly wanted to point out that as he's your points leader in the iRacing Summer League, and probably one of the most fun drivers to talk to during an interview. Always so exciting to sit down with him and talk with him.
Oh yeah, the disgruntled Marine is always fantastic. He is the one keeping the USMC in the unofficial points tally, and he is the points leader for the actual official beneficiaries class in the series. Great guy, really awesome on track, and a great person to talk to. Hoping he does the best.
Certainly indeed. Of course, Hunter Reeve is also currently out on the track in the Sloth Racing number 44, currently in a Porsche 718 GT4 car. As we watch throughout the field, there is a couple of passes inside the top 10 as they enter that transition corner, Terry. We just saw the Lamborghini of the Maxim Studios of Hasan Khan Azig take over that position in 9th position. A strong run for the Lamborghini as looking to the field, I believe he is the only Lamborghini out on the track today.
Yeah, the only one out there, and I'm keep getting crazy. I mean, most people know that I don't normally call races like this because I don't have an earthly idea about them. I'm not used to things with headlights. I'm used to things with stickers. But those Lamborghinis look really good. I'll probably never afford to get one. But the BMWs are doing very good power-wise to the Lamborghini. He got around them, but he wasn't able to drive away. They have that rabbit right in front of them that they can kind of chase down and try a different line on what he's doing.
Certainly is. As we keep an eye on that, we have to go up to P2 right now. It's Stephen Maxwell and Dennis Fisher in the Switch at Emerald and the Black Dove Racing BMWs battling out for the second position as they enter into the boot. A great passing opportunity as they now go uphill to the top of the boot. And as they work through the heel, they're going to try to see if they can get a good run off corner exit. Rachel, it's so important to get that run off of that corner because you're uphill off camber, and it's so difficult to get the power down and easily spin the car out coming out of that corner. And then setting up for this next corner here, as you see Maxwell try to send it in a little bit closer. So critical to make them time, as well as setting up positioning to pass.
Yeah, setting up a pass at Watkins is tricky. You've got to basically do it 3 or 4 corners beforehand, if not a lap beforehand. You've got to be in the right place at the right time to really make it stick, and timing that will be everything for them. It always is.
Certainly is, that you see these two battling it out for the second position. Really, lap traffic has not been a major issue for our race leader of Olivier Belanger. He's made a couple of passes on some slower GT4 cars here recently, still quietly holding on to the race lead by about 4.1 seconds over these two other BMWs out on the field today. As you ride on board with Stephen Maxwell from the Black Dove Racing. Strong run for him right now, Terry. Started 6th position, has moved up to 3rd, and looking at timing and scoring right now, running a little bit faster actually than, of course, Dennis Fisher last time by.
Yeah, it moved up, got a 4-second lead on Thomas Cope right here, who rides in the 4th place position, but Steven really has just kind of been quiet back here, drove his way up to the 3rd place position, was able to make a good bit of moves around there, and the heavy braking zones was really where he was getting it, especially right here through the boot. He comes down here, gets very low through the corner. The car in front of him wants to slide out and then slide back in. He gets a great run off the exit, but now in more heavy braking zones, he's still able, under power, to be right on the back bumper.
Certainly is struggling to get that needed grip off corner exit to catch up to Dennis Fisher in that switch at Embreau. Still at $2,500 for the raised amount of money we have, as we saw the pass for the position, as Black Dove of Stephen Maxwell was able to get the pass completed on Dennis Fisher. A great pass indeed, Rachel.
Yeah, timed it well and just got the car through, used the momentum, and it made everything he needed happen. Just balancing it there is the important part, and getting that timing right, because you either pass properly or you do it improperly, you stay side by side for a while and end up getting caught by everybody else at Watkins Glen, because you lose a little bit of time side by side in the corner here, you'll be swamped.
You certainly will, as you're on board with the really slow motion racing car of Peter Balassa. That's the number 30 Porsche working his way around some lap traffic. That's the number 22 Garage Thoughts Motorsports of Matt Ackerman, the BMW M4 GT4. And he is currently in a battle with Ahmet Koz in the Medic Analytic Inferior BMW, the number 2, as they come out of the 90, make the climb up the S's. Good opportunity to use the slipstream to try and get enough momentum built to carry you down the back straightaway before you enter the inner loop here, Terry. But he's losing a little bit of ground right now. He's got to stay tucked up behind that Porsche in order to make the pass.
Got to stay right there behind the Porsche, and he's running more. The Porsche's running more of a defensive line going into the inner loop right here, but it's not going to be one of those things where they can get to the back bumper and make contact in these. So he's going to have to be patient to get around. Rachel was talking about this is one of the hardest tracks to set a pass up on, because if you can't get it in one corner and you go to make it in another, your whole entry and exit are off as he tries to make a pass there, tries to outbrake them, could not make it work, and now it's going to take at least 2 or 3 more corners just to get there.
Little flashing of the headlights right there from Ahmet as they come up to the top of the hill in the boot, and as they approach that, we'll keep an eye still on this battle here for the 7th position. They pass one of the McLaren GT4 cars, and as they work their way out of the boot to the top of the hill to the transition of turn number 10. Great opportunity, great camera angles that Tucky Beard and our producer Ryan Bauer are giving you as they battle it out for the 6th position. A great opportunity to make a pass here if he could set it up, but he's not close enough to make it work. The Porsche will still hold on out through turn number 12. You're on board with Cozy now, and as they come out of turn 12, the gap between them still about 3 to 4 tenths of a second between the two. Taking a look throughout the field right now to see if there's any other battles going on. You still, of course, have your battle for 2nd place between the 2 BMWs, but right here's a good battle of P13. This is the ADC 882 of Alex Cote, along with the Moving Chicanes Motorsports Ferrari of Corey Green, and the Switch It BMW, the Amethyst car of Marcel Struef. You're on board now with Bradley Bemo, who's in the shotgun position. He can be there to capitalize on any one of those 3 drivers who make a mistake as they work by one of the McLaren GT4 cars, Rachel.
Yeah, trying to keep it going here, and capitalizing on mistakes is the huge thing at Watkins. It's such a small track, it's so contained, you've got to wait for mistakes. You can take opportunities, but mistakes are where you'll really find your benefit. You put pressure on somebody, And you set yourself, rather than to try and find a pass, but to be there, to be sitting in the backdraft, to wait for them, and to be just dogging them. And they will make a mistake, and you will get it.
You certainly will, and this track can punish you, Terry, on any mistake that you make severely with any time you try to overshoot or overdrive this track. This track is required to be driven with respect in order to get the good lap times, as well as make the proper passing and position gains throughout these endurance races.
Yeah, and I'm sure my military friends would respect more when we say this. It goes back to what you would say with any kind of weapon. When you talk about shooting a weapon in the air to try to get plunging fire, you have respect to the ground, you have respect to the weapon, and respect to your enemies. Same thing with this track. You got to have respect for every one of your competitors on the racetrack, but you also have to respect each and every corner as if it is different. Every one of the heavy braking zones you have to attack it in a different perspective. It's the same way these guys that we're out here supporting, that they would attack on the battlefield. You have to set yourself up for the next corner and keep it professional, because when you exit it, you got to make sure you're flying through every single sector on the racetrack.
You certainly have to indeed, and these drivers are absolutely flying as you go back to the battle for the 7th position between Balassa and Kose. They're working down the back straightaway into the inner loop. They will go. It's Porsche versus BMW as they come out of the inner loop through the carousel. Here comes also the Lamborghini of Ezgin in the Max Gym Studio Lamborghini, number 37 in that 9th position. Strong run from them indeed. And then here comes those other battles that we mentioned, including the 62 car, who is now joining the fray of this group. As I can try to see if I can get a number off of that one. That is currently actually a lap car of Taylor Parson. He's now back out on the racetrack after his early incident that happened coming out of turn 12. A tough break for him, but he will see if he can try to work on. And here is the battle for second on back to the 4th position. So Black Dove Racing, Stephen Mackwell, Dennis Fisher in the Switch and Emerald, and Team Oblivion Racing of Thomas Cope involved in this battle. And then throw in Christopher Pies, another 1.7 seconds back, who's there to capitalize on any one of those drivers who make a mistake. Out of turn number 12, side-by-side battle for second. Lap car was used as a pick in this instance, and that will give the position back to Dennis Fisher. But here comes Thomas Cope on the outside as they enter the braking zone into the 90. Fisher will hold on. Cope tries to see if he can cross over. Can't quite make it work, but it's so critical, Rachel, to watch out for the lap cars, because that is what exactly happened to Stephen Maxwell. A lap car cost him 2 spots.
Yeah, that will happen a lot. Lap traffic is the big thing in endurance racing. You've got to work out how to capitalize, because if you don't, it will hurt you. It is the great challenge of endurance racing, because if it wasn't, we'd just be racing. Multi-class racing is all about handling lap traffic. Now, as lap car, you can benefit from the faster cars by using them as a pick, and the fast car can use the slow ones as a pick. But as a lap car, you can be held up by the fast cars and lose the position to someone you're fighting, or they could also be held up trying to get past you. So, efficient passing, working with the other classes, is the secret to doing well in multi-class racing. If you don't, you will get swamped, and, well, it just becomes a mess then.
It certainly will. We have a good battle going on right here in the GT4 class. This is the battle for 6th position between the MSR Factory McLaren team of Cody Richardson and the Bob Doug McKenzie Racing, Doug Buchanan, in behind the wheel of that BMW as they are now in the booth. Cody Richardson having a great run. They have some GT3 traffic around them that's trying to negotiate them carefully and quickly. That's the number 39 of the Manege Racing of Brandon Harrison, making short work of them. And as they enter out of the exit of the booth, they'll then approach turn number 10, the transitioning back to what we call in the NASCAR world the Cup Circuit. And as we now go back up to the front of the field for the battle for second, this is a 4-car battle. You have, of course, Thomas Cope, Dennis Fisher, Stephen Maxwell, and the big surprise is Christopher Price has caught the back end of this group. He's now 0.4 of a second back when he was at 1.7 seconds just a couple of laps ago. Very interesting to see. Of course, Christopher Price is your pro class leader in this group. As we close call for the leaders here, as he is entering down into the 90. One of the GT4 cars in front of him. Let's see what happens. coming out head of steam, tries to make short work of the 59. That's one of the Resilience Racing. Quickly make short work of him as they climb up the S. But a good heads-up driving for him to be able to make short work of the GT4 cars as we go back to the top three or second place battle between those four manufacturers. Of course, Rachel, Christopher Pye is well known through Podium Broadcast. Of course, he is a pro-class leader in the Operation Motorsports iRacing Summer League, as well as the defending champion in the PCA, which is the Porsche Car Club of America sim racing competition, which will be back in action later on in the month of September.
Yeah, of course, that'll be exciting to get it back to, and some amazing racing to be had there. Certainly can't wait for that. We've had an amazing summer of racing here, I've got to say. Taylor, you and I have had some fantastic series to call, and that one is one I'll be looking forward to very much.
Well, of course, and it's going to be utilizing a new car with the PCA, as they'll be utilizing the Porsche 911 GT3R for the new season, and of course 4 different classes, which we look forward to seeing, and of course now on 2 different nights that'll be happening later on this season. So it's going to be exciting, going to be great to watch as we see the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th place cars in GT3 making quick work of some of the GT4 traffic coming out of the final corner. Down the front straightaway they will go. And as we watch Thomas Koch try to hold them off, Terry, it's going to be interesting to see if that Porsche can hold off the BMWs as they approach the top of the hill of the S's.
Yeah, I'm liking what the Porsche is doing right here. I know the BMWs are sitting there. I mean, they're 2 behind him. They're lined up in a group. But for the Porsche to be leading this group right now, as you see the BMWs trying to get a run out there, trying to set up for this break-in zone. And like I said, rookie stripes are on me right now. I get to rip them off after the end of this event because I'm just amazed. I keep seeing these headlights on and seeing them flash them a little bit. I want some headlights.
Well, we will see more headlights out on the track as we're going to go side by side. But don't worry, you won't miss any of the action and enjoy the sights and sound. You are watching the Operation Motorsport Benefit 4 Hours at the Glen here on Podium Esports.
Motorsports was a transition for me.
And it helped him a lot. It gave him a focus. It gave him a purpose to get up.
35 years in the Army, and I needed something to transition into. And so from that transition came an idea, and the idea was this.
We have 3 veterans here today that came from Fort Bragg. I think in total we've probably got 21 so far that we've touched in 9 months.
A lot of people have ideas to help veterans, disabled veterans specifically, and ill and injured. The difference is that we've already established a rapport in the paddock.
We're in the right place at the right time in our lives to be able to take these guys that are wounded and put them in front of people that can actually show them that there is a camaraderie, there's a brotherhood within the motorsports industry, that there is potential for career opportunities for them if they have the skill set.
What it becomes is a diversionary therapy. And so when you look at the effect it has on the guys, that diversionary therapy translates into them coming out of the dark places and finding a new hobby, new friends. They meet new people, new experiences.
With the little smiles that you can see, the difference in their behavior, how the service guys and the veterans open up from the Friday and what they're like on the Sunday when the event is over. It's amazing. It really is. You can't describe it. You have to actually witness it.
We're the full package. If you're only giving a one-day experience, that individual is still going to wake up on Monday with the same problems. And what we do is we do the follow-up. What's next? Recovery is a journey, and every one of those journeys is individual. There is no cookie-cutter solution to any of this. It's very, very personal.
Welcome back to Podium Esports coverage of the Operation Motorsport 4-hour benefit race at the Glen. Taylor Burr is here along with Rachel Whiteboard, Terry Radford here in the booth, and of course Jacob Hitt is down on pit road, and our producer today is Ryan Bauer with cameras provided by Dougie Beard. Great to see, of course, the founder and CEO of course, Operation Motorsports during that commercial break, Diesel Lauder. Great to have him, of course, and it was a wonderful idea that he came up with to benefit our veterans here in North America, in the United States and Canada, as we watch the battle of the second position in your GT3 class. Rachel, it's still one more thing to point out. Your leader in GT3 is ZP Motorsports. Leader in GT4 is the ZPM Flying Sloths.
Yeah, they're doing pretty well so far. It's almost like they're organised and have something together here, but no, they're doing a good job, and we're seeing pretty good racing so far. We're seeing a lot of passing now between the classes, so we're definitely at that distinct time where there's a lot of overlap, and we'll go back to the period where the two classes are separated by track position, and it will vary, but ZPM doing very well so far in their cars and looking well represented.
Certainly are indeed, as we should be approaching pit stop cycles here in the next little bit, anywhere between the next 10-15 minutes, depending on when these drivers decide to come down pit road. Jake, have you heard anything of when some of these drivers might be making a pit stop?
I have not yet. There is Full Send Racing, the 69 car, is on pit road right now. We've had a few towards the back of the field come on to pit road. Nobody really up front. The good news is that a lot of the guys that were wrecked early on and had a lot of damage, they have gotten off of pit road. We saw the Ford Kevin Morey. He was in the box for more than 10 minutes fixing that race car. Spine problems, that machine. Joshua O'Connor driving that thing, that was in the box for more than 12 minutes. So there have been some extensive repairs on pit road, but I think the stop that we just saw out of Full Send Racing was just a normal stop, only 50 seconds.
So that's probably going to be the first driver to fall that's coming down pit stops here for normal services. As we now go back up to the second place battle, here comes Dennis Fisher to the inside of Thomas Cope, side by side as they make their way to the inner loop, and it's going to be close right there indeed. Cope holds on this time around. Here comes Dennis Fisher trying to hold off now Stephen Maxwell, who will try to take a look to the inside through the carousel. Christopher Pies now in hot pursuit in that Texas-colored Imperial Motorsports Porsche. Now the crossover moves to second place once again as Cope tries to now hold off Fisher out into the entrance of the boot as they now approach the heel. Terry, this is going to be exciting to see what they can do.
Yeah, I've been watching a lot of defensive line right there from the Porsche. He hasn't come off the bottom line. He always wants to make sure he's on the inside or the outside of the track, depending on what the next corner sets you up to do. And coming through the boot, that's a bit of a tough task to ask for, because that's one of the tracks that parts of the tracks you want to sweep into the corners. And he's going straight lined into it, trying to keep the BMW behind him. He's been hot on his heels, and both BMWs have been basically knocking the fenders off of that thing, trying to get up there and pass him. But good job on Cope for making this work through all portions of the track.
Certainly is, and if you're wondering where the race leader of Olivier Belanger of the ZP Motorsports BMW is, well, he's about 11 seconds up the field from these drivers battling it out for the second position. Rachel, with these drivers here now 11 seconds back from your race leader, what strategy do you think that these drivers should try to incorporate as the run progresses? You know, for someone like Olivier, he could probably be fuel saving during this time to utilize that to where he has to come down less often on pit road compared to these drivers who are battling full on here as they come out of the S's.
He's not going to save a stop. There's no chance, so there's no point. Stick to your strategy, run your strategy numbers, and just keep doing that as this battle's still ongoing with Oblivion and Switch It. But you're never going to save a full stop. There's too much open throttle running here at Watkins Glen to really do that. As Switch It lost a lot of time there. Here comes Black Dove as well. As things are very busy here, but it's pointless. Just run your strategy, stick to it. If you're a little bit further back, maybe look at pitting a little bit earlier, get some fresh tyres, maybe you'll double stint them and just get fuel. Double stinting tyres is a good call, but at Watkins it could be trickier with how high traction this can be at times. It's on the teams and the drivers. They'll have a prepared strategy already. I expect it'll be fuel only for a first stop, maybe a double stint on tyres if they're feeling brave and they're looking like the tyres are good. tire swap when the new guy comes in. We'll see.
Certainly is, as one of the GT4 cars have decided to come down pit road. That is the number 1 of the Cyber Thunder Racing underdogs. They currently
They're the driver swap.
They're one of the
driver swap here, Taylor. They pulled out their starting driver. Coleridge Finnemore is now in the race car, so they're fueling it up, not putting any tires on it. Driver swap for who was P4 in the GT4 class. So interesting strategy here. I guess they might swap every other, even though that doesn't make a ton of sense. Maybe they'll have Finnemore in almost the rest of the way and then bring in their starting driver closer to the end of this deal.
Very interesting strategy call, I would have to say there, Terry, as these drivers are swapping out. But as we go back up to the battle for second position here, still Christopher Pye is biding his time. He almost tried to send it in there to get into that third position, but just quite can't seem to get that momentum he needs. And as we take a look at them battling towards the inner loop.
Yeah, the brakes, I mean, these guys have been going at it for a while, and we had 3 hours and 24 minutes to go, and they're fighting against the last lap, which is good for us because we get to call some racing out there. But I was kind of curious on the driver swap, but maybe they just want to get everybody accustomed to the feel of this track. They want them to know what it's going to be like coming up into here. I mean, this is all for a great cause. I know people want to come out here and win it, but if we could get people to donate to the op benefit, that would be the best thing that we can get out here. And heck, just put them out there to have some fun.
Certainly indeed. Currently still sitting at 2,500. Let's try to see if we can get 3,000 at the top of the hour at least. Oh, update now, 2,585. So we like to say thank you for those who have currently donated. Of course, make sure you go to the website pledge.org/upmode benefit. Or if you're watching on our Twitch channel on Podium Esports 2, just do the exclamation point pledge, enter the amount you would like to pledge, and of course that will be added on to the tally for today's benefit race at Watkins Glen. Of course, Mad Sim Racing is the one who has helped with Operation Motorsports to help get this race underway. A lot of great things coming, and we'll talk more about Mad Sim Racing a little bit later on, probably around the halfway point of today's race here as we watch on the battle for second place. Of course, Rachel talking with Jason Leach and Diesel Lauder about this event. This is a race that's kind of in preparation to a series that Operation Motorsports has a very close-knit work with, and that's the SRO GT America World Challenge, and they're actually going to be heading up to Watkins Glen next weekend for the GT World Challenge event.
Yeah, they are, and that's going to be a really exciting one to see happen, and they do some amazing racing, so looking forward absolutely to seeing how that one goes. Just to answer something Terry said, and him being an NASCAR head and not really an enduro guy, he actually stumbled upon a good point. By fair time in the car, our racing rules, 4 hours, quarter time served, about an hour, right?
Correct.
So put your typically people will run the 3/4 first, then they'll put the second guy in and run the last bit. No, put your second guy in early. So start with the second guy and put the main guy in afterwards, after about an hour, and that way the track hasn't really changed much from what they've practiced within that first hour. Both drivers get roughly a similar track to drive without it being too drastic a change for the second guy later on. Benefits everybody. Huh.
Very interesting strategy call, and it could possibly come into play for them later on in the going right now. Of course, that is the Cyber Thunder Racing Underdogs team, the GT4 Porsche that just came on pit road not too long ago. So we'll see what happens if they're able to capitalize on that. As the field currently works their way out of the final corner, there you see actually this is the race leader, the ZPM Flying Sloths Porsche. Currently holds on the race lead in that number 88. A strong run for them. They've been very quiet all day, but pulling away from the field. Currently has a 10.4 second lead over the Maconi Setup Shop Racing McLaren of Jordan Spoon. There you see him on board. The focus, the intent, and I gotta say, Terry, that's a pretty good sim rig that he has going on for him.
Yeah, much better looking than mine. I got the 923 over here. Got it hooked to a little bit of a thing. But yeah, he's curious. He wants a shot too, just like we do. We love to be on camera over here. And I mean, the gloves he has on, the focus that he has, he's doing a great job. And the sponsor plugs he's got right there for Maconi Setup Shop, because it's not it's not your setup, but it's your victories, and he's doing a great job showing it off and plugging it for everybody.
Let's go ahead and see if we can talk to him. He's pretty much by himself, as he is our in-race reporter, Jordan Spoon. Do you have a copy?
I do.
Well, we wanted to just check in on you here. We're now approaching just shy of an hour completed in this race. How is that McLaren out there on the track for you?
It actually feels really good. We've done a lot of testing and kind of played with the setup, and we ended up settling on one of the McConaughey setups, if you can't tell from the shirt.
I couldn't.
But it's been a good car. It feels really good. The track, getting some of this cloud cover, has changed the way it's felt a little bit, but it's still running fine. I had to save it earlier with close call with one of the GT3s, but good car so far.
Well, and speaking of the good car, do you feel like you have what it takes to take it against that ZPM Flying Sloths Porsche later on?
If we can get it back up there, the traffic made that a bigger gap than it really was. But if we get back up there, I think we can run with them.
All right, we'll give the wave to the camera, and we'll get ready to see what you can do here as you work your way through the bus stop. Good luck to you out there for the rest of the race.
Appreciate it.
That, of course, is Jordan Spoon, the McConaughey Setup Shop Racing McLaren. As he works his way out of the carousel, he has quite a bit of ground to gain up on the field, Rachel. 12 seconds back from the race leader in the GT4 class, but still putting on a good show as we go back up to the top two right now. A second place battle between Cope, Maxwell, Fisher, and Pies.
Honestly, 10 seconds, 20 seconds, a minute, it doesn't matter. You could have finished first. First finish to finish first. And never is that more relevant than endurance racing, because I've seen guys in the biggest sim endurance races in iRacing with a minute lead after, or 2 minute lead, 3 minute lead after a 24-hour race, a lap lead. I've seen them crash out and second place a minute and a half later inherits that lead. It can happen, so just don't ever put it out of your mind. It's not over till the fat lady sings, and the fat lady is preparing her lungs down on the start-finish line for about 3.25 hours.
Certainly is. We'll, of course, find out who will be the victors when it comes to the GT3 and GT4 classes. So much still at stake, so much still to see what will play out here in the next 3 hours and 18 minutes. As you see a close call right there. Trouble, actually, for the Black Dove Racing BMW of Stephen Maxwell. He'll loop it around as he had trouble with one of the McLaren GT4s getting in his way. Terry, that's what we were mentioning earlier, how lap traffic can be detrimental to some of these lead lap cars. Let's go on board.
Yeah, you just see right here as he goes down to the braking zone, he's coming into turn number 11, and that was hard. That could have been big trouble right there for that machine, but he was able to lock it down. And it, granted, I know people are going to be like, man, the lap car should have moved out of the way, he's slow or whatever, but once again, I go back to respect to the track and respect to your competitors. You've got to sit there and know that every one of these cars on the racetrack, whether they're a McLaren, whether they're a Porsche, whether they're a Ferrari, that's their racetrack too. They're racing for something just as well as you are, and you have to navigate your way around. But good on him. I know he didn't want to loop it, but there's so much time left and so many more laps to get as there's a battle for second as Fisher's starting to close in. He's 1.2 seconds back.
Fisher indeed has gained some ground after losing some early on Thomas Cope, but here comes Christopher Pies. He was able to avoid that incident around Stephen Maxwell and move up to fourth, and is in hot pursuit of Dennis Fisher. It is Porsche versus BMW as they now are entering the exit of the boot. Christopher Pies, of course, sends it in there a little bit to try to gain that momentum he needs to come through the top of the hill up turn number 10, the transitioning back onto the main course here. And as they work their way through, you have to be so careful. The car can easily get a little tail happy off corner exit as you're now on board with the Les Galactus Motorsports car, along with Dustin Burkhalter in the Rocket Surgeon Racing Porsche. These two battling it out for the 9th position. That is, of course, Laurent and, of course, Burkhalter as they approach turn 10. A good battle right here, Rachel, to see as we watch them come out of turn 10.
Yeah, it really is, and this has been, honestly, a really busy race so far. To have this much car-to-car racing still, nearly after the first hour, is impressive. We're seeing on-track action non-stop here, and it's a really balanced race.
Very balanced indeed. Great to see so many competitors out there on the circuit. And as we watch these drivers battle it out here, as they enter into the 90, we now go back up towards the front of the field. There you see Christopher Pies trying to close the gap on the Fisher and Cope as they now approach the carousel. Cope will take the long way around one of the MSR McLarens. And as they do that, complete the pass, as they enter into boot, you're now on board with Christopher Pies. There they go. I believe that's Jordan Spoon that they're going to make quick work of. As they work their way through, as they enter into the boot, 3 cars battling it out. Porsche, BMW, and Porsche as they approach the top of the hill. Coming out of the boot, they will be momentarily. And as they work their way through, still great battling to see amongst them. We'll look throughout the field to see if there's any other battles happening. Let's go actually check in on our Mad Sim Racing driver, Bradley Beamon, in 13th, trying to hold off Alexis Cote in the ADC 882 Porsche. And speaking of course, Mad Sim Racing, a little bit of information about the team. A very great organization that started in 2004 and 2005 during the peak of Papyrus Sim Racing platform. Then Mad Motorsports, the team featured current drivers such as, of course, Tyler and Bradley Beamon, and competed in the Pigs Racing League, and eventually in broadcasted and invitational MCR Pro Cup leagues. The team at the time earned 2 entries in the Full Field Series by winning 2 series championships, including fixed setup cup divisions and late model divisions. From there, the team has gone from dormant and resurfaced over the years as Papyrus developers joined iRacing, and it rose as leaders in competitive sim racing. In recent years, with a renewed energy and a rebranded team name in 2020, Mad Sim Racing Team is resolved to grow and welcome new drivers to iRacing and sim racing competition. The team promotes good sportsmanship and racecraft and participates regularly in leagues that promote the same. Whether it's in oval or road circuits, Mad Sim Racing will be there to compete. And as we see Bradley Beamon lead the way in that Mad Sim Racing into the Apex podcast team, BMW, it's great to see them out there competing. They have a strong run as well in the Operation Motorsports iRacing Summer League, as we now watch Dennis Fisher trying to find his way around Thomas Cope. A great battle still going on. Terry, what do you see out there?
I feel like Jerry Lee Lewis doing a telethon out here, but the battle for second is doing very, very great. Cope's been kind of slipping back just a little bit. Fisher's been able to close in. These two have been right on top of one another this entire race so far. I mean, we're 45 minutes into this event, and they're doing an amazing job of weaving it out into traffic, getting through the corners, rolling all the way through, coming back to the NASCAR surface that I'm more familiar with into turn number 10. The lines that they're taking have been phenomenal, using the curbs as much as they can, but not overusing the curbs like we've seen earlier in the event. But man, this is some good racing early on.
Certainly is indeed, as we now go up another few dollars to now $26.20. So we're now just shy of that. We just need a little under $400 to hit the $3,000 marks before the top of the hour. So we hope someone is out there that can pledge a little bit more to get at least to $3,000 before the top of the hour. We hope you can do that. Go to the website, donate at pledge.org/Opmo Benefit, or hit pledge, !pledge on Twitch as you watch the action on Podium 2. We want to try to at least hit $3,000 before the top of the hour. We want to hit a goal of $10,000, but we can take anything that people are willing to give for such a great cause to benefit those who have served in the United States military and Canadian military. As we watch the battle here between Burkhalter trying to hold off Laurent. The two have been battling for the last few laps. Rachel, it's a great opportunity. Here comes the pass. Laurent to the inside as they enter the bus stop.
Yeah, it's about setting it up and trying to find that moment where it will work. And we've got a bit of a change in conditions actually out here on track. The weather has shifted dramatically, and we're starting to see things get a little darker now. That's going to make a big, big difference here. We're going to see a lot more grip.
We see the track temperatures have cooled off significantly from that check cloud cover coming onto the track. 82 degrees right now. Track temp dropped 3 degrees to 95. As we watch that here, tire temperatures are going to be affected here. Jake, I want to come to you. How did that affect the strategy calls and changes on pit road with the cooler conditions happening on the circuit?
Well, I mean, it's going to change how these guys drive the racetrack. If the track is a little bit cooler, it's going to have more grip. So you might be able to use your tires a little bit more and not have to worry as much about them falling off and you basically being out there on ice skates at the end of the run. But, I think we're still going to see these guys not change a ton just because a little bit of cloud cover, it'll go away after a while. Right now we're at 5 o'clock in sim in the afternoon. So we're going to get to the end of this deal roughly 8 o'clock at night. Sun is going to be down at checkered flag. So it's going to be a completely different racetrack at the end of this race than it was an hour ago when we started.
Certainly, things are going to continuously change as you're on board with the Marconi Setup Shop Racing McLaren of Jordan Spoon once again. Still holding on to that second spot at about 11.4 second gap between him and race leader of the ZPM Flying Sloths. As there you see him right there. There's also the Les Galactus Motorsports and Rocket Surgeon Racing cars trying to quickly get around him through the carousel. He'll stick to the bottom of the race course, while the BMW and the Porsche will pass him on the outside before they enter into the booth. Still, of course, it is your ZP Motorsports race leader of Olivier Belanger leading the way in GT3. A strong start for the team here as we are about to complete the first hour here of the Operation Motorsport Benefit 4-hour race here at Watkins Glen International. As we now see, of course, Richard Dydal leading the way in the GT4 class as he currently holds on to a 11.5 second lead over the Marconi Setup Shop Racing McLaren. You're on board now with Dennis Fisher, who is still trying to hunt down Thomas Cook to get back into the second spot. Christian Pies has fallen off the pace a little bit to about 1.5 seconds back from Fisher and Cook as they approach the top of the hills of the S's. As we approach this first hour here, Terry, your thoughts on the racing action that we've seen so far?
Man, it's been great racing so far from all classes. Both classes are doing an amazing job of keeping it calm, not getting in each other's way, and knowing where the battles could happen. You see them still battling here for P2 in the GT3 class. The braking zones have been the key all throughout this entire race so far. If you could get in the braking zone and keep it from wheel hopping, another term that can translate from NASCAR to here is you don't want to go in there and be too heavy on it. He's doing a great job. Fisher's been able to kind of trail Cope just a little bit and maybe use a little trail braking to get around here and get these sweeping corners going. This has been fun. I'm still curious on most of the terms, but I'll learn it over the time.
And of course, Rachel, as we approach the first hour of completion here, what should be some of the key things that these drivers should be utilizing after the first hour? What do you think that they should have already learned to a degree of how the car and the track feels for them in this opening hour?
Well, I think they've learned the track positioning, the speeds relative to the classes, and who races like what, but they're going to be passing information to their teammates, of course, anyone else is getting in the car. I think the big thing, though, to learn is that this place changes fast, and it will keep changing very quickly. In fact, it will pick up pace.
It certainly will, as you see, of course, Stephen Maxwell right there from the Black Dove Racing. There you now also see Dennis Fisher, Thomas Cope, as they work their way through the 90 coming out of there. This is your battle for the second place as they continue to battle up to the top of the hill through the S's. 7 minutes left before we get to the top of the hour for 3 hours left to go in today's race. 30 laps have been completed. And as the field works their way down the back straightaway, heading towards the bus stop chicane, a lot of great racing still to come throughout all of this. Going to take a quick look back to the battle for the 9th position between Laurent and Dustin Burkholter. This is, of course, the Les Galactus Motorsports BMW versus the Rocket Surgeon Racing Porsche. These two have still been battling quite strongly here, but it looks like a little bit of breakaway has happened between these two drivers as they reach the top of the S's, Terry. But still, a lot can happen as they work their way towards the bus stop chicane.
The 66 has been much faster in the high-speed zones here at Watkins Glen, and something that Rachel just touched on. This track's going to change over time. It changes very drastically, and over the time that you run on these tires, you get more grip and you get more speed. The speed is going to pick up as the track temp goes down, I think right now they're just kind of biding their time, rolling through, knowing that in the latter parts of this, when you change drivers, it's going to be a good show.
As we see that happening here, I believe the car 64 of the Operation Motorsports car had a major issue. Jake, can you give us the information regarding what happened?
Yeah, it just got loose coming out of turn number 11, and I mean clobbered the tire barrier on the left-hand side of the racetrack. And thankfully, nobody else hit him as it came back across the track. I didn't see it happen initially. All I saw was him come onto pit road with the hood just not there anymore. You can see that they've fixed about as much as they could to get that thing back on the racetrack. He was running 30th overall at the time when he hit the wall.
Tough break for the Operation Motorsports BMW car number 64. He will try to continue on, but no major issues for the rest of the GT4 class so far, but a tough break for Operation Motorsports team car. As of course, Jason Leach will be getting behind the wheel later on in today's race. Gleason still hold on to the car behind the wheel as GT3 and GT4 cars will quickly make short work of him before they enter the bus stop chicane. Meanwhile, as we now approach 4 minutes left to go in this hour before we have 3 hours left to go, give you a quick rundown of your top three per class. It is ZP Motorsports Olivier Belanger leading the way in GT3. He has led since the drop of the green flag, followed by Team Oblivion Racing of Thomas Cope, and then the Switch It Emerald team of Dennis Fisher leads the way. So it is BMW, Porsche, and BMW, your top three in GT3. In the GT4 class, it is the ZPM Flying Sloths of Richard Dydal, followed by the Maconi Racing Setup Shop of Jordan Spoon's McLaren, and then rounding out your top three in the Porsche, the YS Motorsports of Ethan Tavidas rounds out your top three in the 6 Porsche. On board with Christopher Pies right now, quickly trying to get around lap traffic as he comes across the start-finish line here. Currently, right now, set a little bit of a faster time compared to Dennis Fisher, but has yet really caught up to the times that we're seeing from Thomas Cope or Olivier Belanger. We'll have to see if they make any adjustments as they get ready for possible pit stops here within the next few minutes, as I believe we have an issue for Peter Balassa in the really slow motion racing. He's fallen off a little bit. Had a trouble coming out of turn number 11, just slit the car through there. No contact by the looks of it, except with the tire barriers briefly, and will continue to go on his way. But a strong car that was running early on, Rachel, falling back.
Yeah, and you'll see that go back and forth, and incidents happen. People just lose track of where they are, and it'll balance. But this is what motor racing does to you. This is what endurance racing does, and obviously a good bit of variety here. Sad to see some of these guys have incidents and fall back, but overall, it's a marathon, not a sprint.
Certainly a marathon for our race here, as we now see the battle for 14th between Cote and Strueth. Of course, Marcel Strueth in the Switch It Amethyst BMW, holding on, trying to catch up to the back bumper of the ADC 882 Porsche of Alexis Cote, who has been up towards the front of the field but fallen back in the early opening stages. And a tough break for that team. They hopefully will try to find a way to get up through the field. Thanks to this being a 4-hour race, they still have time to make it up. And as they work their way through the bus stop chicane, we're now back on board with Dennis Fisher, who is trying to keep up with Thomas Cope. And as we see, the headlights really are ablaze thanks to the cloudy conditions here. Visibility is going to change constantly for these drivers here, Terry. The importance of racing in the darkness can be a little bit difficult, especially when it comes to multi-class racing.
Yeah, you're going to catch somebody at a high course of speed, and you're going to see what they're going to have. You'll see who the best of the best. And to touch on something Rachel said before, I think earlier in this hour, is everything's going to change. You've seen ZP Motorsports has led this entire time so far in the GT3. Well, when it gets dark, they might not be leading anymore. You could see them have a mistake, and then somebody else takes that spot, and it could just snowball.
Certainly can indeed, as we have one of our top front runners, Black Dove Racing, on pit stops here. Jake, we'll come over to you. Tell us what you see going on for Black Dove Racing.
Yeah, so Black Dove Racing, they're doing a driver swap right now. So the driver, the 438, is going to hand it off. Looks like Gara Capati, I think I said his name right. Looks like he's getting in. Stephen Maxwell's going to get out. They're still on pit road trying to do that driver swap. The 42 is on pit road. The 39 is on pit road. So Minaj Racing and ADC 882, they are coming on pit road. I don't think there was a driver swap out of the 39. And it looks like the 42 just got into the box. And the 42 is not going to do a driver swap as well. So pit stops are well, as soon as I say that, they get out of the car. So Matt Adams is going to get in the 42 now. So pit stops are happening, and we're starting to see some swaps now out of the GT3s that are coming to pit road. The top second, third, and fourth are all coming in. Team Oblivion is in. Switch It Emerald is in. Imperial Motorsports is on pit road. So second, third, and fourth in that pack, they're all coming down together.
Certainly is. We'll let you go ahead and call these pit stops here and see who decides to make a driver change there, Jake.
Oblivion in the box, Switch It in the box, Imperial Motorsport in the box. So everybody in their box getting service right now. Doesn't look like we're seeing any tires changed, just going with fuel for the time being. Not seeing any swaps yet out of these three. Just scanning through, making sure that nobody's going to swap at the last second. It looks like they're going to keep these drivers in, so Cope will stay in the 187. Pays will stay in the 21. The 37 is doing a driver swap, it looks like. And it looks like the 77 or the 772, Dennis Fitcher will stay in that race car. They're starting to leave pit road, but pit road, very busy place right now, guys.
Very busy place on pit road indeed, as the Moving Chicane Motorsports team of Corey Green has also just come down on pit road. The new driver behind the Maxim Studios Lamborghini will be Mirat Guvin behind the wheel of that Lamborghini. And as the rest of the field will be working on, still seeing in our race leader, Olivier Belanger will come down pit road. He's going to stay out another lap indeed. And as he comes across the line, we will make sure you won't miss any of the pit stop actions that's going on the track here as we go side by side. You are watching the Operation Motorsports Benefit 4 hours at the Watkins Glen International here on Podium Esports.
As a beneficiary with Operation Motorsport, I was surrounded by this team that could understand what I was struggling with, and they provided me with a really supportive community. It made such an impact on me that I've now decided to volunteer with them as the Canadian Beneficiary Trustee, so I can help to provide the same opportunities that I benefited from.
I'm not exactly sure if I'm describing this right, but for me, one of the biggest surprises that I found out going through it was that it's not like the flu where, you get sick and then you get better. I know for cancer they use the word remission, where you've had it, now you're in remission, you're never cured. And that's so frustrating. It's so hard to tell someone that, right? It's the same mental loops you find yourselves in, the same recursive thoughts. And it's so easy to slip back, and every single time you have to find a new way to fight it, and it's a different monster every time you battle it. You can only get better at fighting it. And there are people who go their whole lives without experiencing it. There are people who, have it for 3 months and they're fine. And there are people who deal with it every single day, and it wins every single day. But what I hope people understand is that it can happen to everyone. And just because, you have a low and you get better, doesn't mean you'll be better forever. So just to have some sympathy, even if people are having good days, it can go from good to bad so quickly. So.
Welcome back to Podium Esports coverage of Operation Motorsport's Benefit 4 Hours at the Watkins Glen Circuit. We just have our race leader in GT3 on pit road. Jacob, what can you tell us?
Bellinger is out. Ciaro is in. Daniel Ciaro will take over the 013 ZP Motorsports machine. Olivier Bellinger is going to step out for the time being. So your race leader doing a driver swap. They're still out in front. Second place in the class overall. They're on pit road right now. Third place Imperial Motorsports. They are 6 seconds back and coming fast. I think they might be able to take the lead here over ZP Motorsports. That they will. New leader Imperial Motorsports.
Imperial Motorsports, the Magic Men here of Christopher Pies, now takes over the race lead. A great opportunity for them here as they will lead the way in their Porsche as they approach the top of the hill for the S's, as I believe there was a bit of a warning given to our former race leaders of Daniel Ciaro and Bellinger. Can we get an update on that there right quick, Zach? Or Jacob?
Whoever I am, right? So basically, there are 3 lanes on pit road, really. There's the place where you stop in your box, all the way on the inside wall on the right-hand side. The middle lane is the slow lane. Then the outside lane on the left-hand side by the left wall, that's the fast lane. It's kind of like an interstate, where the fast lane is where you are basically when you first get onto pit road. As you get closer to your box and you start to slow down from the pit limit, you move over in that middle lane, slow down, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, you're in your box. That's basically the way it goes. And then you use that middle lane. That's where you first come out when you get out of your box. And then as you speed up, you move over into that fast lane as long as there's room there.
Tough break for them. They did get a warning, so they won't be too major for them, but it's still something they have to be careful with later in the going. They don't want to make another mistake. Currently, right now, we are still sitting at $2,600. Make sure to go to pledgeit.org/OpmoBenefit, or if you're watching on Twitch, hit the exclamation point pledge and enter the amount you would like to pledge for Operation Motorsports. Still a great cause. And speaking of great causes and the man behind Operation Motorsports, we are going to be sitting down and talking briefly with Diesel Lauder, who is actually out over at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. He's just getting himself ready right now before we talk to him. But Rachel, still a lot of great racing action happening. A big strategy call that Christopher Pies is able to capitalize on to get the race lead.
Yeah, they pitted earlier, a couple of laps on good tyres and good fuel. It was a big benefit there. It really worked for them. They got out ahead, so the timing worked.
Certainly did indeed. As we keep an eye on this, seeing who will be able to come out on top after the pit stop cycles have been completed. Of course, Christopher Pies was one of the few earlier drivers out of the drivers in the top 5 to make their pit stop and still hold on to the race lead. They currently have a 16.8 second lead over the ZP Motorsports of Daniel Ciaro. Dennis Fisher is another 2 seconds back in the Switch It Emerald BMW, and then right there on hot in its tail, Thomas Coe in the Porsche, right there battling it out as they approach out of the carousel, entering into the boot. You're on board with Thomas Coe. I gotta say, Terry, these two have been battling since the drop of the green flag and have never looked back.
Yeah, they've been right on top of one another ever since we dropped it. The Porsche is doing an incredible job, in my opinion, the way he's just been able to roll these corners. You see how much wheel he has to put into it in the intersection of this race course. But if he could just get around him, I think he would be much happier. I would love to be a fly on the wall with what he's saying, as the defensive line is ran right there in front of him. They go on the inside to make sure you don't try to dive it in. Pulls back to the outside to get the arc into the corner, and they're still paddling as hard as they can with 2 hours and 50 to go.
Certainly is, as we are now at the 2 hour 51 minutes left to go in the race, still sitting at 2,600 as you watch the third and fourth drivers in GT3 still battling it out to be who will be on the podium once today's race is over with. They're still going to continue to do battle here as we have a new race leader up in the GT4 class after pit stop cycles have been completed. Of course, he has yet to make a pit stop. That's Hunter Reeve in the Slop Racing Porsche GT4. Of course, Hunter Reeve is a competitor in the Operation Motorsports iRacing Summer League. on a weekly series and currently has had a couple of good runs in the GT3 classes. He usually runs in the beneficiary and open classes, and we'll see what he can do here as he's got to make a pit stop momentarily, Rachel. Very critical time for him to see since he has a large gap of about 46 seconds. Needs to come down pit roads quickly.
Yeah, he does. Hunter Reeve, of course, is a U.S. Army vet, beneficiary of Operation Motorsport, and he's done some great performances. A couple of wins this season for him in the Summer League for those guys, so huge for that. And well, he's in a position right now, but it will be temporary, of course, as they swap back and forth.
Certainly, indeed, that is the case, of course. The ZPM Flying Sloths have done a driver's change. Justin Barrera is behind the wheel of that Porsche GT4 car. Derek Rice is behind the wheel now of the Marconi Setup Shop Racing McLaren. But he has a little bit of pressure right now behind him. Sean Mulholland is behind him, so these two will be battling it out for second position. As once the cycle of pit stops has been completed, they are now approaching turn number 10, the transition corner here as you watch these two battle it out. And if we have the time, let's check in on our former in-race reporter, that, of course, being, of course, the other.
The real question is, how many times can you say "of course," Taylor?
I don't know. Haven't been up to date today.
Counter. It's on 12 so far.
You have a counter?
Segment.
Oh my goodness. As we now have Jordan joining us here. Jordan, you just got done with your first stint. How did it feel out there? And as Derek is now in a very intense battle for second.
Yeah, I know. We were actually just talking about it right before you pulled me over, and I was telling him that we're cycled out still in second, but car's good. We had a little run-in with a GT3 going up through the S's. I don't really know what happened. I let him by, and then he was on the outside of me, and he slowed up. I tried to slow him. We ran out of room. I don't have the downforce he has, and I couldn't turn it as tight. But we had like 5 seconds of repairs, so nothing crazy. Car's still driving really good. I have a lot of faith in Derek. I'm not going to tell him that, but he's practiced quite a bit. So looking forward to see how his stint goes.
All right, Jordan, we look forward to seeing what he can accomplish. And when are you supposed to be getting back in the car?
I think we're probably going to split it up an hour at a time, so I should jump back in for that, I guess, starting the third hour. But we'll see. Derek, he told me if he feels content and happy with the car, he may just double down and let me bring it home. So it may get thrown up in the air depending on how he feels at the end of that first one.
All right, well, good luck to both you and Derek out there in that Marconi Setup Shop Racing McLaren. We'll check in on you later on today's race.
Sounds good.
That is Jordan Spoon from Marconi Setup Shop Racing McLaren, who is just trying to hold off the YS Motorsports GT4 of Sean Mulholland. And as they work their way to the top of turn number 10, it looks like some of the GT3 cars are working around them. Of course, the driver of the Les Galactus Motorsports car still by himself, now still battling with Dustin Burkhalter as they work their way for the battle for P10 out to the top of the hill as they exit the boot.
Yeah, one of those tricky places to really balance it out, and the boot can be a real throw-off with how this plays, but making it happen. So making it work for these guys, getting it done, and just keeping the cars balanced and staying about there on track is the integral part.
Catch on board here. We're riding with this spot out here in the back. I'm still reading up more on Operation Motorsports. Riding third in the GT4. This race has been interesting to say the least out here, but we all know we're doing it for a good cause. People out there on all versions of the platforms, YouTube, Facebook, and twitch.tv/podium2, head on over to pledgeit.org/ OPMO Benefit to pledge some out there. Read up on the cause and what we're doing it for. Let's help veterans out here get into a more of a team setting. They left the battlefield, now they're going to be racing. It gets people involved with iRacing and it helps the community as a whole. So go over and pledge some money today.
Certainly is indeed a great opportunity. Make sure you do pledge and visit those websites to learn more about Operation Motorsport, as we have a car still stuck at the top of the S's. That's car 37, Murat Gubbin of Maxim Studio Lamborghini, finally decided to request a tow. And he had a very tough situation happen to him early on at the top of the S's, as we see the battle for second still raging on between, of course, Thomas Cope and Dennis Fisher.
Yeah, still be tight between those guys. They've been putting on a really great show, and it's flying down there. You'll see him through into the kind of arch of the boot. It's been a very grueling race so far. We've seen some attrition. We've seen most of the individual car moments. We've not really seen anybody have a, should we say, there's been no real interpersonal drama. It's been very fair so far.
For the most part, it has been. Everyone's been very much minding their P's and Q's for the most part, watching this battle for second still as they work around the 64 Operation Motorsports BMW. As we see currently, Jason Leach is now behind the wheel of that BMW, so they were able to do a driver change. They're still quite a ways back, almost 4 laps behind the next car for position, and then, of course, another 4 laps back to thank for the driver in their class, which, of course, is Brian Winker in the Brazilians Racing Porsche, who sits in 11th in class. So it's a long race for them ahead as we keep an eye on them. Looking back up to the front of the field in the GT4 class, ZPM Flying Softs are now back in the race lead here. And as we watch on this here, keeping an eye on the race leader in GT4, we'll go back quickly to the GT3 battle as we have everything set up here. Here they come out of the top of the hill of the S's. It's still Thomas Cope, Dennis Fisher battling it out for second place. This is going to be critical. Down the back straightaway, they'll go into the bus stop chicane. Terry, great time for them to see if they'll make the pass complete.
Yeah, more a defensive line right here for the 87, but they're swinging them out there like you're racing a stock car. That's not, it's not a good thing, because these GT cars, they're not able to swing as much, kind of more of a two-wheel drive machine, but they're coming through here with great pace. No defensive line this time as they come into the hard left-hand turn. I'm still just in awe of how these two drivers have been able to go for an hour and 15 minutes and not get off of each other's bumpers.
Certainly is great racing battle here as they'll get by one of the McLaren GT4 cars, currently driven by Jeff Mathis from the Thin Line Auxiliary. Currently sits 25th overall, 7th in class, so a great drive for them as they sit in that 7th position. Rachel, this is a great opportunity for some of these drivers here to now just feel out. They've already swapped some of the drivers out. These drivers who are now freshly new in the car, what do you think is the mentality for them as well as they try to keep it on the track to hand it off back to their partnering driver later in the race?
I think for those mid kind of stint guys, it's about maintaining position. It's about keeping the car safe, not doing anything dramatic, and keeping it together.
Certainly is indeed, as we now have a special guest joining us here today. Of course, he is one of the drivers and founding members of Mad Sim Racing. Currently, his brother Bradley is out in the behind the wheel of that BMW, but we have Tyler Beamon joining us. Tyler, a great drive for you guys so far, running inside the top 15 right now, but tell us a little bit about you and Operation Motorsport's relationship of coming up with such a great event.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, guys. We're really proud and privileged to be entrusted with this event to fundraise and benefit Operation Motorsport. So you'll see, of course, the Into the Apex podcast on our BMW, and you'll see it on Tuesdays in the Opmo League. That's kind of where we were first exposed to Operation Motorsport. We visited to cover the GT America SRO race at Virginia International Raceway back in early June. And we saw the setup that Operation Motorsport had with DXDT Racing and CrowdStrike, and kind of did a little more research into it. We stopped by that booth setup they had. They had a DXDT Mercedes out there, and from there, We interacted with Operation Motorsport on Twitter, and after we left the race, interviewed Jason Leach. You can hear that on a past episode of the show. Got involved with the Operation Motorsport League, and it keeps going from there. Here we are today, pulling off this excellent special event.
It certainly is. And of course, Mad Sim Racing has been around, and they've just been rebranded, of course, in 2020. The thoughts of this team, of how it's grown since 2020, what's your thoughts on that?
It's been incredible since 2020. We started as a one-man, a five-driver, one-car entry into the 24 Hours of Le Mans. These days, it's not unusual for us to have 6 or 7 plus entries in an endurance race, expanding into series racing, special events. With the podcast, I mean, we've got around 70 people involved with Mad Sim Racing now. Beginning of 2020, when we brought it back to life, just myself and my twin brother Bradley, so we're very proud of that.
And where can people go to learn more about your podcast along with Mad Sim Racing?
MadSimRacing.com to join our team, to participate in any of our series racing, IntoTheApex.com to listen to the podcast. It comes out weekly. We had IndyCar driver Dalton Kellett on last week, and we have a good time with that.
Very cool indeed. Well, we look forward to seeing what you can accomplish here in the next 3 hours, and good luck out there. And of course, thank you guys for working with Operation Motorsports to put on such a special event.
Thanks so much to Podium Esports for having us out here. Everybody go to pledgeit.org/opmobenefit. Let's keep this going today.
Certainly indeed. Let's keep going with this. Currently sitting still at $2,600. Let's try to get a little bit closer. We want to try to hit a goal of $10,000, but of course we need your help indeed. Go to the website, pledgeit.org/opmobenefit. That's OPMOEENEFIT. Or if you're watching on Twitch, do !pledge and enter the amount you would like to pledge for such a great cause. Operation Motorsports has been a wonderful organization. They have done so much for many veterans and wounded military members in the United States and Canada, and they still continue to do great work for the motorsports community, for those who want to still be in that team environment, Rachel. It's so exciting to see the sim racing community get with an organization such as this to help. And since 2020, with the COVID-19 pandemic, sim racing has been a major integral part of keeping people together in order for all of us to enjoy something we all love, which is motorsports.
It really has, and I think 2020 has been the year that let sim racing break through into real motorsports, to the real industry, to the teams, the drivers, the fans. And it's given them an extra environment to use, one where they can realize that we don't have to be on the track. We can be in our homes. We can be safe, but we can also still find that passion, that enjoyment, that excitement. Is it the same? No, but it's different. They're still just as good. It's just its own thing.
It certainly is, and that provides still, the chance for people who may not be able to compete in professional or amateur motorsports, a chance to do something that we love. And Terry, speaking you as being whether it be broadcasting or even sim racing, it's still a wonderful opportunity, because not a whole lot of people can have that chance to go racing professionally or amateurly, and especially with the pandemic going on in 2020 and through 2021. But also still, it can be expensive to go run professional racing or amateur racing that is as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And for me, I started out broadcasting on Xbox. I was more of a NASCAR Heat guy, and I left Korea, and I didn't have the time while I was in the service to do anything. I would come home and it was instantly, I didn't have all the money to put a PC together or to go to a racetrack and do it. My schedule was crazy. I was in the field, or I was in California training, or I was getting shipped to South Korea. So it was a lot more different, and it's cool that when 2020 happened, and I know most people wouldn't say it was cool, but it allowed NASCAR, IndyCar, and all forms of other motorsports to come together to do something different and to show the world that iRacing is the next thing that we can put together for broadcasters, to get voices out there that you wouldn't necessarily hear on a Saturday or Sunday afternoon watching NASCAR or Formula One for that matter. So putting us into that perspective to say, this is your platform to shine. And I just love what we're doing here today for Operation Motorsport, putting these veterans in the forefront after the 20-year anniversary of 9/11, in which most of these young men and women came into the service because they had the passion for their nation and they wanted to make a difference. And right now it's our turn to make a difference for them. So please go out here to thepledgeit.org and donate today, and just read up on this story as well of how we're going to impact other people's lives with just $5 to $10.
Certainly is, and for those of you who have watched previous races with Operation Motorsports, usually we have our driver spotlight, and Rachel would go and explain some very special men and women who compete in the Operation Motorsports series. A lot of great stories behind that, and that's one of the cool things when it comes to the Operation Motorsports, especially those in the beneficiary class, Rachel, is you learn about their story, you learn about what they are doing now, as well as their love for motorsports, as well as their sense of, honor and duty that they had when serving in the military.
Yeah, the one unifying thing that I've remembered from every single one of our beneficiary spotlights in the Summer League has been that missing piece. That civilian life, whether it was retiring and having an injury post-service or being injured out and medicaled out from the service, was that missing identity, that missing piece that Operation Motorsport gave them back a community, gave them back a sense of belonging, a purpose, and a drive. And you can see it in these guys. They're all so happy. They're all so fulfilled now that this has been something that not only before COVID as an actual thing really gave them something exciting, but in 2020, when, if anything, this would hit veteran service members more than anything else. The isolation, the being alone, the being stuck at home, it's going to be climbing the walls. So to have something like Operation Motorsport in here in a virtual capacity to help people during this time, and when they can't, get together, is huge.
It certainly is. It allows them a chance to still associate, still communicate, and not be alone, which is very important indeed, as we're now back on board with Dennis Fisher. He's still battling with Thomas Cope. Porsche versus BMW still, since we lost count of how long they've been battling each other, but pretty much since the drop of the green flag for those of you who've just joined us here. Of course, for those who have just joined us, you are watching the Operation Motorsports Benefit 4 hours at Watkins Glen. Of course, myself, Taylor Burris, along with Rachel Whiteford, Terry Radford here in the booth, and of course, Jacob Hitz down on pit road, and our producer Ryan Bauer using cameras provided by the great Ducky Beard as we see the field working their way through. 2.5 hours coming up left to go in today's race. As you watch here, we are currently raised $2,600. We still need your help as we now see Lance in the number 69 car working his way through lap traffic. That's the Full Send Racing car. One of the first drivers to come down pit road in the early stages of the first round of pit stops. Colton Lands now sits in 6th position. Now moved up to 5th position as he tries to catch up to the former race-leading team of ZP Motorsports, Daniel Cirio, who has really not had a whole lot of success of making up ground on the top 3 right now, Terry, and that's a very interesting situation.
Yeah, when he dropped out of the league, it just kind of looked like he didn't have the pace that he had before, as if the track had changed a ton for him. And I know people are like, man, it's the same track. You're turning left and right now. Braking points change, and people don't realize as the track cools down or the track heats up, you begin to get more grip or less grip. You can sail it into the corner when it cools down just a tad bit more, and your braking zones can change throughout the run. I think he's kind of struggling with that right now, trying to get the footing back under him to put himself back in a position to get back to the front.
Certainly indeed, as he will now drop back to the 5th position after Colton Lands will complete the pass, moving him up to 4th position. They still are, I would have to say, another 6 seconds back from Dennis Fisher, who is sitting in 3rd position. As we go back to the replay here, this is one of the Send It Amethyst team. Ooh, hard contact. That, of course, is, if I'm looking at it correctly, Mario Krem, who was making contact with Brendan Lee from the Leewell Racing McLaren. Brendan and that Leadwell Racing McLaren team have had some very difficult situations since the drop of the green flag. A tough break for them. This time, though, collecting one of the GT3 cars of the Switch and Amethyst team.
Yeah, that's not ideal. They would be one of the cars running towards the front here, so that's going to be a big shift in our dynamic. Something to be very worried about, actually. With this race actually starting to head down now. It felt like it's been going on for hours, actually. This is like 6 hours, but I think it's just because of the volume of racing we've had. This has been unusual, Taylor, that we've literally had so much wheel-to-wheel racing for so long in this. Most endurance races, you get 45 minutes of racing and it spreads out. This hasn't, but it's been really exciting.
It certainly has, and for some of those drivers, Rachel, I want to come back to you on, who compete in the Operation Motorsports iRacing Summer League. Most of them are used to only a 30-minute sprint race, so this 4-hour endurance race is a big change for some of them. Now, granted, some of these drivers who compete in the Summer League who are racing here today have been on the iRacing service for quite some time, so they're used to 45-minute races or more, even 24-hour endurance races. But still, compared to what we are used to seeing with the Operation Motorsports team, is a big change and can affect the drivers to a degree.
Oh, 100%. It definitely can. And I think they're balancing out well, but it's just going to come down to how they can really shake this one through. And I think they're doing okay. It's just the cars, I think they're balancing very well. The racing has obviously been very favourable. And we're getting a bit more sunlight now, so it's going to get a little looser. But we talked about the track changing. The big thing to factor there is it's not the matter of just what the light does to the track or the amount of heat hitting the track surface. It's where these cars are running. You're seeing darker lines in those corners. That is rubber being put down by their tyres. You know how tyres wear out? That's where it goes. Onto the racing line they're actually running, and offline you'll get a build-up of all the little chips and dings, bits of tyres that have come spitting off the tyres. So offline, lots and lots of what we call marbles. Online, you'll see lots and lots of rubber. The rubber makes it grippier, but it's also hotter. So that actual racing line now becomes hotter and therefore slightly more slippery.
Certainly does indeed, as we saw the battling happen for the 8th position between the ADC 882 of Matt Adams and the Manage Racing of Brandon Harrison. There is your GT4 race leader that was just on screen momentarily of Justin Barrera. And it looks like Brandon Harrison is going to come down pit road right quick. Jacob, what can you tell us about this situation here? He's one of the first ones in this round to come down pit road this early.
Well, this team was also one of the first ones to come on pit road under that last cycle. Not sure if maybe they think something's wrong with the car, because they were running up inside the top 5. They're currently P11 right now. So in the box, we'll see if they decide to do a driver swap. This would be, well, I would say that they should, but there is no second driver currently registered for the team. It's only Brandon Harrison. So right now, you know, this is fine. You can still run with only one driver. It's just Brandon Harrison maybe has to pull off to go use the restroom or something, because it looks like he's just going to take it the whole way.
Certainly is a great long race indeed to try to hold on for 4 hours. Of course, you won't miss any of the action here as we go side by side. You're watching the Operation Motorsports Benefit 4 Hours at Watkins Glen, presented by Mad Sim Racing here on Podium Esports.
You gotta get out your comfort zone for one. You know, I know we all dealt with different things. We all understand different things. So just get away from it. Just try to get away from it. You know, just try. Just know that, you know, it's much bigger out here. There's always so much more to live for. You know, and just give it your all. There's no reason to give up. You didn't give up while you was in the military. You wouldn't never give up on your brothers and sisters at home. So don't give up on yourself.
Service members use the term Alive Day, the day you face down certain death and somehow survive. My Alive Day was May 22nd, 2011, when an IED exploded under me in Afghanistan. I've had around 50 surgeries, and I was told I would never walk again. But I didn't listen. I taught myself to drive with my new leg, then started racing. Mazda recruited me in 2012. Race drivers always strive to be one with the car. Mazda designed the car with me, and my leg attaches directly to the clutch. So I'm literally one with the car. I've already done so much more than anyone believed. Mazda saw my potential and helped me unleash it. I've never felt more alive or more free than when I'm racing. I'm living my dream. I'm Marine Staff Sergeant Liam Dwyer, and I drive for Freedom Autosports, Mazda Race Team.
Welcome back to Podium Esports coverage of the Operation Motorsports Benefit 4 Hours at Watkins Glen. Taylor Burris here along with Rachel Whiteford. Jacob Hitch is down on pit road, and Terry Radford also here with us with Ryan Bauer, making sure everyone can enjoy all the great sights, sounds, and coverage and story, thanks to the cameras provided by Dougie Beard. Back here at Watkins Glen, it is still the Imperial Motorsports team of Christopher Pies leading the way in the GT3 class, and then Justin Barrera leading the way in the GT4 class. Very quiet right now for most parts throughout the field. Drivers just now settling into this, Rachel, as we are approaching the halfway point of today's race. Drivers have been settled in. We should be expecting a couple of more driver changes here late in the going, especially for drivers such as Christopher Pies, Thomas Cope, and Dennis Fisher. But as we approach that second round of pit stops, drivers need to be making sure they're ready for any adjustments, because now the sun's back out, and that just means that it's going to get more hot, more slick for those tires later on.
Yeah, it is. It's going to change things a bit, but mostly with that track heating up as well, the cars are going to be loosening up overall, so they'll want to tighten that down as we progress through this race. Also, you'll notice places at the bus stop, they're getting a lot of dirt kicked on track, and turn one's exit as well. So it's going to be a factor for those guys there. They need to worry about that and make sure they do it. But of course, this has been updated since we now have concrete on the outside of turn 1. I remember that was sand.
Certainly has indeed. One of the tracks that is due for an update here on the iRacing service, but still is great to see on the iRacing service for us to enjoy. And as we take a look at the replay here, looks like an incident happened for car 35. That's Huddle, who went off course into the sand and gravel. That's the Huddle Esports McLaren, sitting 15th in class, 36 overall. Not the day that I was looking for, Terry, as he is trying to regain control and continue on his way here.
It's never a good day when you go in the dirt and the sand, but I mean, like I said, this is all for good fun. It's you're out here, you're representing more than just yourself. This is a good way for everybody who knows that no matter what you have come from or what you have done, you've served our country honorably, and we're out here to give back to them. All these drivers know that this is just an awesome event to put on. I hope they do this every single year. I would love to just give as much of my time as possible to make sure events like this continuously go on.
Certainly indeed, and it's such a great event, such a great honor for all of us here at Podium Esports to bring you all the coverage for today's race. Of course, we are trying to reach a goal of $10,000, currently sitting at $2,600. Please visit the website, pledgeit.org/OpmoBenefit, or if you're on Twitch channel, hit the exclamation point pledge, and it'll take you also to the website so you can pledge the amount. As we see the pass for second, and here it goes. We see the 72 BMW of Dennis Fisher. He will go around the outside and complete the pass of Thomas Cope, and finally completes it back into second place. You're on board with the Oblivion Racing driver of Thomas Cope, who is going to try to cross over and capitalize on this through the S's at the back straightaway, approaching the inner loop. We see Fisher take the defensive line towards the bottom of the racetrack as they approach the bus stop. Cope's going to take the outside run into the braking zone. They'll go. Fisher still holds on to the race lead. A great battle indeed, Rachel.
Yeah, it really is a great one, and we've had this non-stop. This has been the crazy thing. This racing has been going from start to finish tonight, and it is absolutely intense. It is exhausting for us here in the booth, but this is exciting for you guys at home. We've had a phenomenal night here of on-track action between these guys, and what a better way to actually do these guys justice.
Certainly is, and of course a lot of these drivers are excited and looking forward to some more great racing action, especially for those who compete in the Operation Motorsports iRacing Summer League. And as we keep an eye on them, of course, looking to see if John May, our points leader in the beneficiary class, has joined the race yet. He is planning to race later on in the Mercedes. And so far, no point of him, he has not showed up, but we do see another driver out there. That's Corey Green in the Moving Chicanes Motorsports Ferrari, currently sitting 10th. Currently sitting in the 10th position after gaining 7 spots here. A big opportunity for that team. And then, of course, Adam Poppenhaus is not too far behind, sitting in 16th position, a driver who has been having an up-and-down kind of day, but still a strong competitor in the Operation Motorsports iRacing Summer League, Rachel.
We're side by side for second place again. Switch It and Team Oblivion coming up through the S's there, exiting out, and it's going to be a big run here as Switch It, Emerald on the inside, Oblivion on the outside. Oblivion has the line. They'll go through the bus stop.
Great pass indeed for these drivers as they continue to battle it out here as they work their way up through the carousel. Cope still now back out in front of the field as they approach towards the entrance of the boot. Still a lot of great racing action to come as they continue on. 2 hours, 20 minutes left to go. And as they approach towards the heel of the boot, it is still going to be Cope over Fisher. And then in another, I would have to say 17 seconds back would be Ahmet Koz from the Medic Anala Inferior team. And there you see, I believe that's our GT4 race leader who is approaching. Nope, that is a different driver. There he is, the ZPM's Flying Sloths of Justin Barrera, who is still your race leader in GT4.
I'm curious right now with the 013. They had a driver swap, but they're 51 plus seconds behind the race lead. They came on pit road as the race leader about an hour ago, and Rachel hit upon it. They were out to a large lead out here. They were doing a great job, let every single lap come down pit road, and then how the tides have turned. Now they're sitting back here in the 6th place position, and they can't catch a break. They can't seem to find the speed to get themselves back up to the front. But this battle for second has continuously been the best battle on the racetrack. Fisher and Cope are doing an amazing job wheeling around this Watkins Glen International Raceway.
They have indeed. As speaking of the ZP Motorsports 013, they just ran their probably one of the slowest laps of the race in the GT3 class, a 151.813. Definitely struggling out there for Daniel Sierra, who will definitely need to see if he can try to find a way to make up ground and time. He finally was able to pick it up to a 149.2 last time around, but still over a second slower than your race leader, Christopher Pies, as we now go back to the 42 of Matt Adams, who sits in 7th position right now. As we look at timing and scoring, he's 15 seconds back from Sierra, but still has a great bit of driving still going on after starting on the front row. Looks like some more trouble for Brendan Lee in the Leewell Racing McLaren, who's had a struggle a bit here, was on pit road early, but has worked his way up through the field back inside the top 10 in the GT4 class as you're on board with Dennis Fisher once again. And we can't just stop talking about these two drivers of Fisher and Cope, Rachel. They just always seem to find a way to continue battling each other no matter what. And we still have 2 hours left to go in this race.
Yeah, we do. And seeing some issues right now for Team Oblivion. Cope just having a few little moments where his brain and his car are not quite connected as well as he'd like. So that's something that could actually play into this too, because welcome to one of the other components of virtual racing in the endurance sphere. Staying connected to the session helps.
That is definitely a thing that they have to keep an eye on, of staying connected to this race and making sure they stay focused, because these drivers have been in the car for almost 2 hours. And Terry, when it comes to you, even though you're more used to the NASCAR racing side of things, still remaining focused for long periods of time in a race and keeping mentally focused is still one of the most important aspects of any motor race. Tell us how that can affect the driver's mentality when trying to keep up, especially in such a heated battle such as Cope and Fisher.
Well, it's like watching the Coke 600 or the Daytona 500 on the NASCAR side of the world. But these guys, the entire time they're battling, they're keeping the car out from under them, and it is a strain because you're trying to outsmart the next person. You're playing chess in these cars. You're playing checkers over in NASCAR world. They're still side by side. They're finding ways to outbrake, to better themselves, to put themselves in a position for a checkmate. And I've loved watching this. I'm sure they're tired, and by the time this 4 hours is over, those cars are going to be well spent.
Certainly are indeed, as Corey Green looks like a little bit of an issue for him as he enters into the boot, getting around some lap traffic. Ooh, Coe a little bit too wide onto the entrance and just hits the Armco barrier. Tough break for that moving chicane Motorsports Ferrari, as he was having a good run inside the top 10. Now is an 11th position, one lap down, as we now go back to the battle for second between Cope and Fisher. Fisher still behind Cope as they enter into turn 1, the 90. And as they come out of corner exit to make the climb up to the top of the S's, it's still separated by less than 2 car lengths up through the hill. You have to stay full throttle for the most part up to the top of the hill of the S's, Rachel, because it helps build momentum. And if you're in close enough of a slipstream, set up for a pass before entering into the bus stop chicane.
Yeah, it's a great place to set it up and to make it happen. Always getting very busy there as we're getting a lot of cars moving around here. As, oh my god, it's definitely all over the place. Bus stop, busy time on track. A lot of car mixing of classes there, so they have to be very careful. Otherwise, this one might get a little too busy for their liking.
As you would like to say, a little too spicy?
Sure, why not?
As we watch these two battle it out as they enter into the boot. This has been the battle the entire race. Still, Christian Pies is your race leader. He has a 12.8 second advantage over Cope and Fisher, and then another 30 seconds back till he has to worry about Coes in that number 2 in 4th position. Black Dove Racing of Rohit Garakpati, who is in the 438 BMW, within a very intense battle early on, has fallen back to 5th position. A tough break so far for them. They're going to see if they can try to regain that during the next round of pit stops here, which should be happening at the top of the hour when it comes to the 2 hours left to go in today's race. As they work their way through turn number 11, now turn number 12, Cope still holding on over Fisher. He has a little bit of breathing room over Fisher now as they head down the front straightaway into the 90. Terry, a good opportunity to take a breath, try to set yourself up for another lap.
Yeah, I mean, this whole lap around here is just something that makes you take your breath away because you think they're on the verge of out of control every single lap. They come down here through turns number 1, go up here through the S's, and then when you come over here, you set yourself up for the bus stop when you come out of this corner, and you know right there, especially with all the traffic in front of them, that this is going to be difficult. BMW the Porsche runs a defensive line. BMW is going to be right there behind him, and then he gets stuck up in traffic. So this is going to set up something, and the BMW gets set up as well. And coming through here, through the carousel, setting yourself up for the boot. Now Dennis Fisher's starting to back off a little bit because P2's drifted away.
Briefly, trouble for Bradley Beamon. He decided to take the escape road in order to not cause any issue for those two drivers battling for position right now. Of course, Bradley is in the 11th position for the Mad Sim Racing team. He will take a look to the inside of some of the GT4 traffic and continue on his way. It's good to see the Beamon brothers still battling strong. They are currently the first car 1 lap down, trying to see if they can break into the top 10 before tonight is over with. And as the field continues to go on, there you're on board with Dennis Fisher once again in 3rd position. 2 hours, 12 minutes left to go in today's race as we are closing in on the halfway point. Nobody has yet to come down pit road out of the drivers inside the top 10. It'll be only a matter of time, though, before we see that as they approach the top of the hour.
Yeah, they will, and the drivers themselves are starting to get a little bit tired here, I think, too. It's that kind of window where we're starting to get that middle point of the race. This is where you'll start to see a little bit of flagging attention, maybe a couple of little moments and self-spins, but it's the quiet rhythmic portion of the race here where these guys are really trying to just keep it moving.
Certainly indeed, as we see a little bit of a battle further back in the field. This is the battle for 18th in class between Aaron Koretz and McKenna Dean. This is really slow motion racing's Porsche versus the Screeching Moose Motorsports Porsche, as they are now entering through the boot. And as they come off of here, it's still a great battle, a good opportunity for them to battle it out. And they have a little bit of lead lap cars in front of them. That's Colton Lands of the Full Send Racing BMW, who has been able to make a nice recovery into the top 10. Currently the last car on the lead lap. You're on board with McKenna Dean in the Screeching Moose Motorsports Porsche number 62 as they are exiting out of the boot, approaching turn 10. Terry, a good opportunity for this car to try to get themselves set up, but still a great opportunity for these drivers to be battling, even though they're not battling towards the top 10 or for the lead at this moment. Just the camaraderie and seeing these two drivers battle it out is always fun to watch.
Yeah, it is good to see all the drivers around the racetrack finding their comfort zone and being in a group that they trust. It's more about getting in a rhythm here at this racetrack, and we're 2 hours into this event and into this race. We've seen some have driver swaps. We've seen some try to leg this out so far. And as you progress through here, I expect to see more driver swaps happen in the next 10 minutes or so to get everybody more on the same page and more focused through this event. But man, they're battling again for B2.
They still are. It's a never a dull moment for that second position. I can only imagine what will happen if the white flag comes out and these two are the ones battling for second position. Thomas Goep still holds on to the race, that second place position over Dennis Fisher as they approach the top of the S's here. Fisher trying to get into the slipstream out of the S's down the back straightaway. Can't close that gap he needs as they work their way down. Cope trying to set up a defensive line through here as they work towards the bus stop chicane. A great opportunity. Here they come through here. Nose to tail. Great racing action as they approach the carousel. Rachel looking to see through any of the field. Anyone has come down pit road. So far, the answer is not quite yet, but we should be seeing pit stops happening here in the next 10 to 15 minutes.
Yeah, we should. This will be our second stint, and I don't think we'll see driver swaps unless people haven't swapped yet, but it's going to be a pretty good balance, I think. Overall, these guys are trying to find that right fit here, and I think they'll manage it. It's going to be about timing, this business. But I just want to take a moment to remind everybody, Operation Motorsport is a veteran-led and operated not-for-profit based in Brighton, Ontario and Raleigh, North Carolina, serving Canadian and American service members and veterans, and was founded on the basis of 3 simple words: excite, engage, and empower. The premise is to engage ill and injured service members and veterans affected by military service through motorsport activities to aid in their recovery and rehabilitation.
And make sure to go visit them at operationmotorsports.org, as well as go visit pledge.org/opmo benefit in order to send put a bit of a donation in. We're currently still sitting at $2,600. We hope we can get some more before tonight's broadcast is over with, as you're back on board with the battle between Fisher and Cope for second place. Still keeping an eye on our race leader, Christopher Pies, who was one of those drivers who was one of the first ones to come down pit road. Still is currently leading by about 11.6 seconds, so he is going to be the one that everyone's going to watch of when he will come down pit road, Terry. And usually when you're the leader, it's the toughest call to make when to come down pit road, because you don't want to be too early, but you certainly don't want to be one of the last ones to come down pit road and lose a ton of time.
I mean, with this massive lead that he has, we hope he didn't fall into the clutches that the 013 did of the CP Motorsports gang, because they came down pit road just about the same time as everybody else, but they took forever to get there, was very slow in the pit lane, and it's a constant cycle, and with so much time to go in this race, you still have to be perfect, because we haven't seen the CP Motorsports machine get up to the front again. So for the Imperial Motorsports guys, they're going to need to get on and do it right to not let Thomas Cope or Dennis Fisher get there and take it.
Certainly going to be very interesting who can come out on top after this next run of pit stop cycles. We're going to take a quick side-by-side before that pit stop cycle. You are watching Operation Motorsport Benefit 4 Hours at Watkins Glen. And don't forget to go to the website pledge.org/opmobenefit. Here, of course, you're watching the action live on Podium Esports.
So I fueled the number 19 car for DXDT Racing. CrowdStrike, AWS, our sponsors this weekend. It's kind of awesome. You know, fueling a car during a race requires, you know, full race suit or full fire suit, full Nomex, underwear, long johns. It's pretty hot in there. It's not too dissimilar than things that you do in the Army, especially. There is a ton of safety with it. You know, race fuel is somewhere between 100 and 110 octane. And if it hits the side exhaust on one of these Mercedes GT3s, it's an instant fire. So it's kind of a big deal. You going over the wall is also a big deal. I mean, that's a kind of rite of passage working a crew. And when you get a chance to go over the wall and you do it right, you nail it the first time, it's always a big deal. I guess as coming to a new team, you know, DXDT's been a partner with Operation Motorsport now for 2 seasons, but stepping up to their GT3 program is a big deal, and they've taken care of me. Getting into a team that is like, hey, don't care where you came from, don't care how you got here, you're here, you're gonna work, and you're gonna work hard. That's really that's what this whole program is about. So this has been a great weekend here at Sonoma, California. Weather's bore with us mostly, and we're gonna enjoy the decently warm weather for early March and have another great race too today.
I found out about Operation Motorsports through the program I'm in with the military. They're helping me transition into the civilian life, and this was a great way for me to take my passion and see what it's like on the high performance side. I'm here to pick up what I can learn from them so that I can use it with my future career as being an automotive mechanic. This is a great experience whether you're just a at-home kind of person working on your car, changing oils or stuff like that, or wanting to go into the high performance side. I'm loving how the team's taking me in and really showing me everything. It'll show you just about everything you need to know from the driver standpoint to the tire changing.
Welcome back to Podium Esports coverage of Operation Motorsport's Benefit 4 Hours at Watkins Glen, presented by Mad Sim Racing. Taylor Burris, Rachel Whiteford, Jacob Hicks on pit road, Terry Radford, and Ryan Bauer. Of course, cameras provided by Dougie Beard. As we are now approaching the halfway point, today's race, still side-by-side racing action between Thomas Cope and Dennis Fisher, as they're still have not given up on each other. I gotta say, this has been the best battling we've seen race long. These two have never stopped giving up on each other. They've still battled each other so hard. Even though we still have 2 hours, I'm almost kind of sad to see what happens when they switch drivers, if they do choose to switch drivers, Terry, on this matter.
Oh man, I hope those drivers have the same intensity that these guys have. I mean, they have been going at it for 2 straight hours. I couldn't imagine racing this hard for this long. Once again, NASCAR guy, I'm not used to anything over an hour and a half, an hour and 45 in the sim world. These guys are sitting here for 4 hours running it, and for 2 straight hours, they have been right there, nose to tail, trying to outsmart one another. I hope the next drivers are listening and watching this broadcast knowing that they've got big shoes to fill.
Certainly indeed, as we should be seeing pit stops happening for your front runners here in the next 5 to 7 minutes. Coming up on the halfway point, we'll give you a full field rundown of the entire field here at the top of the 2 hour mark as we watch the top two, or second and third place of Cope and Fisher working through lap traffic, beautifully able to negotiate it. Rachel, so good to see the GT4 cars still giving way to the GT3 competitors, knowing that it's not their fight. They need to try to get out of their way carefully and safely, but still make sure that they are able to race against their own competitors.
Yeah, they really will. And they're actually getting a good run with that. Time is definitely pushing forwards in their advantage. but it's about balancing it and finding the right place to get these jobs done, because it's still time to keep passing people, but got to try and find it.
Certainly indeed, as we watch Robert Georg, who is part of the, I believe that's one of the 80 car currently out on track with Bob Doug McKenzie Racing. He's currently sitting 6th in class, trying to keep up pace to the Cyber Thunder Racing League of Chris Wall in the number 1 Porsche. Great battle between these two, as this is the battle for 5th place in the GT4 class as they come out of turn number 11. A couple of GT4 cars are on pit road, as thought I saw one of our leaders on pit road, but it was a false alarm. Colton Lands, though, having some trouble. He is currently out of his car, sitting in the 11th position. Unfortunate for him. We'll have to keep track and see what happens later on in the going.
Yeah, we
Could be
absolutely
curious
will.
how this battle goes right here going into the inner loop. You see that the BMW is on the outside of this Porsche right now, and they have continuously not put a tire off of the track. Porsche takes the defensive line all the way down the bottom, and the BMW gets a great run off the exit. It's going to set them up perfect going into the boot.
Another great battle indeed, but Thomas Cope will still manage to hold on to the position of 2nd place as they work their way to the top of the hill through the boot. And as they approach turn number 9, a great opportunity to see if Fisher can close the gap even more so, but it's still going to be the same song, different note as they work their way towards the exit of the boot up towards turn 10. Fisher still behind by about a 2-car length over Cope.
Yeah, timings are starting to spread out a little bit here, as we expect they would. It's just one of those natural factors of the race, and I think it's just delayed so much with how fast this race has gone. These guys have been pushing super hard and really put it together well. I'm so impressed by how busy it's been.
It has probably been one of the busiest endurance races, as now Thomas Cope has come down pit road. He's the first one to blink out of our top 3. The number 187 Porsche of Team Oblivion Racing is going to come down pit road. Let's take a look, see if there is going to be a driver change involved as he enters into his pit box. We'll see what happens here momentarily. Still just taking fuel and tires possibly. No driver change, so Thomas Cope is going to go for 3 hours possibly behind the wheel of that 187 Porsche. And I'm going to actually take a look at something for this car. He does have 2 other drivers behind the wheel on the team with him, Charles Boschel and Tom Bindloss. So very interesting to see them battling it out right now and not doing any driver switch for that Team Oblivion Porsche.
Yeah, I'm shocked to see no driver swaps so far. I mean, you got 2 guys behind you that you know are fast. You know that anybody who gets behind the wheel of this 187 Porsche that is going to be good, especially if we do have if we have a driver swap with Fisher in the switch at BMW. This is just a game of checkers. It's cat and mouse out here. Who can do what at what time? As you see, they put a little bit off of the course right there, but man, that was kind of surprising to me too.
Black Dove Racing also on pit road. Rohit Patti currently was in the car, switched it over to his teammate Stephen Maxwell, who will get back behind the wheel of the Black Dove Racing BMW. Still keeping an eye on seeing who else will join the rank, as your race leader, Christopher Pies and Imperial Motorsports, have come down pit road, as Dennis Fisher will take over the race lead. Let's take a look and see if Christopher Pies will do the driver switch this time around. He does have his teammate with him. And yes, driver switch is going to be happening. Chris Walsh will get behind the wheel of that Imperial Motorsports Porsche. And let's see what Christopher Walsh can do in his run later on momentarily. But a much needed break for Christopher Pies, Rachel. And we'll see what Chris Walsh can do. Of course, a very strong driver in the Operation Motorsports Summer League.
Yeah, he's really, really quick. That's one we'll be looking forward to seeing a lot of, because that guy has big, big speed, which could be a huge advantage for the guys running with him and not for the guys running against him. So we'll have to see how he plays.
Most Definitely indeed. As we watch here to see who we have on the screen right now, it looks like to be the 30 of Cortez and Dean. This is a battle for 16th and 17th. Dean trying to find a way to get around that number 30. They watch their way through battling, entering the toe of the boot before they transition up to turn 10. They will still do battle. Meanwhile, back on pit road, it is going to be Camille Caman in the Medic Analytic Inferior car of the BMW will be now on pit road. Driver swap is initiated as Chris Walsh has exited pit road, rejoins the race in 5th position as Dustin Burkhalter will try to see if he can run him down here as the car is trying to get up to pace.
Yeah, I'm curious to see when we're going to see the next little bit of driver swaps. You know, Dennis Fisher, he has to pit right here. Daniel's still on the racetrack. I believe he has to pit as well. So just Thomas Cope right there in the 187 for Team Oblivion Racing in P3. He's 1 minute behind, but with the two people in front of him having to pit a potential driver swap, it's going to be a little bit stranger. And actually, I want to ask Rachel something. Do you think with the 013 doing this driver swap on the beginning sequence, do you think he's going to stay in this car for longer?
I think he might. I think it's going to be a flip around, yeah.
Very interesting strategy call that could be happening. Meanwhile, back up front, Switchet Emerald has decided to come down pit road as well. Lars Watzig will now be behind the wheel after Dennis Fisher's incredible run. So we have one driver who has, out of those two drivers who we've been battling and watching all day long, Oblivion and Switchet Emerald, as Lars Watzig will now get behind the wheel. Still on pit road, Thomas Cope will get ahead of him and move up into 2nd position. Daniel Sierro still out on the racetrack, back up in front of the field once again as you're on board with Bradley Beamon in the Madsen Racing BMW. Currently sitting in 9th position after that cycle. Still has yet to come down pit road, I believe. Yep, he has to make a pit stop here in a moment as we now see Rocket Surgeon Racing and the Les Galactus Motorsports of Christian Pools now, along with Dustin Burkhalter, enter pit road.
With drivers wanting to come down pit road right here, but you're looking on board with the 25. These racing that these guys are putting on is much different than what I kind of thought we were going to see. I thought we would see more spread out, more high-octane drivers out here trying to put things to the limit. We've seen the battle for second be the class of the field so far around here. Lap traffic hasn't posed an issue just yet, but I think as this race progresses, we're going to see a lot more of the GT4 cars be in the way that could potentially set up for an amazing finish in the class standings.
Certainly is. Of course, still in this GT4 class is still Justin Barrera in the ZPM Flying Sloths, who is still leading. Marconi Setup Shop Racing's Derek Rice still holds on to 2nd place, with Mario Gonzalez in the Sloth Racing 3rd in the GT4. And of course, Mario Gonzalez, a very strong competitor in the Operation Motorsports iRacing Summer League, as we have actually a black flag for Camille Carmen, who had a major issue in that number 2 BMW. Had to see what happened once we get any information from race control. Looks like a drive-through for driving through too many stalls. And as we now bring up a special guest, he was the leader for quite some time. Of course, he has now turned it over to his teammate Chris Walsh. Imperial Motorsports driver Chris Rapaz is with us. Chris, strong run in your stint. Tell us how the conditions are out there for you on the track.
The conditions are pretty good. How's it going, Taylor? Yeah, that was quite a fun stint, driving for 2 hours, and I have to say I'm very impressed with the level of attention people are having out there. People seem to be pretty aware of their surroundings, and just overall really good sportsmanship from cars in all the classes.
Now, you're also a competitor in the Summer League with Operation Motorsports. Explain a little bit about your relationship with Operation Motorsports here today.
Yeah, so I've been racing with Operation Motorsports in their Summer League just now. And one of the things that I liked about the series was, its connection to the military and giving veterans an additional chance and enabling them to come back into civilian life. And that kind of organization just needs all the support it can get, because it's such a true and valiant effort to be able to do that. I have a couple of good friends in the military. I'm good friends with Chris Walsh, for instance, who's racing an SRO as well, and my teammate for this event. So yeah, Operation Motorsport's been doing some great stuff. Their summer league has been fantastic. I can't say enough wonderful things about them, and their connection with this event too has been great.
How confident do you feel about taking home the checkered flag here today with you and Chris Walsh?
I'm sorry, say that one more time?
I was saying, how confident do you feel about you and Chris Walsh taking home the overall win here today?
Oh, I feel real confident. He's kind of the ringer. He's a little quicker than I am, I think, in this car on this track based on our practice. Yeah, he better go out there. I put it in a good spot for him. If he doesn't get it, I'm going to have to give him a little hard time.
Well, we look forward to seeing you next time for the Operation Motorsports iRacing Summer League, along with the PCA competition later on this month as you defend a championship as well. So thank you again, Chris, and look forward to seeing what you guys can do for the remainder of this race.
Thank you, Taylor. Thank you guys for putting on a great show.
That is Christopher Pies with Imperial Motorsports. His teammate Chris Walsh currently sits second, as the pit stop cycles have been completed for the most part inside the top 5, as ZP Motorsports has also completed a pit stop, and they did a driver change. Olivier Belanger has now gotten back behind the wheel. Rachel, we were talking about how they might have decided to do a double stint for that car, but decided to think better of it and switch out their drivers once again.
Yeah.
And I think Rachel might have had a quick problem with her microphone. We'll continue on her way.
Testing.
There we go. We're good to go.
Hey, yeah. So I was saying the strategy in question there is kind of the vanilla strategy, but it does work. It's what I expect people would typically do, although usually for a 4-hour, you'd see one swap rather than 2.
Indeed, as we are seeing the number 4 NK Racing Ferrari, currently driven by Nicolas Contimbos, who is currently behind the wheel. And they had a good run in the early stages, but unfortunately 3 wide heading into the heel of the boot, Terry, does not really work out too well, and they had to end up coming down pit road to fix their car. It took over 10 minutes to get it fixed, so they're trying to get a little further up the field. They're sitting 17th, trying to catch up to the Lamborghini of Maret Guben in the Max Gym Studios, number 37. Still a long way to go, and still a lot of time to catch up and make some ground.
Yeah, and we haven't seen many people fall off of the course and actually stay off of the course. One driver, Richard Clement, he's the only one that is 10 laps, and Joshua is 22. We haven't seen many people fall off the racetrack, stay on pit lane, continuously fix damage. They're in and off. So it's going to be hard for him to get up there and actually gain more spots unless we start to see more people have incidents, especially in the heavy braking zones. I can't stress that one enough, that those are the big attack points for all of these race car drivers, especially with the good downforce that the BMWs are having right now.
Indeed, they are. And currently right now, looking at timing and scoring, only 4 cars have decided to call it quits and not continue. 2 cars did not start, of course. That is the Racing Team Turkey teams, both the original and the TR. Garage Thoughts Motorsports is also out behind the wall, along with Spine Problems, the number 34, and then the 69 Full Send Racing BMW is out of today's race as well. A tough break for those drivers, and we hope to see them in future events, as we now see the Maconi Setup Shop Racing McLaren of Jordan Spoons complete his pit stop cycle, and he is going to rejoin the track surface, currently right now sitting in the 3rd position in the GT4 class after his pit stop, waiting to see what will happen once he cycles through as he approaches the top of the hill of the S's. Very important to see if he can get up to speed quickly, to see if he can catch up to Mario Gonzalez, who sits 2nd now in that number 44 Porsche. Rachel, Mario, of course, a strong competitor who definitely knows a thing or two about getting around in these GT cars, as we look forward to seeing what he can do before his next set of pit stops.
Yeah, definitely. Mario's really put something on today, and he's going to be one of those guys to really pay attention to. His time in the car will always be an interesting one. It's going to probably shake things up in terms of where we see the car positioned currently, but time will tell how it goes this time.
And speaking of the GT4s, our GT4 leader of ZPM Flying Sloths is now on pit road. Now it is going to be Richard Dydal who will get back behind the wheel to complete this next hour of racing. As you're on board with the 18 of the MSR factory McLaren of Andrew Kotska, and then of course Chris Wald in his Cyber Thunder Racing Underdogs Porsche. They'll go side by side at the toe of the boot, and as they'll continue on working to the heel of the boot, still side-by-side racing. This is probably some of the best GT4 racing we've seen all day, Terry. They've been pretty quiet for the most part, and there goes Kotska, who will now take over that fourth position.
Well, now they start to get more quiet. As you see the 18 get around right there, was a great job working. We keep bringing it up. The heavy braking zones, he was able to out-brake it right there on the outside, swift on back down, and he's pulling away. These two are really having a good battle around here, as now it's another swap. There we go again. Maybe they're picking up where Fisher and them let off for us.
Certainly, indeed. Hopefully this will be the next ones that will do battle here, as Thomas Cope still is your race leader in the GT3 class. Chris Walsh is 19 seconds back from your race leader, and then you will find the Switch It Emerald team, currently driven by Lars Wetzig, who is another 5.1 seconds back in today's race as they approach the top of the S's, as we have a new total still at 2,600, but now at 2,670. We still need your help. We still need your donations. Visit pledgeit.org/upmode benefit, or if you're watching on Twitch, hit the exclamation point and then type pledge, and it'll take you to the exact same website. We know that a lot of drivers out here are going to be making a donation at the end of the race, depending on how many laps they complete. So we'll probably still see some more great donations happening before today is over with. We hope to hit the goal of $10,000 in benefit for Operation Motorsports and all of those who need help here today, as you're on board with the P9 car as he goes another off. That's the Leewell GT4 Racing of Brendan Lee. I gotta say, if we have a tough break award, it's gonna have to go to Brendan Lee, because that poor driver in that McLaren has been all around this place, having lost control of his car for the third time at least on screen, and hopefully he will be able to continue on in racing, as we now see Camille Caron in the number 2 BMW. They just served their penalty. They now fallen back to 8th position, 1 lap down. A tough penalty indeed for them, Rachel.
This is why you've got to be careful with pit road. These cars have pit limiters, use them and stay in the right lane. The rules are simple. It's a stupid place to catch a penalty.
Unfortunate indeed, as we watch and see what happens to them. They are currently 1 lap down from your race leaders. Currently, as it stands, 6 cars are on the lead lap. Currently, Alex Cote in the ADC 82 Porsche is the last car on the lead lap, about 1:25 back, so he could be getting ready to be put a lap down from Thomas Cope momentarily. As a matter of fact, there are about 5 cars separating him and Thomas Cope, so that's going to be a tough situation to see. And if he can able to hold on, he has the 39 car of the Manege Racing of Brandon Harrison in front of him. That is not for position. Harrison is 1 lap down, along with the NK Racing Ferrari, who has now moved up into the 15th spot.
Yeah, they've done an amazing job back here. He started 13th, slipped back 1 spot right here in the 62. Kind of had a little bit of an issue right here going into the boot, actually coming out of the carousel. And as they come down here, just kind of get hung up behind the traffic. You see how fast the closing rate is. And yeah, gets right around him right here, tries to get to the high banks, going in there. And yeah, just doing what he's got to do.
He is trying to get through, finish this race off. 1 hour, 42 minutes left to go. I gotta say, Rachel, time flies when you're having fun. And of course, this just gets us ready for more great endurance racing action for Operation Motorsports. Of course, their season finale is going to be a 90-minute race. Not as long as 4 hours, but still, this gets a great preparation for the Operation Motorsports beneficiary drivers, along with the rest of the field of drivers as they get ready for their season finale.
Sure does. And hey, Taylor, where's that happening?
It is happening, of course, in a couple of weeks' time at Watkins Glen, if I remember correctly.
Well, it is in fact Watkins Glen, yes. In 2 weeks' time, we go to Watkins Glen for the finale of the summer season of the Operation Motorsports series, and it's going to be amazing. We have some big challenges to go. Who will win out in the pros, who will win out in the open, and who will take it in the beneficiary category? That is, of course, the big one to keep an eye on, but it is going to be exciting if May can hold on and take it for the USMC. They may not win the points total in the Inter-Service Championship, but can the disgruntled Marine bring it home with the actual individual points? We'll see.
And we're going to take a quick moment to talk to our in-race reporter, Jordan Spoon from Montgomery Setup Racing McLaren. Jordan, you are having a good run in third position after the pit stop cycles. Tell us a little bit about how Derek was doing during his run and now how you're doing with running in that third position.
Derek did everything we needed. Derek just kept the car smooth, stayed out of trouble with the GT3s. He actually surprised me with his lap times, and I was ecstatic. If you'd have heard our team radio, you probably would have been laughing at me. But the car feels good. He kept it clean, topped it off with fuel, and put some new tires on it. So the McConey Setup Shop McLaren is back running pretty good.
Do we have any idea of what your next scheduled plans will be as we approach the 1 hour and a half mark here? A lot still at stake, and see if you can try to go and get to Mario Gonzalez, who sits in second place.
Right now, we're thinking the plan is probably going to be just run this out, and Derek's going to hop in and take the last probably 35 minutes, if I had to guess. That's kind of where we're at right now. We think that'll be the best to just give us a good, smooth run.
Well, Jordan, good luck out there as you try to run down. Now moving up into second place as you have to set your sights on the race leader. So good luck to you out there.
Appreciate it.
That's Jordan Spoon, our in-race reporter, driving that beautiful blue and yellow McConey Sit-Up Shop McLaren. I gotta say, out of all the GT4 cars, personally for me, Porsche is one of my personal favorites, but for the McLaren to come on board as a GT4 manufacturer, Rachel, was probably one of the bigger surprises out of the current recent releases on the iRacing service.
Yeah, a pretty huge one, but McLaren's always been a big relationship with iRacing, so it's cool to see.
It certainly is, and of course we have a couple of new GT3 cars that are now out on the track. We touched on one of them earlier, the BMW M4, which was released a couple of builds ago, along with the Porsche 911 GT3R was from the last build, and then from this current build, we also have the pleasure of seeing one of the first Evo cars, the Ferrari 488 GT3 Evo, and was wondering about this. And Rachel and Terry, I'll open the floor up to both of you on this matter. With an Evo car coming into this, will that possibly mean in the future seeing future evolution kits for other GT3 cars that we have, such as the Mercedes or Audi?
I expect we will, actually. I think it's something we're going to likely see. Ferrari being one of the leaders in that, we're going to see other manufacturers probably follow suit in a similar vein. It's cheaper than developing a whole new car, and you get a whole new car. Cost benefits.
Yeah, I think it would be great to see stuff like that happen, especially with the evolution of what we're seeing with the cars coming out, the new build for the BMW and McLaren coming over to the GT4 world. It's going to be awesome as we continue to progress in the iRacing builds on what's going to come next. As you see right now, the two, he's stuck in some traffic right here, and he's going to have to work his way through it as they go into the boot.
Certainly is having some trouble working through lap traffic, that number 2, trying to catch up to Bugatti Laurent from the Les Galactus Motorsports number 66 as he's sitting in the 8th position. Currently looking at timing and scoring, he's 3.8 seconds back as he's trying to hunt down and try to be the first car on the 1 lap down in order to work his way up back through the field. But it's going to be a tall order with 1 hour 37 minutes left to go on the clock. It's hard to believe we've almost finished this race out. A lot still on the line. We'll go back and take a look at the 013 ZP Motorsports BMW. Currently, Olivier Berlanger is back behind the wheel of that car and setting some very good lap times. A 147.7 currently sets him as the fastest out of the top 5 right now, Rachel. It's going to be impressive to see what he can do during this stint.
Yeah, it will be. We've really seen a lot of shift happen so far in this one, and I want to see what they can pull with this because it's been good. Now it's going to hopefully get faster, but it's just been a little bit disappointing after leading for so long to fall back, and let's see if they can pull it forwards again. But right now, Oblivion are looking strong, and Imperial Motorsports, the Magic Men, are doing magic things.
They are doing some magical things indeed. Chris Walsh going a little wide through the 90, but is able to gain control of his race car as he approaches the top of the hill through the S's. He's 17.8 back from Thomas Cope in the Team Oblivion Racing Porsche. So the two Porsches are going to be battling it out, followed by 3 BMWs, and then you have another Porsche rounding out your top 6, and the last car on the lead lap of Alexis Cote as they work their way through the bus stop chicane, through the carousel. Some great action all across the field as you watch the GT3 and GT4 manufacturers working their way through. Big slide for one of the McLarens who goes through. Was that probably the, I gotta say, is that the 29 again?
It looked like one of our people we've spotlighted this entire time, but what an amazing camera. Right there on the racetrack in the most perfect spot to put it on. Right there through the bus stop is something, or the inner loop, as we call it actually on the racetrack. Sorry, the NASCAR terms can't get out of me. But you see this perfect shot right here as they enter. You see how much of the track they have to use. Here comes the BMW. They're all the way almost touching that grass. They're kicking the back end of the car out just to try to make time. If you try to do this as straight as possible, you're going to lose a lot. You have to be as sideways and overdrive it to just drive it right.
It's a lot of focus, concentration in order to hit those marks. Not go off the track to get a time penalty, because if you do go a little too far off, Rachel, I know that's one of the most regrettable things that a lot of drivers have to face when they cut the course, is receive that you cut the course notification from your spotter when out there on the track.
Well, yeah, because it's a huge time penalty, because you're heading into a really, really fast location where the amount of time you can get is massive. So having to slow down there, it costs you so much more than you can gain. As I think we're seeing a car who's very confused about how tracks work on screen.
I gotta say, Ryan Holdale thinks his McLaren's more of a rally car than it is a on-track racing circuit car, as I've seen that car out in the grass and gravel more times than I care to count, as he comes out of turn number 12 and works his way on down to complete another lap here. As you're on board with Laros Watzig from the Switch It Emerald team, this team has done phenomenal work running inside the top 3 since the drop of the green flag. The BMW still working on catching up to Thomas Cope, the Team Oblivion Porsche, but he has to get around Christopher Walsh in that Imperial Motorsports Porsche. 3.9 seconds up the road. There's Chris Walsh as he will try to work his way around one of the GT4 cars as he'll make a nice clean pass to the inside. That's the 26, if that looks correct on timing and scoring, of the Screeching Moose Motorsports of Lucas Santos, who is sitting 9th in class. So a nice run for him right now, trying to just log laps, continue to work his way up through the field. Next car he can set his sights on is a lap ahead of him as the Thin Line Auxiliary of Jeff Mathis, as the NK Racing Ferrari is back on pit road there, Terry.
Yeah, on pit road. Kind of a surprising fact that it's hour and 30 in. I don't know if they're ready for their driver swap or not, but we kind of got a lull in the racing. There's not a lot going on the track. We're at $2,600 right now. Our goal is to get to $10,000. We personally want to see as many people as possible come out and donate. It's at the top of the screen. Go to pledgeit.org. Let's go help these veterans get in a good spot together. As a veteran myself, it's awesome to see events like this happening across the iRacing world. and for Operation Motorsport to put this on and to allow Podium to come out here and call this race, and just for them to allow me to call this race. I'm not the most experienced when it comes to road racing or calling any endurance races, but it's good to be out here taking my rookie stripes off in an hour and 31 minutes, and maybe we'll come out here and do some more of these.
I agree with you on that. As we watch on, we have something to take a look at of what possibly might have happened for that NK Racing Ferrari. It's still on pit road, but I gotta say, it was very eventful for the NK Racing Ferrari, and as we get ready to watch the replay, you'll see on your screen, it's get ready for a wild ride. That's Dustin Burkholzer. And there's the NK Racing Ferrari. He will be coming through here momentarily, exiting out of the boot. He will clip the grass as he comes out of the transition corner here, Rachel. And all I gotta say is just watch this as he comes through.
Yeah, it got a bit exciting, but that's one of those things you have to really take into account. And off he goes, donk, boing, flip. Okay, it's MC Hammer time, breakdancing. Still breakdancing, and he's back on his wheels. Just drive it off.
Yeah, sticks the landing, and unfortunately did collect the 013 of Olivier Belanger. And let's take a look at this on board. Oof. Big major damage possibly to the nose of that BMW. We'll have to see what will happen to Olivier, who still runs in 5th position. As we go back to live coverage, on screen there you see Belanger working his way around Bradley Beamon in the lap down BMW of Mad Sim Racing. As you now are on board with him through turn number 11, he'll take a look to the inside, thinks better of it, gets right on the back bumper to hold on. And as they come through turn 12, he'll take a peek to the inside and try to make it work. Sends it in there, sends Bradley up the racetrack a little bit. Very aggressive move to get around that lap traffic.
Yeah, what an aggressive move. And I don't know, I guess since I'm not used to seeing this, looking at the screen, they got a rear view camera in there. Good little camera angle for the guys to see what's going on behind them to make sure nobody comes up and hits them or anything. Yeah, looking at this right here, so much technology in these cars. The screens are awesome. It shows you the digital dash. And then having a rear camera, something you would never see in a stock car. And I'm learning a lot right here. We've only been doing this for a while. And seeing the cameras, right, that's an interesting touch. I might have to get one of them in my car.
It was actually invented by the Corvette racing team and passed on to other manufacturers because of the usefulness of having those cameras on the back end of the cars to help these drivers. And from recent looks of the recent tests at Daytona for the next-gen cars, there is even possibility of having those types of cameras for the stock cars for NASCAR starting in 2022. So very exciting. And also a good way to innovate safety as well, Rachel, because even though you have a rear view mirror, you have a little bit more room to see with those cameras in order to see who's up on you, especially if it's for those who are a little bit slower traffic or even faster cars approaching.
Oh, Brendan, not his day. Again, as you can see there, that's the wrong way, Brendan. Sorry, buddy. No, the rear view cameras is a huge safety. He kept out the wall this time. It's a huge safety thing because they also, in many cases, will show you which direction a car's gone when it's out of camera shot. So if it's in your blind spot, it will show you an arrow showing there's a car left and a car right, or wherever, in your blind spot that you can't see, so you can focus on the road ahead without having to constantly crane your head around in a race seat, which doesn't exactly work, and find people, so you know where people are, so you will always know where a car is when it's out of your vision to your rear, which is a huge safety benefit, especially for things like NASCAR. You'll be able to know there's a car low or a car high you can't see. That is massive.
It certainly is indeed massive as we watch on. And, you know, a fun thing to mention about with McLaren, they are a part of the Extreme E, which is a off-road rallying electric series. So maybe he's just trying to prepare for that possibly in the future.
Maybe want to get a little dirt experience up here as well. Had a good time doing it. I mean, got some air time and didn't get the fence. I mean, that's the biggest key is don't take the fence down. But you look on here with our in-race reporter, Jordan Spoon, he's good to be good. I don't know if anybody's watching this one for market relations or anything, but perfect camera angle for the McConey setup shot. T-shirt, the wheels, everything's out there for you. So, I mean, it's good sponsor placement right there.
Very good sponsor placement indeed. The Marconi Setup Shop, always a big fan when it comes to having them on board when it comes to a podium broadcast. And I gotta say, Terry, if I remember correctly, you were on call for one of those races recently from Marconi Setup Shop at Richmond, if I remember correctly. Or was that at Hickory?
The Hickory out there. I've been a busy man for Podium. Retro 500, and then went and called the Hickory races, and then last night we called Richmond, and then tonight I'm here for 4 hours. I'm getting used like the Titans defense today.
Welcome to Podium. As we have a problem for the 4th position in GT3, that's Stephen Maxwell, who had a major off. We'll take a look at that replay as we'll see here. Looks like the NK Racing Ferrari might have been involved with this incident. Yep, sends it in there. Ugh. That's a tough break for Maxwell, who's had such a decent run, but unfortunately, him and lap traffic has not coincided very well, as that's the second time a lap car has got involved with him.
Yeah, it is, and to an extent you've got to basically not expect the lap car will move. You've got to hope it will, but plan for it not to. And I think there he hoped for it to and didn't plan.
Definitely did not plan on it at all. Well, with that, we are going to take a quick side-by-side. You won't miss any of the action as you are watching the Operation Motorsports Benefit 4 Hours at Watkins Glen here on Podium Esports.
I found out about Operation Motorsports through the program I'm in with the military. They're helping me transition into the civilian life, and this was a great way for me to take my passion and see what it's like on the high-performance side. I'm here to pick up what I can learn from them so that I can use it with my future career as being an automotive mechanic. This is a great experience whether you're just a at-home kind of person working on your car, changing oils or stuff like that, or wanting to go into the high-performance side. I'm loving how the team's taking me in and really showing me everything. It'll show you just about everything you need to know from the driver standpoint to the tire changing.
Welcome back to Podium Esports coverage of the Operation Motorsports Benefit 4 Hours at Watkins Glen, presented by Mad Sim Racing. Taylor Burris, Rachel Whiteford, Terry Radford here to bring you all the coverage with Ryan Bauer and Dougie Beard, letting you see the sights and sounds as we are now 1 hour, 23 minutes left to go in today's race. Terry, I mean, this is your first experience with sports car racing here on the sim. Your thoughts on this, as it's been exciting, a lot of chaos, and I got to say some great battling, especially between Switch It Emerald and Team Oblivion.
Yeah, great battling so far. And for the first experience doing this, to be honest, when we started this one, I felt really dumb because you guys kept saying all these terms, and I'm over here like looking at it going, man, these cars are real fancy. Chris Walsh has done a great job pulling his way into the P2 position. Lars has done well as well in the 772. The Switch It BMW has done good, but the Porsches have been the real story of this event so far. They've led a ton of laps. We've seen the only BMW that's really touched the lead and has taken good control of this race is the 013, but yet he finds himself back in the right now. He sits in the 5th place position, and he hasn't been able to gain any more spots. We got to see what they can do. I know our in-race reporter wants to take this up here to the front and maybe take us 2 for 2 on in-race reporters getting victories.
Certainly going to be interesting as we see the 42 down on pit road. Of course, when it comes to racing here at Watkins Glen, we touched on how NASCAR is one of the main staples that runs here, but also the IMSA WeatherTech Series with their 6 hours of Watkins Glen. And originally when this track was opened up, Terry, this was originally a street race. And it's crazy to think about how that was and how it's progressed over the years to what we see today. And you touched on it briefly about how Porsche has been a strong suit in this race today. In fact, one of their most memorable wins had to go back to 1970, back when the Porsche 911K took home their first win there with Pedro Rodriguez taking home the checkered flag. The year of 1970 was probably one of the pinnacle years of Porsche, and of course brought out that Porsche 917K to go on later on and win at Le Mans. Very exciting moment, and Porsches have just dominated this race throughout the decades, all the way up, leading to what we see now in 2021 from the last race, where of course we see Mazda doing well with winning at this race, but with the introduction of new prototypes coming in 23, it's going to provide more entertainment, more excitement for Porsche fans, along with other manufacturers such as BMW.
Yeah, I think the fan experience that they brought to Watkins Glen, coming from a street course like you talked about when they first opened this event, running on the roads, and now it's coming to a spectacle. This is the track that most people want to win. We saw the NASCAR world Chase Elliott getting his first win. We literally thought that the stands were going to burn to the ground because everybody was losing their mind. But then you come to the endurance side of it. All these endurance races, the 6 hours at the Glen, the 4 hours there, you have a lot of great races that have been won here by such great drivers. And to put your name next to people who have won at this event, Jeff Gordon, Tony Stewart, I believe Juan Pablo Montoya has some wins here to say the least, Ron Fellows, the road course ringers. It's been a great transition to see the Porsches, the Chevys, the BMWs. Everybody has done a great job of putting a show on at Watkins Glen no matter what series gets ran here, and today has been no different. 4 hours or 3 hours into this event, and every driver have been on their toes, and it's a technical racetrack where you have to be so precise through the corners, you can't let up for a second or you're going to get passed.
Indeed, you have to be on your A game from start to finish. Of course, the last time the 6 hours of the Glen was ran, which was earlier this year in 2021, it was BMW who took home the checkered flag with Bill Auberlin and Robbie Foley, and Aiden Reed who won that race with their BMW. Of course, the M4 that you see currently on the track will make its IMSA debut in 2022 with the new updates currently. But it's great to see other manufacturers still a part of this as we look to the future of sim racing and sports car racing around the world here. There you see that beautiful BMW M4, as not only they have the GT3, but also the GT4 car out on the circuit as well. Currently the highest running BMW M4 GT4 car that's out on the track, as we get an update, has to go to the Bob, Doug, and Mackenzie Racing of Doug Buchanan, who sits in 5th position. So BMW well represented throughout the field here today in both classes.
Yeah, a lot of them out there. The only one that really hasn't been represented as well was Ferrari. They only had one. We see one Lamborghini on the racing surface as well. The rest of it's been Mercedes, BMW, and Porsche. And like I said, we talked about this throughout the stream. If you ever want to hear a crazy redneck come out here and call one of these races, tune back in. Stay right here on Podium 2 and YouTube and Facebook. You're hearing it. I'm just as new to this as anybody, and watching these cars go around and learning the differences between the builds, the GT3, the GT4s, how one has a lot more speed and downforce and the other one just is really good at handling. We've seen it throughout the race where the GT3 will get around this track so much smoother with a lot more power. Their braking's a little bit different than the GT4. They come around this course, they're slipping and sliding through here as we're looking at Thomas Cope. He's P1, great battle for second when he was battling Fisher, and now he's taken the overall lead by 11 seconds. He's done a fantastic job putting his way to the front. That Porsche is doing an amazing job so far with an hour 17 to go.
As we are approaching the 1 hour mark here, we also don't want everyone to forget that Operation Motorsports does have a special relationship with the SRO GT America World Challenge, and they'll be heading out to the Watkins Glen International Racing Circuit next weekend for their round. You will see cars such as the GT3 machinery you see on track, along with the GT4s that you also see currently on track. They won't be racing together unless they're in one of the other respective classes, but they also have their Pro and Pro-Am class. As a big issue for Thomas Cope, had to avoid one of the cars that was having trouble through the 90, as we can maybe get a replay of that. That was a nail-biter and a, well, looks like our dear friend, I would have to say, Ben Carswell and the Leewell Racing GT4 car has had another issue, decided to take up drifting.
Well, you see right here on the onboard, when they start to drift, it's an amazing job of Thomas Cope to miss it. He could have honestly stayed low, but he would have missed the exit of the corner. So good abrasive moving that he did right there to put himself up to the top. And we said before during the qualifying race that they're screaming like a pig in a pen. I think right there, I think he was screaming like a pig in a pen because he was about to get drilled through the center of the corner.
Certainly indeed. Hold your breath kind of moment as we saw that back here with live coverage, as we see Ben Carswell behind the wheel of that McLaren GT4 car, as he has now been passed by one of the Switch It Emerald of Lars Watzig in that BMW. Should be seeing pit stops happening here in the next 15 to 20 minutes for your field of drivers. Possibly the last pit stop, actually, for your GT3 machinery. GT4 probably a little bit later on, as we'll see who will come out on top for the victory here at Operation Motorsports Benefit 4 Hours at Watkins Glen. And as we keep an eye on things, Rachel, as you're back with us here, a lot of great action still going on the track, but a close call, of course, for Thomas Cope.
Yeah, it has been, and Cope is in a position where I think he's got a real chance here, but yeah, the worst enemy of the leader is the lap traffic and themselves. And it could always get very, 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 very messy in those cases. But what I want to keep an eye on here is the Magic Men, because they are right behind your leaders, only 6.9 seconds back.
And closing.
This long, that is on top of them.
That is that. I mean, crash course in sports car racing, Terry. You know, when we think over racing, 6 seconds, that's like, you know, almost half the track if you think about it. But for this, that is tight racing action, because one small mistake from Cope or Chris Walsh could change the entire outcome of this entire race for these two drivers, as we watch Thomas Cope trying to hold on to the race lead, 6.2 seconds, as we now have 5 cars on the lead lap. Black Dove Racing of Stephen Maxwell is the last car on the lead lap. So Team Oblivion Racing, Thomas Cope has been an astounding speed, astounding pace, trying to make sure that everyone behind him is having a tough time keeping up with him.
Yeah, you talk about 6 seconds not being a whole lot here. I might be new to the different classes and this type of road racing, but road racing in general is something that I rather much enjoy. This has been one of the funnest experiences of my life, is just racing them, watching the races unfold, and 6 seconds is one spin. And people don't realize that here. We talk oval racing, 6 seconds is an eternity. You got to go forever to catch up to them. But here, if he was to spin into one going into the 90 or into the inner loop or the boot, he's going to get caught, because by the time he backs up and gets it back going, the second place car is breathing down the leader's neck.
Certainly is, and it just shows the incredible commitment that these drivers have to give in order to try to keep extending their lead or losing or gaining time on their competitors. As you see Thomas Cope still trying to hold on. He's lost more time to Christopher Walsh, who is now back by 5.7. So last time we checked, he's picked up almost a second on Thomas Cope as he's working his way around one of the Mercedes GT3s. That's the MSR Opmo Mercedes team. Thomas Dunn behind the wheel of that Mercedes number 93. Chris Walsh closing in now on your race leader, has now dropped it to 5.8. As we approach the next round of pit stops here, Rachel, who are some of the drivers who you're going to be watching in this final hour?
In the final hour, I'm keeping my eyes, of course, on Switcher Emerald, Imperial Motorsports Magic Man, Oblivion, and ZP Motorsports, who are climbing back up here. They are working fast. Also, along with the Marconi Setup Shop Racing, McLaren Day 1, I'm definitely focusing on.
Indeed, they're one of the faster drivers out there currently. Was almost a little over less than a second slow or faster than Roger Dydal in the ZPM Flying Porsche as we watch those now. They currently have a gap of about 32 seconds over Jordan Spoon, but we still have another pit stop to happen for these drivers. Of course, Jordan mentioned that they are going to be out there until about 35 minutes to go, and then Rice will take over that car to round it out the rest of this race. Meanwhile, back up front, Thomas Cope, still your race leader, out ahead of Christopher Walsh there. As you see the sun starting to set. Current in-sim time, as we know, closing in on about after 7 o'clock. So we still have another hour, and the sun is starting to set. A beautiful sunset here up in the Finger Lake region of New York here at Watkins Glen International. As the field is snaking their way through, our race leader had to split the difference between two GT4 cars. A very gutsy move, but was able to complete it before entering the bus stop.
Yeah, very sneaky move, and the bus stop is not the place that you want to be getting 2 and 3 wide in. You want to go in there as smooth as possible, but you still have to be aggressive. Even as the leader of this race, you want to go in here and attack this exact spot, because that's where a lot of speed can be gained or lost. And I know there's a ton of places on this racetrack, like the heel or the toe of the boot, heavy braking zone. You don't want to slide anything out there. He had to make up time, and I'm glad he got around him in the carousel before he got there.
Great move indeed, quickly enough, but still a close call that could have costed him dearly as we progress through this race. As we watch here, we're still sitting at $26.70 for donations. We still need your help. Please visit the website, pledgeit.com or pledgeit.org/Operation Benefits. Make sure you pledge a little bit of something, even a little bit. It can be even just $5, $10. A lot that can make a big difference for Operation Motorsports in order to help our wounded servicemen and women, along with our veterans who have been serving honorably in the United States and Canada. As you're on board with Lars Watzig, who is trying to work his way through some lap traffic in that BMW. In fact, goes by one of the Operation Motorsports BMW M4s as he enters turn 1.
Yes, it is, and wow, it is definitely evolving here as we keep moving this forwards. I am really excited by this business, and look at how close this is right now. This is stunning between Switch It and that car ahead. Thankfully they're moving out of the way for them, nice and easy, but overall this has been really enjoyable as a race. We've had a huge variety of racing on track and off track. We've had a great amount of excitement, and boy, this thing isn't even decided yet.
It certainly has not. A lot still at stake as we are approaching 1 hour to go here today, as you're on board with the 93 Mercedes of Thomas Dunn. Gained quite a bit of ground since the drop of the green flag after starting in 20th position, is now sitting 11th. A strong run for that team there, Terry.
Strong run for the team, and he's up 9 spots so far. As he's been trying to work through this traffic, he's done a marvelous job of figuring out which ways around this racetrack to go. Granted, he's not up there racing for the overall position in first, but he's doing a marvelous job of figuring out that this racetrack, it's going to change. And when the sun does start to set all the way and we fully get into the darkness, I think he's going to be one of the guys that we can see come up there, maybe get his lap back, and become a mainstay in this race.
Been on seeing what he can do, see if he can even break into the top 10. He has about a lap behind Alexis Cote in the ADC 882 Porsche, but still plenty of time with an hour left to go As we go back to see Chris Walsh in that number 21 Porsche, the Imperial Motor, as he has made incredible time up on Thomas Cope. It's now down to 1.9 seconds as Cope had some trouble out on the track and was 2 seconds slower than the Magic Man, Chris Walsh there, Rachel, as Walsh has definitely smelled the scent of blood here in the closing stages.
Yeah, he really has, and I think Walsh is absolutely dragging for this one right now. He is, yeah, scent of blood in the water is very much a thing, but it's also, he has them on the run. He is closing in now, and he can see the threat ahead, and he's going to go for this thing. And, oh, that got very momentarily interesting there as the car was spun out to the exit there of the arch of the boot, but his target in front of him, and if anything, you also got the leader of, actually that's not the leader, sorry, that is ZP Motorsports. That's not ZP Motorsports, I'm getting very confused by a similar coloured car, but things are very, very hectic, and we could see a real change, but we've got a black car in between them here. We could definitely play into this.
A lot still. As we get ready to go and watch this battle here, there is your GT4 race leader, the 88 of the ZPM Flying Slots, Richard Dydal, still your race leader there, has still a good advantage of 32 seconds over Jordan Spoon. And as we keep an eye on seeing who will decide to come down pit road, couple of GT3. As we see Chris Walsh has now under a second. This is going to be the battle for the race lead. And to the 90, Walsh has made significant time up. It's now less than 0.3 of a second. It's going to be two Porsches battling it out as they approach the top of the hill at the S's.
Yeah, they come through the S's. They're going to find their way into the inner loop. These drivers know you have an hour to go, but crunch time is now. Once you hit that hour mark, it is time to go for the race lead. No driver swaps should be happening anytime soon. Coming down through the inner loop, Walsh is going to brake a whole lot earlier than Cope does, but the exit and the chicane is going to look really good for this Porsche.
Certainly indeed, as we watch these two battle it out here as they approach the boot. It's going to be a close battle. Walsh to the inside of Cope. Close contact almost made as they come out into the entrance of the boot. Through the heel, they're now approaching the top of the hill as Walsh is now your new race leader once again.
He is, and this is definitely going to make things exciting as Blooming couldn't quite hold on. Cope couldn't in this instance, and Walsh, well, he's looking forward to seeing what the next hour brings, and there's still another pit stop left to go before we see the end of this thing. It'll be a splash, I think, at this stage. I'm not sure people will take tyres, but we'll have to see how it plays. With the track being slipperier, it's going to be a 50-50 shot there.
It's going to be a 50-50 shot indeed as they see Christopher Walsh has now pulled away from Thomas Cope, 0.7 of a second, and growing between these two drivers as they work through turn number 10. And now through turn 12, a great move. He'll look to the inside of one of the GT4 McLarens and try to put some distance between the two drivers.
Walsh has done an amazing job right here. I mean, he's spread it out to almost 1.2 seconds so far, and coming down into one. Cope almost overshot it. He almost got to the back of that 78 right there, but did an amazing job of not taking the back end of that one out. And now that's going to cost him precious time on the racetrack.
It certainly is going to cost him precious time. It's now over 2 seconds separation between Walsh and Cope, as that was a close call indeed for Thomas Cope. Three minutes left to go here before we reach the 1 hour left to go. Still sitting at $2,600. Please, everyone who's watching, go and donate at least a couple of dollars to pledge.org/Opmo Benefit. I know some drivers are going to be donating, each of the drivers in their team donating each lap that they completed in today's race. So that total will continue to go up, but we are still so close to at least reaching $3,000 before the end of the race. We have a goal of $10,000 that will be up for the rest of the week, but still go out there and pledge your support for Operation Motorsports as we see Jordan Spoon in the McConey Setup Shop Racing McLaren sitting in second position. He's still got one more pit stop to make with about 35 minutes to go from what they told us to see if they can catch up to Richard Diedal in that race-leading Porsche in the ZPM Flying Slops.
Yeah, I'm still very curious right here with Jordan Spoon. I'm watching. I hope we can stay on him for an entire lap to just show what he's doing with such incredible focus. He's paying attention. He knows he's on camera. Hey, hopefully he hears us and he can wave to us as well. He comes through this inner loop right here, and just look how much speed he's carrying. He never leaves fourth gear. He keeps it at half throttle till he gets off the exit of there, rolls it back into fifth for a second, goes back into fourth before he hits the boot. And I've been paying attention to what he's been doing because he's been sailing it just a little bit over the bump, just to gain that extra little time that he's had. And now he has to navigate through a wrecked race car right here off the exit of the toe, coming into the hill. He is carrying amazing speed throughout this race course.
Certainly is, as we're still going to remain on board with him as he comes up through the heel of the boot and enters into the toe. Gets a little bit of a shuffle to get himself in better, comfortable positions as they enter into the toe of the boot to exit out and then back up to the top of the hill at turn number 10. Such focus, such intent. Take a look in the mirror to see if he's able to accomplish what he needs. Make sure no one's coming up quickly behind him. As he comes off the off-camber turn number 10, sets the run down the short chute through turn number 11. You can pretty much take this flat out for the most part, give it a little breathe of the throttle, and then come right here, this another short chute through turn number 12 for the final time here. He'll complete another lap and progress down the front straightaway to go at it once again. 1 hour left to go. It's exciting. It's a lot of great storylines still to come. Here is your top three here at the top of the hour. Imperial Motorsports Magic Man Chris Walsh is your race leader, followed by Lars Watzig in Switch It Emerald. Thomas Coe has fallen back to third position in the Team Oblivion Racing number 187 Porsche. Meanwhile, in the GT4 class, and actually before we go to that, here is Team Oblivion Racing coming down pit road. A big situation right here, Rachel. Let's see what he can do.
Let's see exactly what he can do, as we have actually fixed the technical difficulty, so we're okay now, but it's going to be tight still to see, but we're still looking, guys, on track here. We're seeing a swap coming in. Yeah, we've got a driver swap in.
So with 1 hour left to go, Team Oblivion Racing has decided to do their first driver swap. Charles Boschel will now be coming behind the wheel of that 187 Porsche. And with that, we'll see what will happen. Meanwhile, in GT4, it is the ZPM Flying Slops of Richard Diedal, followed by the Maconi Setup Shop Racing McLaren of Jordan Spoon. Rounding out your top three is the YS Motorsports GT4 of Ethan Tavidas, who rounds out your top three there. And as we see what happens with Team Oblivion Racing as they finish their driver switch and pit stop, we are going to take another commercial break. But don't worry, you're not going to miss anything as we go side by side. You're watching Operation Motorsports Benefit 4 Hours at Watkins Glen, live from Podium Esports.
The goal at any given race is, of course, to win. And CrowdStrike, AWS, and DXDT were fortunate to achieve championship-winning results in 2020. We're extremely proud to be partnering with Operation Motorsport through our racing initiatives. Their program seeks to place military veterans in various positions inside a real racing team. The experience aids in their retraining, recovery, and rehabilitation.
So my name is Chad Paling. I'm a staff sergeant retired out of the United States Army. I am with Kevin Boehm under DXDT. You're getting creative. You're getting taught to think outside of the box.
We couldn't be more proud to be affiliated with this great program. In the spirit of giving back to the community and creating meaningful opportunities, we're committed to building a diverse motorsports platform with the amazing men and women who have served our country.
Motorsports was a transition for me.
And it helped him a lot. It gave him a focus. It gave him a purpose to get up.
35 years in the Army, and I needed something to transition into. And so from that transition came an idea, and the idea was this.
We have 3 veterans here today that came from Fort Bragg. I think in total we've probably got 21 so far that we've touched in 9 months.
A lot of people have ideas to help veterans, disabled veterans specifically, and ill and injured. The difference is that we've already established a rapport in the paddock.
We're in the right place at the right time in our lives to be able to take these guys that are wounded and put them in front of people that can actually show them that there is a camaraderie, there's a brotherhood within the motorsports industry, that there is potential for career opportunities for them if they have the skill set.
What it becomes is a diversionary therapy. And so when you look at the effect it has on the guys, that diversionary therapy translates into them coming out of the dark places and finding a new hobby, new friends. They meet new people, new experiences.
With the little smiles that you can see, the difference in their behavior, how the service guys and the veterans open up from the Friday and what they're like on the Sunday when the event is over. It's amazing. It really is. You can't describe it. You have to actually witness it.
We're the full package. If you're only giving a one-day experience, that individual is still going to wake up on Monday with the same problems. And what we do is we do the follow-up. What's next? Recovery is a journey, and every one of those journeys is individual. There is no cookie-cutter solution to any of this. It's very, very personal.
As a beneficiary with Operation Motorsport, I was surrounded by this team that could understand what I was struggling with, and they provided me with a really supportive community. It made such an impact on me that I've now decided to volunteer with them as the Canadian Beneficiary Trustee, so I can help to provide the same opportunities that I benefited from.
Welcome back to Podium Esports coverage of the Operation Motorsports Benefit 4 Hours at Watkins Glen. Under an hour to go. Myself, Taylor Burris, along with Rachel Whiteford and Terry Bradford, Ryan Bauer, and the cameras provided by the great Dougie Beard here as we are closing in at the pinnacle moments, the penultimate hour left for these drivers as the tiredness, the fatigue, the emotions, the mentality of some of these drivers is starting to show for some drivers. Mistakes can be critical. Rachel, I mean, as we all know, we're also feeling it as well for 4 hours. It's a long time to be doing a broadcast, but only for, it can be minimal compared to what these drivers are having to overcome.
Oh, it is. It's going to be stressful and tiring for these guys, but at least for them, they can maybe put some music on, they can focus on driving, they can get that car running, and there's going to be something always to keep them busy. The track is always there, and it's a good length of a race for endurance. It's not too long, it's not too short. It's probably a bit of an eye-opener for Terry here and the NASCAR side of things, but it's this is medium length, I'd say, and it's a good length.
Certainly is indeed. Of course, now as pit stop cycles are working through, as one driver has retired, that's the Leewell Racing McLaren, so his off-roading and drifting excursions come to a close here today. Tough break for Brendan Lee and the rest of the Leewell Racing McLaren.
Yeah, I feel like I'm watching Monday Night Raw, just sitting here watching a slapback, drawn-out fight right here. And most of these guys have separated themselves from the pack. The 013 car of Olivier Bollinger. I hope I said that one correctly and didn't butcher that name. Alabama education gets me every time. But the ZP Motorsports driver has done a phenomenal job finding his way to the front. He stayed up here And originally in this race, that was the man we kind of thought that you were going to have to beat. That team is strong. We see the 187's had some issues. He went off the racetrack and completely missed the corner at one point. There's a lot of people that are down a lap, and it's going to make it much easier for these leaders.
Certainly is indeed going to make it interesting as we approach the under the 50-minute mark here momentarily, as we watch and see the leader of the ZP Motorsports complete their pit stops, as we watch and see who will come out on top after this cycle of pit stops. This should be the final cycle for the GT3 cars. The GT4 cars still have one more pit stop left to go, as we watch Lars Watzig work through the bus stop chicane into the carousel, as he currently is your race leader by about 2 seconds over Chris Walsh in that Imperial Motorsports Magic Man Porsche, as he is trying to see if he can run down Lars Watzig.
Yeah, he really is, and Lars is in a good position for this right now, and we've seen this all shake out here, but still time to go here. 45 minutes on the clock, and they're not that far ahead of Magic Men, but they have pitted. They're clear now, so we'll see how this one plays through. ZP Motorsports, though, I believe they still need to pit, right?
They just finished their pit stops, I believe, Rachel, so we'll have to see what they can do. And with that, while we watch the drivers, there's Tyler Beamon from the Mad Sim Racing. We talked to actually Tyler earlier on and talked a little bit about Mad Sim Racing. Make sure to go visit their website at madsimracing.com along with their podcast Into the Apex, as there you see Jordan, of course, Mad Sim Racing. Phenomenal group of people out there who partnered up with Operation Motorsports to bring about this special event here. And there you see Jordan Spoon, our in-race reporter from McConey Setup Shop Racing, still running in second place. He is still still 36 seconds back from your race leader of the ZPM Flying Sloths, Richard Dydal, as they approach 49 minutes left to go in the race. And while we're at this point, for all of you who are watching on Twitch or YouTube, if you have a question for any of us here in the booth, just simply type #AskTheBooth. We'll be glad to answer your question, anything involving racing or any other questions involving the Operation Motorsports. We look forward to that and interacting with you, the fans, because without you fans out there, we wouldn't be able to bring you all this great coverage or anyone else to enjoy it. But while you're at it, make sure to go visit pledgeit.org/UpModeBenefit and pledge a little bit of money towards this great organization of Operation Motorsports.
Been interesting to see what Switch It Motorsports has been able to do. Lars takes the lead, 2-second gap, and it's closing a little bit. And it's, I know I hit this all the way. Fresh tires, and no matter what world you're in, NASCAR, IndyCar, or here, makes a tremendous difference. Lars pitted a lap early than Chris did, and that has allowed him to stretch it. But now, here comes the Magic Man in Imperial Motorsports. That 21 starting to make some headway back to the front. 2.1 seconds, and it's dropping. This could be the race for the win with 48 minutes to go. Somebody's gonna have to get the grip of this racetrack and get the grip of the lead and just take a stranglehold on it to the end.
Indeed, as we watch this battle here comes, of course, Walsh to try to close that gap on Watzig. It's BMW versus Porsche. There you see how close the difference is. 2 seconds and closing between the two drivers as we watch these two battle it out in the closing stages. There you see Walsh get around one of the sister, or the Black Dove Racing of Stephen Maxwell, and quickly make quick work of him. And then here's the crossover possibly coming into play. Nope, Banks better of it. Maxwell gives him the room.
Nicely done there, makes it sure everything runs perfectly. And that's the big thing we've seen today, is just how fair the racing has been. I think I've really seen one of the cleanest, most sporting endurance races ever today.
It certainly has been very clean racing indeed throughout all the field of drivers out on the circuit here today. There's your GT4 race leader, the number 88 of Richard Dydal in the ZPM Flying Sloths, having another astounding performance here in the closing stages of tonight's race. Sun has completely almost set behind the track surface here. As we look at the time, it is now 7:30, almost right about, or closing in. So with 30 minutes left to go or about 45 minutes left to go in this race, we should be seeing the race over a little after 8 o'clock in sim time. So a lot still at stake for these drivers as we watch them race off into the sunset here at Watkins Glen International.
This is the most beautiful view in the world, to see Watkins Glen go down into the day or into the nighttime. This is the only race we see on the NASCAR circuit or anywhere in upstate New York. One of the most beautiful scenes. Look at just the amazing vineyards that are outside the racetrack. And iRacing did such a fantastic job, and so did Dougie Beard, of putting these cameras together to just show you the skyline. It looks like a Bob Ross painting, but only cooler, because it's actually virtual. And it's just nice little dots around here to put this race together. Everybody that's here doing it for a great cause. If we can get Operation Motorsports up to that 3,000 mark here before this race is over, I would be extremely excited. I might even shave my hair off.
Is that what you're really going to do if we hit $3,000, Terry?
I will shave my hair. My wife will be very happy.
Well, we know what our social media expert, Eric Messer, is going to be doing here momentarily. So if you want to see Terry Radford shave his head, make sure to try to at least hit the $3,000 marks in the goal for the donations. Visit pledgeit.org/UpMoBenefit. And if we hit $3,000, Terry's going to shave his head.
I'm not going to shave the beard, but the head will definitely get shaved. My wife has been complaining. I have to wear headbands now, which is so crazy that I have to do this. So I wear these headbands to keep my hair out of my face. And I'm not supposed to tell her it's annoying me. But after 6.5 years in the Army and them telling me I've got to cut my hair every week, I'm tired of it. I am trying to just let it grow until I look like a hippie.
But then your wife says different.
Her opinion doesn't matter.
Oh, yeah, sure. That's the truth, honestly.
And on another note, it looks like Terry's going to be sleeping on the couch after this broadcast tonight.
She's not home, and so I sleep on the couch.
Oh, so he's brave. Okay, so he's brave when she's not home.
Yes, I'm very brave. The door's open. She's not here. She's in Virginia. And on a sweet note, it's hard to sleep in the bed when your wife's not home, because you just miss her touch. You just miss having her next to you. And hopefully she's not watching.
I will tell you, I love sleeping in the bed when my other half isn't home, because I get to starfish across the entire thing. Oh wait, I did that anyway, never mind.
Oh, my mother wants to know how much we need. Oh, Mom is at every show, guys. So if you see Mama Trama, she's here every stream we do here on Podium.
Well, Miss Radford, to let you know, we need 3,000. So that's what we need in order for your son to shave his head.
We need to hit 3,000, not a whole total of 3,000.
Yes, we need to at least hit 3,000.
I think she wants you to cut your hair.
If my wife was watching, I guarantee you she would have sunk everything she had right now just to hit that 3,000 mark for this hair to come off my head.
Oh my goodness, this is gonna be exciting. I don't know what's gonna be more exciting, the battle for the race lead that could be possibly happening, or the fact to see if we can hit $3,000 before the checkered flag falls, to see if Terry is gonna be shaving his head.
I hope I don't have to shave it bald. I look ridiculous.
Oh, you opened your mouth and
you did.
Can't put it back in.
It's for a good cause. You know, I'm down to do anything for charity, and that's the one thing that I would tell everybody. Being this close to the military, and like I said, serving for a long time with a bunch of great units and a bunch of great people, to see this happening and to see Operation Motorsport doing what they do for the community as a whole, there's a lot of organizations out there that just doesn't treat the veterans correctly. But to see this happening right now and to be a part of it is just massive for guys like me. I've seen people losing their legs, losing their arms, losing their vision, and they get told, you're not a part of this no more, go away, and they get secluded on their own. Their buddies fall off and stop talking to them. but to see a group of veterans come together just in unity every single night that they can get together and race on iRacing in general, or just any video game, just brings so much joy to my life, and just it makes me much happier as a human being to see Americans come together, and Canadians, Europeans, and just love one another, because that's all this is about. You served your country. Now let's love you like you loved us, and you didn't even know us, but you loved us.
It's such a great opportunity and a great honor for all of us here at Podium Esports to be a part of such a wonderful event, as well as to have, of course, Terry with us and Rachel with us, who were formerly served for the military for their respective countries, as we hit $26.95. So someone chipped in about $25. Getting close.
Here we go.
Let's shave some hair.
We're going to see if Terry's going to shave his head or not. We'll find out here. We're so close. We just need about $305 by the looks of it. So just 305 is what we need. 41 minutes left to go on the clock. Let's do it here for those who are watching. As we can see, Christopher Walsh is back at it, running down Lars Watzik. So we could see a great battle. What's going to be more exciting? The battle to see who will win this race, or the closeness we can get to that $3,000 mark? We want to hit $10,000 still, but of course that budget will still be out for a little bit longer, even after tonight's race. So if you were able to share this broadcast with your friends and families to go watch this event, and of course make sure to tune in for all of Operation Motorsport's iRacing leagues to watch such great members of the military battling it out here across many great American racing circuits, including also Canadian circuits here on the iRacing surface.
As you talked about, our social media guru was hot on the heels to put that tweet out there. So make sure you go follow the Podium Twitter. I think it's good to give back, and if me losing my hair helps veterans out, I'll shave it all. Who cares?
Let's try and do that here as we get ready for that.
It's a good attitude to have, I think, in this case.
Keeping an eye on the field of drivers right now. There you see our race leader, Lars Watzik, in the Switch It Emerald BMW. Pretty much been inside the top 5 all race long, is now your race leader. But we have to still keep an eye on the magic men of Chris Walsh and Christopher Pies in that Imperial Motorsports Porsche, running them down in second place, 2.1 seconds, now 1.9 seconds back from your race leader as they work to the top of the hill through the S's. It is now critical for these drivers to work their way through, managing the lap traffic here as you ride on board with Chris Walsh.
Board with Chris Walsh in the 21, he's catching the leader. His lap time has been just better across the board from him. They struggled on their stop time, 41.8, but 38.9 for the 772. He's working through traffic really well, getting through the corners just as best as he can, not overdriving the car, knowing that he sees the leader just up ahead. It's go time now, 38 minutes to go. I think he can get there.
We can definitely see what he can do here in the closing stages of this race as we watch the final few moments here. And of course, Chris Walsh, we got to mention, is an SRO competitor. He races in the SRO GT World Challenge America, mostly in the GT4 category, running in a BMW, and has done quite well. Now, he's also a competitor in PCA competition, as we see what he can accomplish here today. And phenomenal drive so far. He's led some laps, and now he's trying to see if he can maintain and get back that race lead. And he's getting a little bit of an early heads up to get ready for next week at Watkins Glen International. Rachel, let's see what he can do here in the closing stages, as well as next week.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking forward to seeing what he can do as this one does come down to the close. And this gap between Switched Emerald and Imperial Motorsport is super close right now, 1.9 seconds. That is nothing. We've got time left, and it's coming in fast. Those guys are going for this. Walsh is on a charge.
He certainly is on the charge indeed, as he is trying to hunt down Lars Lutzig as they watch on and battle it out here in the closing stages at Watkins Glen. Of course, this is the Operation Motorsports Benefit 4 Hours at Watkins Glen, presented by Mad Sim Racing here on Podium Esports. And as the clock continues to wind down, we are approaching 30 minutes left to go in today's race. A lot of exciting things happening here. And of course, this is where we'll hold season finale for the Operation E Motorsport iRacing Summer League presented by Bricaro. So a lot to go on. As we have a new update, $27.95. So we're getting closer. We just now need $205. Thank you to those who have donated here in the closing stages. We just need $205 more to hit $3,000 in order to see Terry Radford shave his head.
Yeah, starting to get a little nervous now, 36-0, and people out there throwing hundreds on it. You know, I'm sure my wife will come home at midnight tonight and see me bald-headed and go, oh, you did that today. Make her a little bit happier than anything. But yeah, keep the donations coming. Let's get this. Let's get some more involvement out there with the fans, and who knows? Maybe in 35 minutes we're going to be running up to the barber shop and getting a nice little wax on my head.
We're gonna see if that happens here as we watch on. It did jump up again. What do we have? What's our current update now? $2,820. Man, oh man.
Boys.
Jerry, how do you feel?
A little bit nervous, I'm not gonna lie. It's a good incentive to put out there for people. Some people just need a little bit of a chicken in front of them running around to see if they're gonna do it. And I'm glad that my hair is something to get it ready to go. Everybody's spamming the Twitter right now to see my hair go away. And I wish we had a camera shot on how long this thing is. It looks like a mop on top of my head.
Oh, goodness gracious. So we look forward to see what will happen here in the closing stages. As we watch here, we are closing in. As, of course, our amazing people out there. Someone just actually, like our social media expert, Eric Messer just mentioned, someone did just throw in $100 just a few moments ago. So, oh, Eric did. So thank you very much, Eric. He really wants to see your head shaved, Terry.
Yeah, there's a lot of people out there. My mom's out there screaming, bald Terry. Yeah, I mean, I'm getting a little nervous, but I think I look good no matter what. Bald head, hairy head, as long as I get to keep the hairy face.
Well, there we go. We'll see what happens here as we are now at 34 minutes to go. As we watch on and see Chris Walsh still trying to run down Lars Lutzig in that battle for the race lead. 1.9 seconds between these two. And as we thank Podium Esports for the raid. From those of you who are watching some great racing, drifting action on Assetto Corsa, we now welcome you to Operation Motorsports coverage here of the Benefit 4 Hours. We're trying to raise money for Operation Motorsports. Currently, we have a goal of $10,000, but at $3,000, our very own Terry Radford will shave his head. So please visit the website at pledgeit.org/OpmoBenefit to donate a little bit of money to Operation Motorsports.
Getting nervous now. We done jumped up to a good bit of people, but man, really am getting I'm starting to get nervous. We got more people out there watching. You just mentioned about a bald head. I mean, I might look like Mr. Clean at the end of it, but I think I look pretty good with a hat on. I'll keep the bandana, keep zone going up, and now we have hit it. We have hit it. I am shaving at $3,000. Goodness.
Yeah,
all right, sounds like I'm shaving some hair.
Yeah.
Thank you to those who have donated $3,001. It's kind of funny, like you said, Terry. We just needed to throw a little bit of a prize for them to get a little entertainment out of it, and apparently, you shaving your head was the entertainment value that they needed.
sounds like the entertainment. But hey, whatever we can do to help veterans out, we're here for a good cause. We're not here for me or for anybody else to get any type of glory out of this or recognition. This is about Operation Motorsport. This is about helping veterans getting into a team, getting into a home, and finding a new brotherhood and sisterhood that they lost when they left the military. And I love it. I love every second of this. And it sounds like when this stream's over, I'm gonna find the local barbershop and we'll post on Twitter and show a bald head.
Okay, make sure to go follow Terry on his social media. I believe it's Terry Radford 4.
That is it. Follow it out on Twitter. We'll have I'll tag Podium in it. We're going to have a bald head this evening.
This is going to be fun. It's going to be exciting as we watch on the battle for the race lead. It's now fallen back to about 2 seconds. Rachel, what does Chris need to try and do to try to catch up to Lars Watzig in these closing stages?
I don't know, it could have been a bad lap, but it could be that he may have used up the tyre advantage he had, and this could be just balancing out. So we'll see over the next lap or two, but I think this could be, it's either a bad lap or the tyre advantage has left him, and now it's going to stabilise. So we'll have to find out.
We certainly will have to find out indeed as we watch here in the closing stages. Of course, Chris Walsh, we have to talk a little bit about him right quick. He is a U.S. Air Force Special Tactics officer. He also competed this year in his first ever SRO, where he competed in the TC category at Virginia International Raceway. Had a strong performance there, and if memory serves me correctly from what we did last time, Rachel, he's also an Olympic bobsledder.
Which is pretty incredible, yeah, I remember mentioning that.
As we get things going here, and as we see, watching the battle here, we jumped up even more. $3,251.
Awesome.
This is incredible, and that's all we needed. Was a little bit of fun to talk about and mention. And from one point we were stuck at $2,400. Now we have gone over $3,000. So thank you. Let's keep it going here in the closing stages of today's race.
And don't forget to go share this out. We can't be the only people having fun up here. Everybody out there in the chat, we love you guys being out here, but get this out here. Send the message out to Facebook, send it to Twitter, share it with your family. Everybody can get involved in just ! Pledge. Shows you the link to go to pledge some money out here today. Let's do a lot more. We got 29 minutes to go in this race. I know people are probably watching football. I'm multitasking. But let's continue the fun.
Just before we move on with the racing, we do need to clarify one thing. The entire booth is currently shocked at the prospect that the Cleveland Browns are winning a football game.
That's true.
It's true. And not only that, but they're
Chiefs. So it's kind of
well, Kansas City was
winning.
Yeah. Well, first and foremost, the Browns are winning, and second, they're beating the people who lost the Super Bowl last year to Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Which is
crazy.
It is crazy.
22-10 going into halftime.
That's nuts. That's insane. That's always like a good team, but it's the Browns. Anyway, racing cars.
Back to racing cars, of course, as you're on board with the Magic Man racing team of Christopher Walsh. And he is trying to find what little bit of magic he has left in his race car in the closing stages. 28 minutes left to go. Let's see if he can pull a rabbit out of the hat, no pun intended. They try to catch up to Lars Watzig. 2.1 seconds separate the two drivers as they come out of the 90, up the top of the hill through the S's.
As they come through the S's right here, he's starting to track it down. All of these drivers, he's going to catch this slower GT4 car, but that didn't hinder him too much. He's still able to make a run up here. They come through the inner loop. Right next to that Sunoco sign where you start to get on the brake just a little bit. He's making this time up right through here. You just see him sailing it through that one, getting to the carousel, and now the boot's next.
They come through the boot here as they come out of the carousel, entering the boot. It's still going to be Chris Walsh trying to run down Lars Watzig. 1.5 seconds, now 1.6. So he's able to pick up 4/10 so far. Now dropped it down to 1.5 seconds. 27 minutes left to go through the top of the heel of the boot here. You watch them. Walsh hunting, stalking down his prey of Lars Watzig. 1.4 seconds now as they are exiting out of the boot here this next corner, Rachel. A lot is at stake for these drivers as they work their way through these final few corners.
Yeah, absolutely, and these final corners are going to be a huge amount of everything. We've got time left still for the racing, but I'm still seeing this looking very balanced, which is going to be interesting to see how we play forwards, but the gap is small, it could change.
It certainly can change at any moment. You haven't missed anything in the GT4 class. This is the battle we're going to be watching. The ZPM flying slots of Justin Barrera still hold on to the race lead over Derek Rice in the Maconi Setup Shop Racing McLaren. So we'll see what happens here in the closing stages. Of course, you are watching the final minutes of the Operation Motorsports Benefit 4 Hours at Watkins Glen, presented by Mad Sim Racing. We just reached over $3,200 in order to help benefit those who are part of the Operation Motorsports. It's a great cause. It's a great group of people here at Operation Motorsports. And as we close in on the rest of this race, we hope more people continue to donate for this event. It's for a great cause. As we watch your top two work through the bus stop chicane here in the closing stages through the carousel, it is BMW versus Porsche. Close call indeed as we see Chris Walsh make a quick slide through to get around the McLaren of Robert Anderson in that thin line auxiliary McLaren.
He knows it's go time right now, and coming into the boot portion of this racetrack, he has to catch Lars. That switch it BMW has done a great job, but the Porsche has been really the dominant class this entire race so far. They've led the majority of the laps, but the BMW took control at the 1 hour to go mark, and he hasn't looked back yet. I think this is going to come down to who catches lap traffic where, who catches the GT4s at the wrong spot to allow him to go in 25 more minutes.
Certainly indeed, as we watch these two battle it out in the closing stages. There you see your GT4 race leader right in front of your overall race leader. Good shot of the two as they come through the final corner. And as they work through there, we have 25 minutes to go.
Yeah, very much so. 25 minutes left, and it's starting to wane in terms of light here at the track. So this will be a little bit of a factor. The sun's going to be low for them, which could definitely be an impact. The time has come down, though, between Imperial Motorsports Magic Man and Switch It Emerald. 1.3 seconds is halved.
It certainly is. We are going to take our final side-by-side commercial break, but you won't miss any of the action. You'll still see it all here live on Podium Esports. You are watching the Operation Motorsports Benefit 4 Hours here on Podium.
I found out about Operation Motorsports through the program I'm in with the military. They're helping me transition into the civilian life, and this was a great way for me to take my passion and see what it's like on the high-performance side. I'm here to pick up what I can learn from them so that I can use it with my future career as being an automotive mechanic. This is a great experience whether you're just a at-home kind of person working on your car, changing oils or stuff like that, or wanting to go into the high-performance side. I'm loving how the team's taking me in and really showing me everything. It'll show you just about everything you need to know from the driver standpoint to the tire changing.
Welcome back to Podium Esports coverage here in the closing stages of the Operation Motorsports Benefit 4 Hours at Watkins Glen. You see the battle for the race lead happening. 1 second separates Switch and Emerald versus the Magic Men. Lars Watzig versus Chris Walsh. Up to the top of the boot they will go as you watch on screen the battle for the race lead. It is going to get exciting down to the wire as 21 minutes are left to go on the clock. Please visit pledgeit.org/OpMoBenefit to donate for Operation Motorsports. We just crossed over $3,000 here today, and it's going to be exciting because Terry's going to shave his head for doing that. And as we continue to watch the battle here, Rachel, it's going to get exciting here in the final stages. 1 second separates 2 of some of the strongest drivers we've had all race long.
Yeah, this is crazy tight now. For the end of an endurance race, for it to come down to 1 second, this is massive. There's a lot of that traffic that will definitely play a factor.
As we watch these two battle it out and work their way down towards the 90. They've been through here. They've had a couple of close calls in this section as you're on board with your second place driver of Chris Walsh as he works his way up through the top of the hill of the S's, making short work of some of the GT4 manufacturers. 2 Porsches he's got to put behind him to get ahead of Lars Watzig in the BMW, who's just right there. You see him on screen as he works by one of the GT4 Porsches into the braking zone. A great camera angle provided by Dougie Beard as they work through the bus stop.
Yeah, as they come through the bus stop, I wanted to go back on board with Walsh for a second just to show how much his hands are actually moving. He's doing a fantastic job of using every bit of the road course that he can use, off track, on track. He's covering it all, getting a good arch right there going into the boot section. And now he's coming onto this corner. See what he's going to do is he just sweeps it in all the way to the line, all the way back down. And he's turning it so much, but getting a great launch off the corner. He's got something for Switch and Emerald.
He certainly does, as the gap is now down to 0.8 of a second. Here they go, exiting out of the boot this time. Through the heel they'll go. He's right there. Just how much turn is he going to give as he comes off corner exit? Up to turn number 10. The transitioning up to the top of the hill goes a little wide, but is able to back it down. Gap is still at 0.8 of a second and closing now 0.7 of a second as they come through the final set of corners here. Let's take a look at the replay as we had trouble for the 42 of Alexis Cote, who makes hard contact with his Porsche. There you see the battle for the race lead now is down to 0.6 of a second here in the closing stages. You're on board with the Magic Man, Chris Walsh, trying to catch up to Lars Watzig. Up through the S's once again. 19 minutes left to go. 19 minutes left to see who will come out on top. You're not missing anything in the GT4 class. Justin Barrera still holds on a 30-second lead over Derek Rice in the McConey Setup Shop Racing McLaren as they work down the back straightaway through the bus stop. 0.6 of a second, 0.5 of a second. Through the carousel they'll go. This is where Walsh is very good through this section and is able to make up most of the time here.
Yeah, he really is. This could be an opportunity for him to really hold this back. Lars is pushing hard, but with him right behind him, this is going to add a whole different dimension of driving at a rearview mirror, which is something he has to be very careful about because it could cause him a problem or two if he does. But I think he's got this here. He's in a good position. It's going to be really tough to see, though. Walsh is favourable, but Lars is holding this guy.
Certainly did indeed, as we're watching the battle between these two. Half a second now separates them as they exit out of the boot to the top of turn number 10. They will go. Great battling here in the closing stages here at Watkins Glen International. Don't forget to pledgeit.org, UpMoBenefit, to leave a donation for Operation Motorsports here. We're over $3,000. Let's try to at least get another $20 in to go to there as they work through the final corners as we work on.
They're coming down here, down the straightaway, going into the 90 degree, which is turn 1 right here. And I've been watching along with what Switch at Emerald has been doing right here. Lars has been kind of under-driving this corner to not make the mistake on the exit. The Magic Man, Chris Walsh, he has been kind of over-driving it but he's making great time on the exit. As they come through the S's right now, the gap is down. I mean, he can see it, and now he's having to look in his rearview mirror as he goes to make the pass in the inner loop.
Thinks better of it, not close enough to make it stick as they go through the inner loop. He'll hit the curbing right enough to continue on his way. Through the carousel, he'll try to get a better run off corner exit. It's now down to 0.2 of a second as they exit out of the carousel, entering into boot. Will Walsh try to send it up on the inside as they enter the boot? Not close enough to make it happen. Still nose to tail, about a car length separates the two drivers as they now come up to the toe of the boot. Here's a good opportunity to send it in the middle. He is going to stick his nose. He's there. Contact is made. Backs it off a little bit as they continue on the way. It's beating and banging here at Watkins Glen.
Oh boy, this is on now. This is the end of an endurance race, folks. A 4-hour race. And we got the two leaders beating and banging. This is more your speed, Terry, right? Some good revenge racing.
That's it. But it's crazy to think that after 4 hours, it comes down to 16 minutes. It comes down to who can be the best in 16 minutes of this racetrack. You see him come down in there, try to pull a little Dale Earnhardt right there and beat that door off, but he couldn't make it stick. He had to go. Now he has to regroup. Some great corners together. Now this gap is 2 car lengths. He has to make it work as they come down here. 15 minutes to go.
The question is, with that contact that Walsh made on Watzig, could that cost him the victory, because he now has to run him back down after all that time he gained on him. Through the 90 they go. He's going to try to see if he can rattle his cage a little bit more to get around him as they go up through the S's. Once again, it's now down to 0.3 of a second and closing through the S's, hitting their marks. Up the top of the hill they go. Walsh trying to get the momentum he needs to get a sniff of the trap. Down the back straightaway they'll go. He'll take a peek to the inside. Will he send it in the inside through the bus stop? The answer is going to be no. He's going to get a better run out of the S's in order to try to see if he can work through the carousel. He stays right on the back bumper of that BMW. Another classic sports car battle. BMW versus Porsche. The two German makes going at it here at Watkins Glen.
Absolutely loving this, and it's so close, but the car turned around. Oh god, the nerves can't take it, but a good run here. Walsh has definitely got the speed. I think he's just trying to find the right opportunity. That little contact will have rattled them both, and it's going to make them both a little bit more cautious, but time's running low now, and it's time to make this happen.
Under 15 minutes left to go as one of the Ferraris is in a very particular spot. As we see, Walsh was able to get around him along with Watzig. And as they enter the exit of the boot to turn number 10, it's still 0.4 of a second. Walsh has caught him, but is having a tough time trying to find a way to pass him. He doesn't have much time. He needs to try to plant it within the next lap or two in order to make it stick. Here they go through turn number 11. Watzig holds strong as they come out of there. Through turn 12, the sun is now in their eyes as they come through turn 11 into 12. Down the front straightaway here, a great run for Walsh. He is going to try to see if he can get a good run before they head into turn 1. He'll look to the inside, block from Watzig. He'll go to the outside and take the long way around. Who's going to come out on top? Crossover possible? Not this time around. Watzig holds on. Here comes Walsh though with a head of steam.
It's the first time I've actually seen Lars take a defensive line going into a corner, and I was very curious about 2 minutes ago on why he has not done that yet. The heavy braking zones right here, I expected to see him run a more defensive way. Trying to go 2x2 through the inner loop, not the smartest thing, but they're going to make it stick. Second place is going to think twice of it, and now the 21 is going to sit right there going through the carousel. Another defensive line ran, and now he goes wide. Can Walsh make it in the boot?
He's going to try as they work their way up to the entrance of the boot. Watzig holds on. Walsh watching and waiting for the opportune time to make the pass out of the entrance of the booth. They now go to the heel. He'll look to the inside. Watzig makes a defensive move. Walsh has to go a little bit check up and go a little wide through the corner. As they come off the exit of the toe, they'll now approach the short chute towards the heel of the boot and exit out. Here comes Watzig being very defensive on his battle here in the closing stages. Walsh has to possibly take the long way around or try and do a crossover maneuver off one of these corners as they come up to turn number 10.
This isn't going to be too tight for here. He's going to have an opportunity where he gets to the back stretch, I think, out of the S's. That's the best place to wait for here. I'd set up and wait. It is not right to do it in this end of the lap. It's going to be too tricky to make it work. And it's not a final lap situation where you've got to dive it. No, he's in a good spot here. Hold the position. Be right on the rear bumper. Intimidate him. make the run out of the S's into the bus stop. It's the best place for this as he has a good run here, but will it be enough? He's going defensive. Lars Watzig goes defensive, but he holds him off. Chris Walsh to the outside, gonna go for undercut in one. Will it be enough for a big run, huge run, alongside, inside he goes. Oh, that could be the move of the race. Takes the lead into the S's.
Talk about a winning pass, possibly. He's still got to hold him off, though. He's going to give him room up the top of the hill through the S's. It's going to be side by side, and Walsh completes the pass. Now he's got to be on the defensive as they now go down the back straightaway, heading towards the bus stop. Here goes Watzig. He'll look to the outside. Can't quite make it stick. Has to break a little early. Walsh is able to power away a little bit through the carousel. The gap now goes to 0.3 of a second. Now almost 0.4 of a second now as they come out of the carousel. Make it half a second as they enter the boot.
Yeah, half a second right there. And she said the move of the race. That was the move for all of it. We thought that Walsh was a whole lot faster than Lars through every single sector of this racetrack, and it proved to be. Now you see the GT4 cars right ahead of them. Can he navigate the traffic to not let Lars get back up to the back bumper, because they made contact? I think we would see it again if we get down to about a minute to go and they're side by side.
Certainly is the case as they make quick work of one of the McLaren GT4s out on the track. They still have a couple of other GT3 and GT4 machinery up ahead of him. That is, of course, the driver of the 42 of Alexis Cote, and then Shane Hunter in the Rocket Surgeon Racing Porsche ahead of your top two. So the GT3 cars hopefully will give them plenty of room as they exit the final corner. 10.5 minutes left to go here as they come across the line. The gap is 1.0 or 1.8 seconds, or actually now 1.1 seconds at timing scoring.
Yeah, it's super close right now, and that gap has opened up. It's just flipped around almost, but oh my god, that was a move. That was an incredible move. The setup was right, the timing was right, they waited for the right opportunity, and it's just beautiful to see this amount of racing this close to the end of Enduro, where a gap is a second between top two competitors rather than 30 seconds or a minute or a lap. This is awesome. It really is, and hats off to ZP Motorsports as well. They had a huge race all race long, and they're going to finish third at least with the way things are looking right now, so hats off to them too.
Very big round of applause for the ZP Motorsports team to able to recover for a possible podium finish here. 4 cars still on the lead lap. Team Oblivion, Charles Bachel is currently holding on to that 4th position as they work their way through some more lap traffic. There you see Walsh make quick work of one of the McLaren GT4s, and I believe that's one of the Maconi set of GT4s behind him. As we keep an eye on this battle here for the race lead, is now back down to 0.8 of a second. 9 minutes 15 seconds left to go. Down to the exit of the boot. A little bit of a clip right there for Walsh as he hits the curbing a little bit. To the top of the hill through turn 10 here. As the lights are ablaze, the sun is pretty much almost behind the grandstands here at Watkins Glen International. The nighttime is the right time here this Sunday night as we watch the top 2 battle it out in the closing stages.
This is like that snack, crackle, and pop from those Rice Krispie treat people. They come out here, you saw beating and banging, you saw great road course racing, and now the sun's down, the track's changing. Now can Walsh not make a mistake? We've seen Lars being able to overcharge the corners a lot. The track temp is going down. We started up higher than normal. I think we was about 100 degrees track temperature. Now we're down to 83. With the ambient temperature outside of being 80 in the sim world, the track is evolving throughout this race. And Walsh has been the one to be able to adapt to it. He's stretching the lead. Can the GT3 car be the difference?
Certainly is going to be a big factor indeed. Porsche, BMW, your top 3. Walsh, Watzig, Bellinger is still holding on in 3rd position. This is the battle to watch. Your top 2 racing their way into the entrance of the boot. Walsh has to try to find a way to get around one of the Rocket Surgeon Racing Porsches of Shane Hunter, who's sitting in 8th position overall, as he is currently a lap down, about to go 2 laps down from your race leader. Then you have Jason Leach from Operation Motorsports up ahead in the GT4 class. sitting 11th in class. A good run for them so far. Here comes Chris Walsh. He'll make short work of the BMW M4 and continue on his way. 7 minutes left to go. Meanwhile, in the GT4 class, you have a little bit of a battle going on for the Porsches. This is the battle for 5th position between the Bob Doug McKenzie Racing and Cyber Thunder Roar Racing underdogs. The two Porsches are battling it out down the back straightaway. Chris Wald in the number 1, and then you have, of course, Robert Georgi, who will hold on to the 5th position, or the 6th, actually that's Luke Santos in the 6th position as they work through the carousel.
That's a mouthful of a team name, Cyber Thunder Racing Underdogs.
That is
but not as much as Screaming Moose Motorsport. That is an awesome name.
It certainly is. It is an awesome name indeed. And we have to probably give that award to the best team name of tonight's racing action. As the Screeching Mooses will try to hold off the underdogs up through the boot. They will go. You're not missing anything up towards the front of the field. The gap has subsided to 2.7 seconds. We'll keep an eye on it as the race continues to progress. We want to bring you great racing action across the field. As there you see the sister car to the Switch It Emerald team, the Switch It Amethyst team, currently sitting in 11th in class. That's Mario Cream behind him, these two drivers as they approach turn 10.
They're crossing each other up like LeBron on the basketball court all the way around. They have done a fantastic job of holding on to the Porsches so far. Now, when they come through turn number 10, heading off into number 11, it's going to be interesting to see which one of them is going to take the more defensive line going into 1. I know these are the cars right here that aren't very good as the one goes off. And here we go. Man, this one almost had a big collision right there as the GT4 comes around. Now that takes it away. Who's going to be defensive and who's going to be the aggressor in this situation? Going to subside for a second. The one's going to take a step back and do a little basketball dribbling.
Take a step back, see what the situation entails for them as they climb up through the S's. There you see Mario working his way through. There's one of the GT3 Ferraris coming through along the BMW M4 GT4 as they'll try to quickly work their way around the Porsche GT4s down the back straightaway, entering into the bus stop chicane. As Chris Wohl trying to hold on and find a way to catch up to Lucas Santos in the Screeching Moose Motorsports GT4 car as they work through the carousel. Still under 5 minutes to go. The gap has grown to 3.4 seconds for Chris Walsh. A strong performance here in the closing laps here tonight at Watkins Glen.
An incredible performance, really, and the gap up to 3.4 is huge now for him. Absolutely massive as he heads into the bus stop now. What a race we've seen tonight. This has been amazing from start to finish. We've had a lot of action early on, a ton of action throughout the entire race. This never slowed down. Actually, no, there was a half hour where it slowed down where everyone took a quick rest, and it's been at it the entire time. This isn't like any endurance race I've commentated before. They normally have, for a half an hour of crazy, then it's quiet for 2.5 hours, and the last 30 minutes is busy. This has been non-stop.
Well, if you think about it, Rachel, here recently, endurance racing has been nothing but considered sprint racing with how competitive the competition it always is, and we're seeing that here today.
Yeah, no doubt, it really has been, and I'm impressed with it. It's really been different.
It certainly has been, but very good to see indeed. Of course, we are still just 3.5 minutes away from the checkered flag here tonight. Chris Walsh still leading. Justin Barbera is leading in the GT4 class. The ZPM Flying Sloths have had a dominant performance. They've had the lead and never looked back once they took it. A strong performance by the Porsche and possibly a Porsche win in both classes. There you see Derek Rice in the McLaren from the McConey Setup Shop Racing Team, trying to see if they can catch up and see if capitalize on any mistake that the ZPM Flying Sloths can make, but it might be too little too late. As there you see Sean Mulholland in third position for the YS Motorsports team. A strong performance for them. They've been running inside the top 3 for a majority of this race as they work their way through the bus stop, entering into the carousel.
I've been very impressed with how the Porsches have been running here as of late. I mean, like I said, not too not too big on the road endurance races, but to see the Porsches come out here tonight and they caught the BMW. And right now you have Porsche, 2 BMWs, and then another Porsche. Only 2 Porsches so far in the top 5, and the rest has just been a BMW lockout. But it's been a good progression as the race has went on to see the Porsches come to the front, take this lead as there's a battle for the 6th place position. A Porsche versus another Porsche. They're everywhere on this racetrack.
They certainly are. Of course, Porsche is such a dominating feature when it comes to the world of sports car racing, as they have been in all things from Group C to GT1s to GT2s, GT3s, GT4s, and soon, starting in 2023, Rachel, LMDH.
Yeah, very much so. What a race this has been. Truly fantastic, and a gorgeous sunset to cap things off.
Certainly is. 1.5 minutes left to go. Let's see where our race leader is on the track. He is coming right now, so this should be the white flag lap for your race leader. Usually takes about 1:40 to get around. There's 1:20 left to go on the clock. So we should be seeing the white flag out for your race leader. And there is your GT4 race leader of Justin Barrera as well. So this is it. This could be the final time for your top leaders in GT3 and GT4. Chris Walsh has pulled away by about 5.1 seconds. He just needs to cruise, hit his marks, and continue to race here for the final time. 50 seconds now on the clock.
50 seconds on the clock right here, and the 21 of Chris Walsh has done a phenomenal job of getting himself to the lead. He separated himself from Lars. It took him a while to get around him. We talked about how difficult this track was to pass on, that you had to set up 2 corners in advance just to get a run off the exit or into a braking zone. There are plenty of opportunities to pass around here, but he picked the most opportune time to get around there as he had to navigate around the 1 car. He was off the racetrack. That would be Chris World. Saw him battling for 6th, and now it's a tough break for him as that Porsche is stationary.
It certainly is. Now under 10 seconds left to go. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That is it. This is the white flag. The final lap. Through the final few corners, he has to negotiate. He is closing in on the back bumper of Team Oblivion, but he does not need to worry about that. He is going to go through the final 2 corners here, smooth and steady. The Magic Men have pulled off a miracle after they dominated early on. They claim victory here at Watkins Glen.
What an awesome run from those guys. Fantastic run. And to pull that back, and what a fight we saw there in the closing minutes.
It certainly has been, as here comes the dominant car in the GT4 class. The ZPM Flying Sloths have pretty much led from start to finish. They claim victory here at Watkins Glen in the GT4 class. And ladies and gentlemen, after 4 hours of racing, we have reached a total right now of $32.81. We still want to see your donations throughout the rest of the post race. But when we come back, we will talk with your podium finishers here. You're watching the Podium Esports coverage of Operation Motorsport's Benefit 4 Hours at Watkins Glen.
Soldiers, sailors, airmen, and women enlist in the armed forces for many reasons, including a sense of duty, patriotism, the adventure, travel, and adrenaline. When service members are injured or wounded and can no longer perform their military duties, they quickly find themselves removed from their team, no longer serving the purpose for which they trained.
I came back from Afghanistan in 2013, and it was kind of a trial and error of finding out, after the military, what's next in life.
Motorsports offers an opportunity to regain that sense of identity within a safe, fast-paced team environment, providing a renewed sense of purpose. Like in the military, in motorsports, the goal is in accomplishing the mission, winning as a team, collectively celebrating the successes and supporting teammates through the losses. Operation Motorsport also offers virtual engagements and recovery opportunities through an iRacing league engaging beneficiaries in a safe, competitive environment from the comfort and safety of their home. Operation Motorsport believes in the power of team, identity, and purpose.
Welcome back to Podium Esports coverage here of the Operation Benefit 4 Hours of the Glen. Imperial Motorsports Magic Men have pulled it off. Christopher Walsh and Christopher Pies, your race winners. As we give you the full field rundown, next up is Switch It Emerald with their BMW in second. ZP Motorsports, your pole sitters, come home, your podium finishers in third. In fourth position, you will find the Team Oblivion Racing team, followed by Black Dove Racing. Your first car is one lap down. Les Galactus Motorsports will come home sixth, followed by the Medic Antilia Inferior team in seventh. Rocket Sturgeon Racing comes home eighth, followed by the Mad Sim Racing team in ninth position. ADC 882 will round out your top 10.
P11 tonight is Switch It Amherst and Really Slow Motion Racing in 12th. Screeching Moose Motorsports in 13th with Max Jim Studio in 14th. And from your GT4 class, it is first ZPM Flying Sloths, second place Marconi Setup Shop Racing, third place YS Motorsports GT4, fourth place MSR Factory McLaren, first place Bob Duck McKenzie Racing, and sixth place Screeching Moose Motorsports GT4.
Going back here with more GT4s, Cyber Thunder Racing underdogs, so 12 laps down in the 7th place position. Thin Line Auxiliary right there behind them, Sloth Racing. And then we have some GT3 cars that had some issues earlier in the race. MSR Opmo Mercedes team won 13 laps down in 24th. Resilience Racing Esports for the GT3. GT4 once again puts Moving Chicane Motorsports 21 down. GT3 again, Operation Motorsports over in 28th, Race On. 29th, Resilience Racing Esports, and Thin Line Racing rounds out the 30th position.
31st position will then go to the Menage Racing Porsche, followed by the NK Ferrari in 32nd. Luell GT4 Racing will come home 33rd, followed by the Full Send Racing 69 in 34th. 35th goes to Huddle Esports, followed by Garage Thoughts Motorsports in 36th. Spine Problems comes home 37th, while Racing Team Turkey, both their GT3 and GT4 cars, did not start today's racing action. They'll come home 38th and 39th. And with that, we bring up to the booth your overall and GT3 winners. The Magic Men have indeed showed up. Chris Pies and Chris Walsh. Gentlemen, a great performance. And Chris, Walsh, I want to start with you. What a battle here in the closing stages. Talk to us about that battle that you had.
Yeah, we knew we were going to double stint the tires the second when I got in the car, so I knew I was going to have to save a little in the first hour I was driving. And they did the same thing. So, once we got past the leader and it was him in front that came out on the pit stop, I was like, okay, he took a little less gas. He might have nailed that better, but I was just trying to stay behind him and see if I could have the pace to keep up, and if he made a mistake, capitalize, and I kind of forced him into an error there in turn one to get the run up the S's, which it worked out pretty well.
It certainly did. And Chris Pies, I'll come over to you now. I mean, your thoughts on winning here for this event, as well as working with someone such as Chris Walsh here. Exciting race it has to be.
Yeah, man, I was just watching Walsh there at the end, and I was on the edge of my seat. I became a fan at that point. I was cheering him on and trying not to say too much. But yeah, no, it's a blast. I had so much fun participating in this event, and thanks to everybody that made it possible. You guys at Podium, Operation Motorsports, and Mad, you guys put on a fantastic show. Absolute pleasure. It's an absolute privilege to just be a part of it.
Certainly is. Well, congratulations to both of you here today as they go and celebrate the victory at Watkins Glen, as Rachel has caught up with the Switch It Emerald team of Dennis Fisher, who joins us now.
Certainly do. Dennis Fisher here, not unfortunately without his teammate Lars Watzig. Dennis, incredibly busy race for you guys, running up front for the majority of this thing, and a phenomenal battle at the end there with the Magic Men. Tell me about the race for you.
Yeah, thank you. It was very, very amazing at the end. That after 4 hours, it's so close. But at the end, the first one were too fast for us, and our tires were too. We tried at the end to double stint, but they were too fast for us.
This is sometimes one of those things that just happens in racing, but regardless of the result, second place here today, and just a truly impressive drive from both of you to have the car be there at the end, be that fast and be that close to the lead at the very end of this thing was huge. So congratulations to both of you for that. Anybody you'd like to give a shout out to or thank?
Thank you.
Well, that also works. Thank you very much. Dennis Fisher and also Lars Watzig from Switch It Emerald.
Sounds like I got Olivier and Daniel here at ZP Motorsports. Guys, you did a great job getting through here. You led some laps throughout this race. The BMW was fast. What was the key that you guys were missing tonight?
Yeah, so I'll start us off really quickly. This was certainly the Olivier show. I was really proud to be his teammate and his support, if you will. We had a plan. Olivier started. I would run the second stint, and then I would potentially run a third, and he would run the end. But we ran into a little trouble during my stint. We had going up the uphill right. I believe it's maybe turn 6 or going into the boot. Long story short, we had an M4 or a GT4 that took the apex. They didn't track out like we were expecting them to, so we got caught up. Car behind us hit us from the back, unfortunately, and spun us out. And that unfortunately proved to be the end. I mean, we had pace and we were close at the end, but I'll turn it over to Olivier because he ran an amazing final 2 stints. Olivier, details are always welcome, my friend.
Yeah, I appreciate the kind words, Daniel. No, it was a good race. Not everything went our way necessarily, but that's how it goes sometimes, especially in endurance racing. But I feel pretty good about both of our performance. We ran pretty good and clean, except for that one incident for the most part. And yeah, I mean, the ending was quite difficult. The last double stint on the tires and not really fuel saving anymore, just full push, trying to catch the first 2 guys. I think we had quite a lot of pace on them, but obviously just, not enough race time. So it was good. It was a fun race. The event was great. The organization, really appreciate everyone putting it on and fundraising, and yeah.
And thanks to ZP Motorsports, our sponsor as well, for our league, and Zane Plumley, who runs a wonderful event as well. So we're happy to support such a worthwhile cause. And thanks for having us.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
We appreciate y'all being here. And Taylor, man, we're going to go talk to the other class.
We certainly are, as we have the ZPM Flying Sloths of Justin Barrera and Richard Dydal. Gentlemen, a strong performance from start to finish. Richard, I want to start with you. You pretty much took the lead on the opening laps and never look back. How are conditions out there for you as the leading GT4 car for you?
Oh, the conditions for the GT4 car were great. The track felt nice and sticky. The first couple of laps, though, felt pretty sketchy. And then towards the middle of the stint, it just smoothed out from there. And then once the pit stops came around, it was just working flawlessly for us.
Certainly was. And Justin, you brought the car home after that. Anything that you had to worry about, even though you had such a large lead during the race, that you had to keep your eyes and focus on in order to maintain that lead and win today's race?
Well, first off, I would like to thank my mom and dad, my family, Zane Plumley Motorsports, and everybody that helped us this far. But yeah, we just need to really focus on keeping the car on the track and making sure that any of the GT3 and GT4 traffic, we didn't get involved in that. That was the biggest thing, I think, out of this race. We had good pace, and really, we just keep it on the track.
Well, you certainly did keep it on the track and took home the checkered flag. We appreciate you guys. Congratulations on your win here today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That is Justin Barrera and Richard Dydal winning the GT4 class, as Rachel has caught up with the Makoni Setup Shop boys of Derek Rice and our in-race reporter, Jordan Spoon.
Certainly have. Jordan and Derek, a fantastic run today out there on track. Really busy in the GT4 class. Just how was it for you on track?
It was very busy, and it seemed like we would always catch a stretch of 4, 5, 6 GT3s that we had to deal with. So luckily Derek and I were live spotting for each other, and I think that helped tremendously in the result there in the end, because it let us kind of predict things a little bit more. We weren't just having to watch our mirrors. We could just focus forward.
We got Jordan there on the camera, of course. And quickly to Derek, just how was it hopping in the car when you've got a changing racetrack underneath you, and how different it makes that to what you've practiced?
It wasn't that bad. We were able to adapt pretty well, in my opinion. Jordan's a way better road racer than me. He's actually the one who talks me into doing these things, and he just we were watching the track temp. We were looking at tire wear every time we would take a pit and things like that, and just kind of putting our minds together, figuring out everything. And my biggest thing is when we saw that we had such a big lead on third, and our ultimate goal today was to get a podium. And as much as we would have liked to have got the win and try our best to run those guys down, Justin and them, 35 second lead is hard to cut into. So it was just about consistency. So I thought the car felt really good. These McLarens are a blast to drive. I've had an absolute blast running it.
Awesome. Well, thanks for joining us, guys. Anybody you guys would like to give a shout out to or thank?
I'll give Makoni Setup Shop a good shout out real quick, because he gave us, we got hooked up with the setup. And it's funny because Derek and I both work for Makoni, but neither one of us drive for him in theory. Derek does all his social media stuff for a lot of it, and then I do the paint shop stuff. So we just, the non-drivers decide to enter an event, and I'm pretty happy with the results. So I'll give one out to Jeff.
We also got to include Bauer and everybody at Podium for always doing a fantastic job as usual.
Yep.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, guys, for joining us. Derek Rice and Jordan Spoon of the Makoni Setup Shop Racing Team, coming home second in GT4.
Yeah, it looks like we got Ethan and Sean down here in the YS Motorsports in that Porsche. You guys had a great run in this race. You were able to do so much throughout this event, but you come home just a little bit short, 4 hours in. Which one of you were the road course specialist tonight?
Honestly,
go ahead, Sean. Go ahead.
Honestly, Ethan did a real good job. Put me in a situation where that last stint, all I had to do was hit my deltas, keep an eye behind me. I knew that by the time we started that last stint, it really would have taken something really strange happening up front for us to snag second or first. So Ethan just put me in a good spot, and all I needed to do was execute. It's all Ethan, really.
Well, Ethan, high praise for you. You had a stint in the vehicle. You were able to do a good job in that Porsche and work your way to the front. And I appreciate everything you guys did tonight, because you taught this rookie up here some stuff about how to get around this road course in a Porsche.
Yeah, it was a pretty uneventful race for me, just putting the laps in, but it wasn't too much drama on my side, but I guess I can appreciate that.
Well, P3 tonight, it's not the finish you wanted, but it's a great finish indeed, getting the bronze medal here tonight. And Taylor, this was a great event all the way around, and I can't wait to hear what you think.
I gotta say, first and foremost, before we go into our signing off, we've now raised $3,921. So that means within the final hour of this race, when we started off a little over $2,600, we raised over $1,000 in just less than an hour. So a big round of applause to all of our viewers watching on all of our social media platforms, Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, etc. We can't thank you enough for this wonderful opportunity, as we have to just say thank you to all the servicemen and women who have served the United States and Canada, and especially on a weekend such as this, as we race in remembrance of 9/11. Rachel, I'll come to you right quick for final thoughts.
An incredible cause and a tricky time, because this 20th anniversary of 9/11 comes not in any other year, but on the year that we leave Afghanistan, and that goes for all the coalition forces. Somebody who did serve, this is a poignant year because the events of September 11th, 2001, for a lot of us, are why we joined and why we did what we did. And to see causes like Operation Motorsport doing something to support veterans, to support people, and to save lives in more ways than the physical is a phenomenal goal. And thank you to them. I feel honored that I'm able to help commentate this, both the regular summer series and this event. Thank you to every single person that's donated to help an amazing cause. Wars don't end when armies leave the battlefield. The wars stay with them.
Certainly could not agree with you more on those words, Rachel. Terry, I want to come to you right quick as well. Your first time sports car racing broadcasting, but for a great cause, and you're going to be feeling a lot more aerodynamic by the end of this, of course.
Yeah, I'm going to lose my hair, but you know what? I couldn't have said it better than what Rachel just said. The war does not stop. When you leave that brotherhood and the sisterhood of what the United States military or the Canadian military or any military in the world, you lose a sense of purpose. You lose a sense of pride. You just feel down on yourself. One veteran suicide is one too many. And if me losing my hair means that we can raise money to go towards a great cause and put people in the Operation Motorsports world, and just to show the joy of what iRacing or the real life racing can do for a veteran, whether it's working on tires, working in the pits, working just to make somebody's day better, I am proud to do it. I will shave anything that I am asked of. And I tell you what, I'll put this out there. If I'll give them 30 minutes past the broadcast, I'll stay in here and kind of monitor. If we can get to $4,500, I'll shave my beard as well. Let's see more come out. Let's see more happen. I want to see every single veteran that has ever served this nation be treated with such honor and respect across the board. I love each and every one of the veterans that has served with me, that have served anywhere across these broadened seas. I love you. I will never stop thinking about you. And 9/11, we will never forget what happened that day. I love all of you from the bottom of my heart, and it was an honor to be a part of this broadcast.
It has been an honor as well to be a part of this broadcast for all of us here at Podium Esports. We can't thank enough for Operation Motorsports for all of the hard work that they do each and every day to help veterans across the Canadian and American service members, for helping them to excite, engage, and empower one another. We also take a moment to remember those who we've lost in 9/11 and those who continue to still fight for the freedoms of the United States and Canada. But with that, it is time for us to say goodbye. For Jason Leach, Diesel Lauder, and the entire Operation Motorsports team, for Tyler Beamone and everyone at Mad Sim Racing, for James Pike, Cisco Scarmuza, Gary Sexton, and John Theodore at Podium Esports, for our producer Ryan Bauer, and for my colleagues Rachel Whiteford and Terry Radford, our pit reporter Jacob Hitz, I'm Taylor Burris. Thank you so much for watching today's broadcast of the Operation Motorsports Benefit 4 Hours of the Glen, and we will not forget.